Morning, everybody. Welcome to the classiest place on earth in Good Time Zone. Why is that not? Oh, my earring's in the way. Get out of the fuck. What up, everybody? How are you? Good morning. Cheers. I got a little bowl. I just cleaned the fuck out of my bong. Hold up. This is so early. What happened? I don't know what happened. They're dented. Good morning. Today is a very good day. Today is my favorite day. I mean, just from what Cocky and I have talked about thus far this morning. They're spunned. I don't know what happened. Good morning, Bubblicious. Good morning, Ghetto. Good morning, Roll Check, Cocky, everyone. Viata. I've never had peach crescendo. Is it good? And does it smell like peach? I'm always curious because they never do. Oh, fuck. I forgot plugs again. God damn it. I take them out in the shower, as you should, and I don't sleep in them. And then I just forget to put them in. And then I have cat buttholes in my ears. It's a great time. I'm not very good with accessories. Oh, man. Are they less? Look at that. What happened? Like a weird dent in my fucking wires. Anyways, Cocky, thank you very much for the very generous tip to the channel. And let's pack a bowl. I might have to grind some weed. I got some new weed yesterday, actually, that I can show you guys. Oh, I already ground some up. I don't know what I ground up, but we'll look. I ground it up last night, apparently. I just cleaned my piece and replaced my screen. Fuck yes. I rinsed the living. I like boiled mine, but it still has that goddamn stain around the middle. My like cleaner, bong cleaner is on back order. Everything is fucking held up right now because the world, you know? New screen? Oh, you got a new screen? Fuck yes. Like a new monitor? Oh, you mean a new screen in your pipe or bong? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I was like a new. Just ignore me. It doesn't smell like peach, but it does smell fruity. Ooh, nice. It's a sativa and it's 26.7. Jesus Christ. That's a high THC. So I didn't get a ton because I just didn't see any like new I only saw one strain that was like kind of cool looking that I'd never tried before. So the new strain I got is by Tickle. That's the new brand they're carrying. So of course that's the one they're pushing right now and it's on sale. Oh my god, it's 27.9% THC. I don't look at the THC percentages because I haven't really noticed a difference. Honestly, like weed gets me high. But it says it's 27.9 and the strain is called Stimuli. Holy shit, that's a bright screen. Get out of here. Whoa. It's called Stimuli by Tickle. We shall see. I don't know what I ground up last night. I already have some weed ground up, but we'll do this one next. I think I actually just ground up more free mac. I think I had leftover free mac last night, but I got runts. We've all seen runts before, like RUNTZ. Really good strain. It's just a good go-to. Every time I see it, if I don't see anything else, I'm like, oh, fun, new. I just grab it. It's a good one. And then I got 14 ounces of lilac diesel. Because why not? Look at that. It's fucking ridiculous. Good fucking morning, Kills. How are you, love? Ooh, I've never had Silver Ghost. I've had oh god, what was it? It was like Poltergeist or something, and that was really good. Last Christmas, to Ghetto Love Ghetto gift, I got myself a 32-inch Samsung G7 Odyssey. Is that a TV or is that a monitor? When they have a name like Odyssey, I never know because my monitors don't have names. They're just like Asus 27-inch. Is there a difference of the weeds? So it's honestly, I think it's all up to personal preference when it comes to weed and marijuana and shit. It's really just whatever you like. I really like lilac diesel, and everyone that in the community who's like found it at their local dispensary and picked it up has also really loved it. It's just like a really good functional stone. You know what I mean? Like you can get kind of high, but you're not going to knock yourself out. You're not going to like fuck it. You could. I mean, you can definitely relax if you want to, but I like it because it's a functional high. Like I still feel like I'm going to get up and do stuff. I'm not like, which happens. I mean, every once in a while you get one like that. But I think this is free Mac, what's in my grinder right now. Yeah, it's a half ounce. I mean, I saw it. I was just like, fuck it, dude. I love lilac diesel. Like, why would I even? fuck around at this point. Harvested a 6-node cola yesterday. Ooh, that weighed almost 2 ounces. That's amazing. New personal record? No fucking shit, dude. That's incredible. That's a thick. I mean, is it sticky? Like, is it just like hella moist? Because you know how sometimes weed, like, if it's really fresh, like really sticky, it'll just weigh more naturally versus when it's dry, but it doesn't mean the THC is any worse or anything. My son has the 49-inch G9 Odyssey. Is that a monitor hybrid? Or is it a TV? What's the difference these days, honestly? Do monitors just have better resolution? Like, by as a rule? Oh my god, Adam.
Adam Scars with that fucking resub.
Hail the dank lord, motherfucker. I just packed a bowl. In my clean, it's clean, it's stained. She's clean, though. The reason I'm so big on cleaning your bong, guys, is not because of the way it looks, or because of people judging you, or because of someone else. I just realized, is my camera shaking? The fan behind me is shaking my ass. I can feel it. You can get fungal pneumonia if you don't rinse your bong water regularly. Because no matter what you do, some of the weed that doesn't burn is going to get into the water. And that's organic matter plus water plus little anoxic environment, perfect environment for fungus to grow. And this is why I started studying fungal pneumonia so hardcore. When I worked at Hopkins, we had, I don't know if he still works there, probably, I don't know, but like the #1 lung transplant surgeon who's perfected it in the world, whatever. He worked at Hopkins, and we had to go to like a conference by him because we're respiratory therapists who take care of the lung transplant patients. So that makes sense. But get this. Hold on, my lips are so dry. If you are currently a cigarette smoker, you are eligible for a lung transplant if you have lung cancer or something. However, if you have a history of smoking weed in the last 10 years, you are not eligible for a lung transplant. Weed, which does not cause cancer, because of the rates of fungal fucking pneumonia. They don't want to waste lungs on someone who's going to get fungal pneumonia and kill the lungs. Fungal pneumonia will take you out faster than cancer, shockingly. Hail the dank lord. Hello, BDO. How are you, love? Let us cheers, everyone. This is free Mac, if you care. Not one of the new strains, but, you know, it's a good one. Free Mac's a good one. Cheers. Fuck, that's good weed. Man. I don't know, Steamy Moose, this is a good question. Is there a time of year where the weed is the best? For us in the US? Just curious. Because I feel like sometimes, no matter what strain I'm getting, it's just shit. Sometimes during the year, and then sometimes during the year, it's like, no matter what I'm getting, it's like the dankest weed. It's so good. Hold up, I gotta scroll up. I missed some. Let's just say we only harvested 8 plants worth of colas and had to go straight home from work due to my stank. No shit. How tall were they? I know I'm asking so many questions, but it's like porn, man. Hi, Hev. How are you, love? Solipsist. Hello, love. Rod, you can scream into the void, but don't scream at Trick, because he's a very sweet void. He's the sweetest void. Ghetto, 100% addicted to V-Rising. I'm like addicted to it, kind of. I get frustrated with it pretty fast. I'm still in the beginning stages where I'm like trying to get armor and stuff. So basically, any patrolling group of people will just slaughter me. And that is so like, I cannot stand V-Rising during the daytime. I will literally just stand by a tree and circle the tree until it's nighttime. I can't stand it. That shit drives me crazy. But other than that, it's really fun. Like, it's a good game. It's got really decent building mechanics. Yeah, it's an MMO technically, but I think it's a really, really like user friendly. I don't know how, like, if you've never played an MMO before, or you've never played a game like this before, this one will not be daunting, if that makes sense. Like, sometimes I feel like especially when I played ESO, you'd get new players jumping in, and like the game's been out for, however many years now, and it's really hard to jump into the MMO when the vast majority of the population in the game is like end game stage and you're trying to do the beginning stuff, and it can be very overwhelming. This does not feel overwhelming at all. It's very like chill and just go about your business. You die a lot, but it's so easy to you just like wake up at a wayshrine, kind of like WoW or something, and go get your dead stuff. So easy. I don't know. I like it. They did something unique with it that made it fun, which usually grindy, crafty stuff like that doesn't really get me because it's kind of like it's just the same shit. Some parts of the year are easier to control the VPD in your grow space, the rate of transpiration photosynthesis. Oh, that makes sense. See, this is why I love when you're here. I get to ask cool questions I would never know. All of the plants are about 7 to 8 feet tall. I mean, I can't even fathom. Do your forearms ever just freeze up in pain? Hello, Strad. How are you, love? It just gets better. I'm totally down to start a class whole server community if anyone else is down. Zach was thinking of renting a server because like paying for a live server because we've been playing so much. And he started it. He started the server that him and I have been fucking around on. And the problem is like we stream at completely opposite times. So a lot of the time, like I want to play, but I can't because he's not online. So we were thinking about doing something like that, but we want to look into how much it costs. It also has hella MOBA vibes with combat, which is innovative for the genre. It's like MOBA, but not. I'm trying to think like how to compare it. Like in a MOBA, how your character would just sit still and just like hiya, hiya, and moving around really wasn't advantageous in any way. There is like this game kind of mixes a little bit of like roguelite elements in it. Like you've got to rush, and rushing around the bad guys when they're trying to attack you is actually like really advantageous, I guess. I don't know how else to put that. Whereas like in a MOBA, I feel like a lot of the time it was like auto battle, You don't have to stand by. You can still do the same stuff during the day. Just got to stick to shadows and use mobility. Oh, I'm well aware. I just fucking hate it. I like get very anxious when I start burning. So I just stay. I just wait. I just strictly do not enjoy daytime in the game, so I don't do it. Like I won't suffer. Mandel! Oh my god, you guys, I have to show you what Mandel brought fucking printed on his 3D printer for me. I got it, Mandel, and it didn't come broken. I'm so happy. Good morning, Gucci. How are you, love? Inside grows that are carefully climate controlled produce best result and grow. They're quite obsessive about keeping the conditions perfect. Oh, I believe it. I mean, it's an art form at this point. Like the weed industry, growing weed and cultivating new hybrids and stuff like that, it's an art. And anybody that says differently is a fucking idiot. Or doesn't smoke. It's fine. We did this for Conan with the homies. It's pretty cheap, like $30 USD for 4 months. That's not bad. Chances are you're bored by then. See, I could build forever. The main reason we were thinking about getting a server, Zach and I, we were talking about it because this happened when we played Valheim. We play games vastly differently, Zach and I. He is very like goal oriented, like beat the game. He's like, get the gear, beat the game, get 100%, do the achievements. Whereas I'm like, I'm going to go die 30 times and build a mansion. And then I'll think about making armor, which drives him fucking crazy. And so it'd be cool if we had a server because then when he's like streaming, I could go do my fuck around. And then when he's not streaming, we could actually go kill something together. But like with Valheim, we beat all the bosses and he stopped playing. So I had my character like almost fully leveled. I had a stone castle that I had probably spent hundreds of hours building, and I can't access it because it's Zach's save file. I'm not bitter. You know what I'm saying? Oh yes, spooter warning. I put it on a white piece of paper because I'm hoping this will help it show up for you guys. So Mandelbrot 3D printed. Is this creature called something? Zach and I were trying to think of that last night. I feel like this creature has a name, like a species name of mythological creatures. They're in ESO, but they always have like a name. They're like queen of whatever. It's never like a species name. It's called a Drider. Okay, it's so fucking cool. So it's basically like a centaur or spider. You, I don't know how else to put that. But fucking look at that. Oh, come on. I hope that's coming up on stream. It's so goddamn beautiful and delicate. Oh my god, Zach, when I pulled it out, he's like, "Do the legs bend?" I was like, "What?" It's so nice. It's so fucking cool. I'm like, I've actually been toying a lot with my DSLR. I've got it behind me somewhere with trying to get that up as my webcam so we can paint stuff like this on stream because right now like there is no focus feature on this camera like in the software or anything I showed stream. It doesn't exist. So there's no point in doing it yet because you wouldn't be able to see anything. I can't get the camera to focus that close whereas my DSLR, I have a Nikon. It's really fucking nice. But getting it to work as a webcam is a chore, let me tell you. But I've been reading a lot about it and kind of looking into it. So that's on the horizon. Isn't that fucking cool, dude? Look how, I mean, I'll put it on my hand just so you can see how big it is. It's huge, but it's so cool. And if you're wondering, if you care, this is a true spider body versus a tarantula body. Huge abdomen, tiny little thorax, itty bitty fangs, big long legs. This is the coolest part. So I don't have a 3D printer. I've never even seen one function other than making houses for homeless people, which is incredible. You should check that out on YouTube. The ass is hollow, and I don't know how it does that. Like there's literally a hole in the top. Like it 3D printed from the bottom up and made a hollow ass, so it doesn't weigh a ton. You know, it's not like a waste of product in just the ass, which is cool. I'm all about that. I think that's really. I mean, it's just so fucking intricate. I'm blown. I'm maybe I'm just behind on stuff like this and how cool they are nowadays. You know, I don't have. I'm like old school. Like I use a glue gun to do everything. So when I see stuff like that, I'm like, you printed that though? Oh, Slurm, isn't that fucking cool? Mandel printed that for me. It's so beautiful. I love the building too, but now that I did it, SP, I need to show off my monster castle online. I feel that. I know, and Strahd, you're not wrong. Like, if for some reason I could go in the daytime as a vampire and I just sparkled, I'd probably drop out of the game in 2 seconds because that's ridiculous. Good morning, Mickey. How are you, love? I've got several of those. The pre-made ones at tabletop game stores. I'll be making a shrine to Mephala. Oh my god, I have my Mephala. Is she under my desk? I don't think this is Mephala. I have one of the figures under my desk. Nope. It's the fucking warden one. Damn it. It's really cool though. It's got the I don't know if you can see that. It's the what are those guys called? Automaton dudes. And it's huge. I mean, it is a huge figure in there. It's pretty dope though. I have Mafala. She's somewhere. She's my favorite, but she's honestly like of all the special edition stuff that came out of ESO special edition games, I think she's the most delicate of all of them. So I don't have her on display or anything because I'm terrified she'll fall over. Like she's got all these little spider pieces that are very delicately attached. Oh no shit! I've been printing for 3 years now. The resin printer is a game changer. What's the difference between what's the difference? Can you teach me like I'm 5? I'm at work on my work from home and wait, what? I'm at work on my work from home. That doesn't make sense. Oh, idiocy brought you in. I'm so sorry. Is there a way to buy those? I mean, Mandel would probably sell some to you. This Mandel brought in oh, wait.
Underscore 419 tipped $5. CK, I should have guessed I was a furry earlier because when I was younger I kept trying to fuck balloon animals. One of the best hookups I had was in a hotel room filled with balloons and coming all over their soft moist texture and bright colors. You woo.
I fucking hate balloons and latex. That you got me and you I don't even know if you tried to get me on that one. But the idea of that much latex around me actually made my skin crawl. Oh no. Oh god. Fun fact though, Zoe. I don't know if you've ever seen these like the oh god, it was that HBO show back in the 90s. It was like called Real Sex or something. There was an episode about looners, people who are sexually attracted to balloons, and they blow them up until the neck of the balloon is as long as it can go without popping, and then they just slowly let the air out, and they get so hard. It's wild. Like, no shade, just why very interesting. Very interesting. Just laying in my bed, in my Ned bed. Your Ned bed. What's a Ned bed? Is that a special bed? Fucking lay in bed. You should stay in bed if you can. My Mafala sits to the left. I used to have all of them on my, the big black my bookshelf where all my rainbow books are. I used to have all of them on display on that in my old place. Mafala is just gorgeous. I honestly, and I think Mafala is the coolest looking one. The automaton is dope, but I hate them from all the PvE I had to do against them, so I don't like them. Also, the figure comes with a detachable, I don't even know what it is. It's like a double-sided blade, but the blades go the opposite ways on both ends. It comes with one that's supposed to sit in its hand, but it does not click into the hand, so it just falls out constantly. It falls out of its hand literally constantly, and I'm really nervous about losing it. Because these are expensive. Like, if you guys know, guarantee every single one of you has bought in a special edition of some game. They ain't cheap, for fuck's sake. I got the automaton too. It's so nice. I mean, they're gorgeous. There are balloon fetishists. Yeah, I mean, anybody will. There's if we can think of it, the fetish is real. But I don't shade as long as it's legal and consensual and all that shit. Strahd, there it is. I knew there was a fucking resub.
With Bezos Bucks. Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive and giving a name its wings. Go forth and be consensual in every way. And enjoy your fucking emotes. Thank you. And hail the dank lord.
Dude, Slurm, I feel that. I did not want to get out of bed today. Like, today, I don't know why either. I went to bed by, 1. But when my alarm went off, I was just... normally your alarm goes off and your body's like, oh, God! And just kind of jolts awake and you're like, fuck. And even if you lay there, you're kind of half awake. I just kind of I couldn't even reach for my phone. Like, it just kept going off and I was like, oh, no. It was bad. I was really tired. I don't know why. Probably dehydrated. Thank you, Zoe, by the way. Hello, Trekkie Queen. How are you, love? Oh, you got a new bed? Fuck yes. Ooh, I hope it's wonderful. Seriously, having a nice bed. We were just talking about that the other day, Mickey. Investing in your bed and your shoes and your office chair you have to sit in all day if you sit in an office chair is so worth it if you can. Because once your back is gone, you're just fucked. Oh, Kungru explained it as well as I could. Oh, let me look. Hold on. I might have missed it because I was looking for the sub. Hold up. Oh, here it is. I have an FDM printer. An FDM heats up plastic and squishes it down layer by layer to build something. Oh, it's like boot camp. Resin uses layers to cure the resin layer by layer. Oh. So as it's building, it's curing it. So that's why these are so disgustingly detailed. That's what I mean. I really wish my camera could focus. There is so much detail on the body, on the body and the face of this. There's a braid. I can see the striations in the hair on the head. I don't know if that comes up. I mean, they're dumb detailed. It's just gorgeous. I love them. I'm really excited to paint it though. I still haven't got my glue to fix the one that came broken though. I'm upset. Amazon, give me my glue. Ooh, the refreshment of CK in chat. Hi, Catty Wampus. How are you, love? I joined the channel and hear about loon fetish and double-ended things that don't fit in your hand. I mean, are you shocked? Come on. By noon, I'd be on a call that devolved into being yelled at by a senior manager in a not yelling at you kind of way. The moment someone feels like they need to raise their voice, in my mind, you've devalidated yourself, invalidated yourself. David, how you doing, honey bean? Good morning, time zone. You can see fingernails? Shut up. I don't have my glasses on. Holy shit, you can. I mean, even look at, I'm from the days where when you bought these kind of things, you had to snap 5 million parts out of a sheet, and then stick them all together and build them, which was fun. I enjoyed doing that stuff. But when I look at stuff like this, You see the fangs, how there's no there's an actual gap between the body and the fangs. Like that kind of shit is the detail I'm just blown away by. Thing we've really come quite a ways. Do people just print their kids' toys at this point? I mean, what's the point in buying toys if you can print something you made? I don't know. I gotta make my font bigger. My glasses are in my bedroom. I don't want to go in there right now. Type it, you dumb whore. There we go. Now I can see you. Is it more expensive to do resin printing like this? It does. The blue, it's like a gray blue, like a periwinkle gray blue. Yeah. I mean, it's very cool. I'm very, very excited. I think I'll probably paint it like a Black Widow just because I have two of them. Respect, you know. But I'm so fucking cool. Maybe we'll do a red back so then we can have the streak down the back. That'd be sick. The laser resin can be costly, but it's great for detail. I mean, I'm all about investing in quality. Like, I don't like to rebuy things. You know what I mean? I don't want to buy something and be like, oh, well, in a couple years, that'll be... Like, I would like my... Pretty much everything I have ever to just last forever. I hate buying stuff. I don't like to spend money. So if I can... I believe in investing in the quality. So I'd probably do the resin printing as well. Just because if I knew there was a higher quality way to do what I'm doing at home and I'm doing the shittier quality, it would drive me fucking crazy. I couldn't handle it. If my voice can't get a raise, then can other parts of me get one? I mean, if you're arguing, are you getting aroused? No shame. Mm-hmm. Slurm, same. I don't remember. I think I was telling Zach about this the other night. Um, because, like, when he gets really angry, you guys see him, he gets pissed off at video games and shit. I don't respond with anger. Like, he does that off stream. He gets really pissed off at games. Will come out here and he broke his laptop screen throwing his laptop against a wall yesterday. He has some problems. But I don't respond with anger. Like, I just roll my eyes at him. Like, because I had 3 older brothers who were, like, exceedingly violent as a kid. So this is child's play to me. You don't scare me. And it drives him even more crazy. Because when I was a kid, I learned that, like, if I didn't run from my brothers or scream or act scared, then they left me alone. It was all for the reaction. And I think I just do that now. Like, I'm highly unreactive to most things in the world. But for some people, it kind of drives them a little fucking nuts. A little bit. 3D printing doesn't scale well for mass production. Oh, really? Probably because it takes so long, right? I think they might use 3D printing to make the masters for injection molds. Oh, that would make a lot of sense, honestly. Do they, like, when you buy figures at, like, the game stores, do they still come in sheets that you put together? Like, sheets of the parts? Or do they come all like this now? Because I don't know. I haven't bought any in a really long time. Cattywampus, it is, oh my god, it's the one at Hot Topic. I just blanked. The color is called Blue Moon. Manic Panic. It's Manic Panic Blue Moon, I swear. And I have not... When did I bleach my hair? It's been this long since I bleached it and dyed it, and it still looks damn fine. I mean, I'm damn impressed. And it is a temporary dye. It's, they call them semi-permanent. The difference between a permanent hair dye and a semi-permanent is just the lack of peroxide. So if your hair is already blonde or light colored, you don't need permanent hair dye because the peroxide is just damaging for damage's sake. Versus, like, I have to bleach my hair to get this shit because my hair is, like, black-brown naturally, which sucks. But this, I mean, for a semi-permanent, Manic Panic's really, their game is on point. Like, they've been around since I was in high school. Literally, the first time I ever dyed my hair a color that wasn't natural, it was purple, and it was Manic Panic. And I was in middle school. And then blue. And my mom put it straight over my brown hair, and it looked shit green, and it was great. I was so excited. Injection molded parts are good cost for large commercial scale operations still. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, honestly. Like, 3D printing, I know, takes a while. I watched, you know, people's Twitch channels and shit where they're 3D printing or laser cutting and stuff like that. I moved away from all figurines and such. At some point during my storage unit buying days, I just felt that I had too much cattywampus. That's literally why I don't buy them. I want to buy them and I want to paint them, and then I would just end up with boxes and boxes and boxes of figurines that I was collecting and painting because I don't have any IRL friends to play with. I never have. Like, I have nothing to do with them. So, but this is so fucking cool and special. Like, this is something that if I saw this on a shelf, I'd probably buy it to paint it, even though I have that kind of personal rule, just because I want this on my shelf. Like, that is so fucking cool looking. Oh, they still come in parts? Yeah, I assumed. Just because shipping stuff like that, like, you guys should see the box that Mandel had to ship this in. The box was easily like this big because of all the paper he had to put around it because it's so delicate, like all these little leggies. And shipping that in mass, just imagine the profit losses from all the broken ones. Oh my god. I can't even fathom. Which I think is the main reason why they sell most of that stuff in parts, right? Easier to ship and it's just gonna stay together. You still have to glue your wharf. Oh yeah, you still. I know. I was just saying that, David. My glue still hasn't come in the mail. I'm upset about it. I ordered it like 2 weeks ago. Bastards. I've never used hair dyes though. Plenty of temp stuff for theater, but just the chalk stuff. Absolutely, me too. I've done it all. My hair. I'm really fortunate to have very hardy hair. I can abuse the fuck out of my hair, and it really doesn't. It takes it like a fucking bitch. You know what I'm saying? She knows what's up. So I kind of take that for granted sometimes because I can really bleach the living hell out of my hair and it's all right at the end of the day. But I mean, if you can avoid ammonia and bleach, it doesn't just lighten your hair; it completely alters the way your hair feels and acts and lays normally. Like everything about what you're used to about your normal hair texture and feeling is gone. And I don't think a lot of people are ready for that when they bleach their hair. Like it really ruins your hair. It's it's this stuff doesn't feel good. It feels like straw or something. It also lets them package flat, which saves you on distribution, lets you ship more in a single container. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And honestly, putting them together is fun. It's like a puzzle. Do a YouTube search for huge prints really fast. Oh, I've watched those, dude. I that's the one I've seen. There's a man, I believe he's in Texas. I want to say, but he started a charity for homeless veterans, and they can build a home in under an hour with these giant fast 3D printers. A home they can 3D print a home in almost under an hour. It was amazing. I mean, it's literally like this gigantic arm swinging on one, like, what is that called? A pivot in a circle. And it's just like, it's wild. And boom, homes for the homeless. Like, why aren't we doing this? Oh, dude, that's so fucking cool, Mandel. I love it. I don't just like it, I love it. But I've always liked spiders and bugs and stuff. That's just my jam, man. Always. I was that weird kid. Maybe that's why I didn't have friends, because I was always like, had a bug in my hand. I remember one time when I was in second grade, I found a really cool bug at recess. It was like a beetle, but it was gold and green. It had like a gold green shell. I can't remember what they're called. They're everywhere. They're pretty. They're actually like a pest, I think. And it's got this gold green shell, and they're so fucking pretty. And I found it at recess, but my class after recess was PE, and we didn't go back to our classroom first. I just had to go to PE straight from recess. So I literally like I brought the bug into PE and set it on the ground next to me, and for an hour during PE, I would just corral it back closer to me as it tried to walk away. I did that all day just so I could bring the bug to class and show my teacher. She's got problems. Good morning, Basho. How are you, love? Everything's bigger in Texas, including egos of the oh god, politics these days, man. Did you guys see that Giuliani was interviewed by the the January 6th insurrection committee for almost how many hours? It was like 9 hours. They interviewed him for 9-ish, something like that. It's some asinine number. It's 9 or 6, I can't remember. What the fuck? A, who wants to talk to Giuliani for 9 hours? B, what did he have to say that made any sense for 9 hours? I don't know. Gold beetles, aren't they gorgeous, dude? They're like gold green color. They literally almost look like a peacock feather or something. I mean, they're so beautiful. And I remember I brought it home that day because I literally kept it in my hand all day long at school and kept it safe in my desk because I'm a psycho. Was then, still am. And my mom was like, those are pests. Get that out of my house. And I was like, do you have any idea what I went through to bring this home today? Oh man, kids. Kids are the best. There's so much like innocence, you know what I'm saying? Children. It's a water. Okay, so what this is made out of is a water washable UV resin in smoky gray semi-transparent. It's beautiful. I really like the color, honestly. Like if I didn't want to paint it so bad, I'd leave it. Because it's like a blue, it's like almost like it's like a foggy blue gray. It's one of my favorite colors, to be honest. I like this kind of, I don't know what you would call this kind of, is it like a Payne's gray, right? Payne's gray is the one that's like bluish black, I think. Or is Payne's gray the one that's got brown in it? Man, I never pay attention to color names anymore unless I have to buy paint, which is so infrequently. Greg, how are you, love? Dude, look what Mandel sent to me. He 3D printed this in a we're learning all about the differences of 3D printers today. I learned that there's a resin 3D printer, and that's what this does. Excuse me. Isn't that fucking sick? I'm shaking because I don't want to actually squeeze. I'm pretty sure just a little, that's not going to snap legs off, but you know, I break a lot of things. Oh, Greg, that poor kid. We've invited him to stay with us so many times, and like, it's incredible how many people are just like, I refuse to come to your house because you have non-venomous bugs in it. And I'm like, do you realize how many? No, okay, we won't even go there. Like, you have bugs crawling in your eyelashes right now. All of us do. Little tiny arachnids live in your eyelashes and your eyebrow hairs. Little spiders. We call them mites, but they're spiders. And they're microscopic, and there's thousands, and they're in your eyelashes right now. And it doesn't matter how many times you wash your face. They're there. But, like, my pussy-ass tarantulas that won't eat on camera are, you know, the scary shit. Does Texas have a large printing industry? I feel like every time some company is sending me a book, it's always shipping out of Texas. I don't know. That's a really good question. Does anybody know about that? Any Texans? If Robo was here, he'd know. Robo might be lurking for work, though. Rod was trying to explain to him the spiders don't feel intimidating there. Oh, really? Oh, that makes me really happy. I mean, it's honestly like if you were to walk into my house and be scared of spiders, I'd be like, where? Did you see one? It's not like I have a wall of giant enclosures of, you know, tarantulas this big. I have like 4 tarantulas that are full grown, and the rest of them are like this big in tiny little boxes. You know? You'd never even know. You'd think it was like art supplies if I didn't tell you. They also burn plenty of books in Texas, so they need to replace them. True. Did Texas ban a bunch of math books too? For being like racially something? I don't know what their excuse was. I don't fucking know. Oh, Texas has the largest print industry for books because of how many schools are there. Oh, that makes sense because it's a huge state. I mean, I think it's of the big states the most populated. Am I wrong on that one? Because Alaska's the biggest state. We know that, but there's no people. Are they in the open? I have friends that just stay out of the room with snakes. I mean, they're in the open, but like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, if you were to come to my house and like chill on my couch, there are no spiders by this couch, not even within arm's reach. What you'd see when you came into my house, first and foremost, is you'd see geckos and chubby frogs, which are adorable. Like, I would hope that that would take people's attention away from the tiny boxes. Like, I can swing my camera. I don't know if you'll be able to see this because of the lighting. So, see that? That. That is the vast majority of my over 50 tarantulas right there. That's it. Those are the geckos and frogs up there. That's it. Seriously. So, if that shelving unit scares you, I don't know what to do, you know? It's like, do fish tanks make you nervous? I don't know, man. It's I don't ever want to disrespect someone's phobia. Like I completely understand there's arachnophobia. It's real. But I don't touch my spiders. They don't come out. I don't handle them. They hide 24/7. Same with my snakes. Literally, I have 4 snakes and they come out when they're hungry and then I feed them and then they go away for 2 weeks. Like they're just never out. It's not like this intimidating cobra is sitting on my kitchen uh counter, you know, chilling. What up, zombies? How are you? I have an entire room of snakes and lizards. Fuck yes. People freak out looking for the bathroom sometimes. Really? Oh, it's just next to the bathroom. See, this is like my house is super small. So where I am, where my office is, I'm actually just like in a corner of the living room. So I have like bugs kind of all around me, but I spread them out all over and you really wouldn't even know they're there unless you were looking for them. Cuz most of them are literally in little containers. Like I have dwarf tarantulas, they're babies. They live in a box like this big, you know? So it's like in my bookshelf. You'd never know. You'd have no idea it's even there. But the I have nothing medically significant other than 2 black widows, and they are arguably the most pansy ass spiders I own. How can we know that there isn't someone with a shelf phobia? I mean, word on that. If you've got a shelf phobia, like there are people afraid of honeycombs, anything's possible. Monster Pack, I'm the same. Like if I went to someone's house, if I go to your house and you have a cat, a dog, or any kind of pet, you can expect exactly 0 conversation out of me. I will be at the tank or the dog or the cat. And I will be making that animal fall in love with me or just staring at it. 100%. You would not be able to tear me away. I'm the same. Like and that's honestly like that's how Rod was. Like I don't even think I asked Rod if he was afraid of spiders when he came over. I was just like, let's chill because I don't have any spiders on my desk. Like who the fuck would do that? I don't have tarantulas chilling on my desk or anything. So unless you literally go stand at least 6 inches from that shelf and squint, you're not going to see a spider. So I don't know. It'd take a lot. I mean, it'd take someone fucking digging in my house to get scared. Really, Vestman? See, I have 2 boas. I have 2 BCs. I guess they're not BCIs anymore. I have 2 BCs. I have a Woma python and I have a ball python. Because who the fuck doesn't have a ball python? And they really like my only snake that ever is out regularly is one of the BCs. I have she's called a Sunglow Call Albino, blah blah, whatever. She's really pretty. She's gorgeous. She's albino. Nobody cares. She's like a Sunglow Jungle Call. If you want to look that up, BC. That's what she looks like. She's really pretty. The words I just said that just describes the coloring of the snake. She's just a boa constrictor, but she will literally like do a cobra coil in her cage for days if she's hungry. Like she'll cobra coil up on a branch and just do this shit at me, looking at me. And the thing about albino animals is more often than not, they're mostly blind. So it's really hard to handle and approach a blind animal who's hungry and not get your hand fucking eaten. So she's a little intimidating. Her eyes are a half moon red and the rest of it's like light pink. She's a gorgeous snake, but man, she's intimidating. I only have 1 scorpion left, and I have had no babies out of this one. So I've done more research on the scorpions I had, and it's not really like proven, quote unquote, for lack of a better word. I'm just not coming up with a better one right now, that they are parthenogenic. What they think is that they hold sperm. So if they were like wild caught or at any time with males, they'll hold the sperm until they feel safe to have babies, and then they just start pumping babies out. But I have had no babies from this one in almost 6 months. So cross your dicks. I don't have any more baby deadly scorpions. Please. I love Gizmo. I cried at your dogs. I cry at all dogs, though. Fuck scorpions. That's the thing. The scorpion you will never see. I have the scorpion in such a, like... It's never out. So this is the thing with, like, most arachnids. They are afraid of sun and wind and shaking and footsteps. So the vast majority of them hide under a log or dig a hole and live in said log or hole their entire life. Like, literally, I have 4 tarantulas I've never seen since the day I got them. Literally, I have not seen them since the day I got them because they dug a giant hole and that's what they live in. And it's kind of the same thing with the scorpion. And because they fucking, these scorpions were having babies, I was really nervous they were gonna get out and like kill us because they are deadly. It was the only deadly animal I've ever owned. And so they're in like it's in a containment area away from everything because you're not going to see it. So why have it on display? But I feed him, her, you know. And this is why we pee after sex. Exactly. Did you go straight to Redtail? You know, I almost did. I'm not even shitting you. The shop that I went to a like a local exotics, privately owned exotics shop in Baltimore. It was actually in Essex. And the dude that owns it privately breeds, you know, he had some Lucy's, which if you don't know what that is, pure white ball pythons with blue eyes, fucking beautiful. And he had some gorgeous red tails. And he brought out the red tail, and I was holding the red tail, and he brought out the baby ball python. And the red tail he brought out was just like a dick. Like it bit me like 10 times, just kept chewing on my hand over and over. And I kind of thought it was like, you know, touched by God a little, like maybe special or dropped as a child. And so I went with Midna, my ball python. And I love Midna. She's beautiful. She's my first snake I ever owned in my entire life. She's old now. However, I strongly advise against ball pythons. Everyone's like, "Oh yeah, ball python's the best first snake. Like get that one because they're tame and timid. They are so boring and they eat once a year and the food has to be like when the moons have aligned on Jupiter and you're on your menses and you know the neighbor is giving birth and it's also a lunar eclipse and that is the day a year your ball python will eat. If the rat is the correct temperature, it's I mean Midna's literally gone an entire year without eating and it drives me fucking crazy. This is a natural behavior, but they're the only snake to do it in captivity, and it's fucking annoying. I don't like it because I feel like I'm starving them, but she just won't eat. Whereas I mean, I've literally like sat there and done rat after rat with my boa constrictors, the BCs. That's what BCI. BCI was boa constrictor imperator. That was what they used to be called. But I very recently, like literally in the last year, now they're just called a boa constrictor. I have no idea why they changed it, but they will eat and eat and eat and eat. They will never stop. And they're babies. They're only a year old. Jen and Kira. Jen is if you care about snakes, a jungle. They're both jungle, but Jen is not albino. Jen's a jungle. Oh, fuck. I might have to look it up. I can't remember the exact genetics. Beautiful, though. They're both gorgeous. I got them from the same person who was going to breed them, and then she got out of the game of BCs, and she lived in Baltimore, and she was like, I just really don't. Like, I think I'm just going to go for ball pythons. And I was like, I'll take them. Give me them beautiful snakes. So I got them. Chat, this is my first time on mobile. Why is my chat censored? Okay, zombies. It's super weird, but like all of your settings that you have set on your main account, like on your computer, you have to go in and do again on mobile. So on your computer, you have it set so there's no profanity filter. It probably auto did it, or you did it so many years ago you don't remember. You have to go in and find that profanity filter and turn it off on mobile. I know it's very annoying. Dude, for real, I think they're the worst for snake in the fucking world. I mean, I got my Woma as my second snake, and I was just like, go fuck yourself. There's fun snakes in the world. Like, I just didn't know. Midna's gorgeous, and she's really cool because she is literally a pet rock. Like, she will just sit on a couch next to me forever. Like, literally for 6 hours. But they never eat. They're boring. They're honestly inbred to the point of irresponsible at this point. I'm sure Vespin knows all about fucking spider balls. I've got a weekly one-on-one with my manager. She has never had anything but good things to say, but my anxiety gives me an anxiety attack every fucking time. I can't stand it. I'm the same. My boss could literally be like, "Hey, can you come down here so I can give you an award and a raise?" And I would have a panic attack and go to the bathroom and cry first because I would think it's a joke and that they were going to fire me. I feel you hard. So hard. I love Doomerals. Oh, it's one of the ones I don't have. Doomerals boas will fast just like a ball python. No shit. If you move the enclosure, they get too nervous to eat. 8 months? Did you get him as an adult? It is dumb. It's so irritating, zombies, dude. They just. He was still a baby? Oh my god, I would be so mad! Oh my fuck off. Fuck with that. I had trouble with getting a box store baby to eat. Ended up with adults that people were moving on from. Oh. You know, that happens so often. If you're interested in owning a snake and you're like, I don't really want to get a baby because that makes me nervous, look at local rescues, reptile rescues, exotic rescues, your local humane society. People have no idea what they're getting into when they buy a snake and that it's going to live for 30 years and is relatively boring unless you want to hold it. And they buy them for their kids for Christmas. Kid doesn't pay attention to it and they give them up. There are so, I mean, there's literally an entire rescue in Texas dedicated to just sulcata tortoises because so many irresponsible people buy a cute little baby turtle and they're like, oh my God, it's gonna be so fun. And suddenly they've got a 200-pound Galapagos thing crawling around their house. I mean, there are farm rescues of these turtles because it's just like irresponsible bullshit. People not doing research, pet stores selling things irresponsibly. Like, it's very sad. Please check rescues, they're everywhere. Or like check your local exotic shops. Like my local exotic shop, when I walk in, there's a big glass case where all the like bugs are, like worms and stuff. But people can put posters there if they're selling their snake or if their dog is lost or something. And there's always snakes and geckos and lizards and everything all over it for sale. Either because people just don't have the time, or they are moving, or their snakes accidentally had babies, or they've got 500 baby deadly scorpions. Been there, done that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are just so many out there, and it's a big. It's not like a dog or a cat, and I'm not saying it's less. I'm not saying it's more work, but I don't think people realize that like you're gonna have that snake for upwards of 40, 50 years, maybe sometimes. Snakes can live a really reptiles. They're dinosaurs. Like they have low ass metabolisms and live forever. It breaks my heart when people are like, "Oh, I didn't know it was gonna live so long." What? Who the fuck says that out loud? Oh, cattywampus. Good luck. Almost all my animals are rescues that people got in over with their head with. Me too. Literally, like almost all my geckos and stuff are from people that just they were like, I think I'll breed geckos for fun, and suddenly they have 500 geckos. Just saying, the European googly-eyed fiber snake. They always stay the same size all their life. No surprises. Did you know that Zach didn't know what that was? I had to Google that the other day, David. I tried to make a joke about it, and he was like, "What toy?" And I was like, "You know, the little fuzzy worm with the googly eyes on the string, and you would like wiggle it between your fingers and pretend nothing." Did you not go to a fair as a child? Like everybody at the fair was selling them. They'd like make it look really cool, and you were a kid, and you were like, "Oh my god, everyone's gonna think I have this really cool fuzzy worm." 100 gex. Oh man, yeah. People get out of hand because they like in the. This is just specific, just because I have crested geckos. I know about this. It's probably in all areas of exotic animals, but in the crested gecko world, you can get pretty much any color of crested gecko you want, and it's still the same species as all the other crested geckos. Does that make sense? And so people will breed their crested geckos, like breed, just like a rapid fire to try to get one specific color out of that pairing that they can sell for $10,000 or something. But in between getting that $10,000 gecko and the first time they get their first two geckos, they make like 200 babies that they don't want because it's not they're not worth $10,000 or whatever. It's crazy. I've literally seen crested geckos go for about $12,000 just because they're like exanthic or something. It's insane. I mean, it's kind of like it's not as extreme as the ball python thing, but it's pretty crazy. I am a dinosaur in a skin suit. I'm a Tyrannosaurus Rex. I have a big head and tiny arms and a fat ass. But yeah, honestly, I think the one thing that strikes people the most, I was just gonna say this because we were talking about spiders and people walking in my house and like being afraid of spiders. I have a big tank right here behind my monitors, behind all my lights for stream because it keeps the tank warm of cockroaches, of hissing cockroaches, Madagascar hissing cockroaches. And they are out all the time. Like they're very for me, I think they're really fun to watch. They have a lot of personality. They are way more interesting than a spider, but I feed their babies to my spiders. And so I have like my own tank of them. But like cockroaches are like territorial. So the males will like pick a log, and then if another male crawls on top of their log, they'll like wiggle their ass ferociously at the other male, trying to knock the male off their log with their butt. They like twerk fight. They literally twerk fight. It's amazing. Also, cockroaches are the cleanest animal on earth. Like they are so sterile because they live in such nauseating environments. They have to be clean to survive. Crazy. Long living fish or big fish will end up back in stores. That breaks my heart. I don't want any of my animals to ever die. That's the worm. That's the worm. And I had to Google like I don't even remember what I Googled. I Googled like fuzzy googly eyed worm on a string because I couldn't remember what it was called. But I remember they were everywhere when I was a kid. You would see them at like the dollar store, the gas station, every carnival. There'd be a guy, who was really good with them, trying to sell them to kids. Getting a pet without researching what it's like to own is it has the energy of I'm gonna go shopping in another town today and just aimlessly driving without knowing where you're going. It's it's really bizarre to me. I don't know what people. I think I think that only happens to people that didn't grow up with animals around them, honestly. Because like I don't I don't know how to. What am I trying to say? What do you think an animal's gonna add to your life or who you are? Like, are you getting an animal like as a status thing? Like, you just want to tell people you have snakes or something? Or are you getting a snake because you're ultimately fascinated in the evolution of reptiles, the fact that it's kind of a dinosaur, super dope, blah, blah, blah. Like, I think it's the reasoning for getting a pet behind a lot of people why they get irresponsible with it and impulsive because they just, it's like a handbag. Like, oh, I'm going to be a badass with a snake. And then they get the snake home and realize that 99.9% of the time it lives in a cave and you can't see it. It's not poking its head out of a cave. Snakes don't want to be out. Like, we have heating pads under the tanks now, so they don't have to be out. They don't come out. And then people are like, oh, nobody cares. And then they give it up. And I don't know. It's weird. I've always had animals, so I never had this overarching, like, oh, the identity this animal will lean on me. Like, I don't know. I'm just guessing, though, because I don't know. It's weird to me to take a life under your hands and then not take care of it. The only thing to do for fun in Montana is bar fight. I mean, I didn't see any bar fights when I was there, but I will tell you, the only thing in Montana is bars. Wild. I mean, there are just bars and bars and bars and bars and bars. I think it's because gambling's legal there. So in um for instance, in Washington state, you can only go to casinos are only legal uh on Indian reservations. So if you want to go to a casino, you got to drive to an Indian reservation and they're owned by the native tribe and all the income goes to the tribe and shit, which is awesome. But in Montana for some reason, they can put slot machines literally anywhere. So every bar you go into has slot machines or has like a slot machine room, like the but it's just a button and a ticket nowadays. There's no money anymore, but it makes a money sound, which is weird. I breed dubia roaches too. I have 2 tanks of dubia roaches, but they're not as cool to watch. Dubia roaches don't really like have a personality. They're a little bit more of just like a non. They're more like a potato bug. Like I have buckets, literally over there. You see all see the bins by my bookshelf. Those are all various colonies of. Oh god, I have a colony of goblin roaches. My stickum moved on my monitor. I have a colony of goblin roaches. I have 2 dubia roaches colonies. I have a couple different isopod colonies. Those I don't feed anything. Those are my cleanup crews. And then I have, oh god, there's one other roach. Is it goblin? Oh my god, what are they called? They're like called a deadhead roach, literally because on the back of their carapace it looks like a skull face. It's crazy. But I mean, it's so expensive. If you own, a lot of tarantulas or snakes or whatever's eating bugs, some small snakes eat bugs. Don't shame. If you own a bunch of animals that eat bugs, it is muchly in your advantage to breed your own bugs. You put them in a bin with garbage, and suddenly there's 50 more bugs. It's crazy. So dumb easy. It's great. Oh, as squirmels. Yes, that is literally what we found as well. I looked it up. There's a Wikipedia page. Thank you for looking that up, Anime. They were fun though. I mean, even if you weren't good at it, they were fun. They had a cool, like, really soft texture. What would be a high status pet? Poisonous snakes? Yes. So a lot of like the badasses in the reptile community, they'll own like a viper. You can literally go online right now and buy yourself a king cobra baby right now in the US from a US dealer who bred it himself. Totally legal, totally above board. You can do it right now. Google it. Don't buy it. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. I shouldn't say that. Don't do that. But that's like the line, I guess, is do you have a cobra? That or a reticulated pythons. Reticulated pythons are, I believe, arguably, so far as we know, the largest snakes in the world. Um, they get like 25 to 30 feet long. But when they're babies, they're only like this big and they look like a little gardening snake, a little gardener snake. They're real cute. I mean, really cute. They have a puppy dog face and buggy eyes. They're adorable when they're babies. But then you have a snake you literally cannot hold on your own because it could accidentally kill you. Like, it could accidentally kill you by just laying on your chest because they're so heavy. Like, it's wild. No shit. Yeah, the bars, I mean, they literally zombies. Like, when you walk into a bar in Montana, you'd walk in, there's like the bar, you know, and like tables or pool tables or whatever. And then every single bar will have a special room that's just full of slot machines. And it's always a special room. I think it has to be separate, but I don't know why. Sour Kool-Aid is so afraid to visit me, which is so fucking weird. Like, he has children. What is scarier than being in control of and owning a child? You tell me. Because I don't know. I don't even have kids, and that's the scariest thing to me. People die to prevent that from happening. He has a Zoe. I'm saying. I mean, the next time I speak with him and try to get him to come over, I'm just going to inform him that he has millions of tiny spiders in his eyelashes and eyebrow hairs, literally at any point of the day. All the time. They live there and they eat the dead skin so that our dead skin doesn't fall in our eyes. So, like, the jumping spider on your wall that you're, like, viciously afraid of is not the most dangerous thing in our environment. You know what I'm saying? Where I live in the US, the only reptile I can't own are 5 native venomous snakes. I saw someone trying to sell a saltwater crocodile. Oh my god, what? A saltwater crocodile? The fuck? We can't, in Colorado, there's a few species we can't own, but the only one that I ever even paid attention to, we can't own the, oh god, what are those cute little guys? They're rear-fanged. You know the rear-fanged little ones? They like headbutt. Hognose. We can't fucking own a hognose here because apparently they're native somewhere. I have yet to see a hognose snake in Colorado. But apparently there's a native hognose snake here, so I can't fucking have one. I want one so bad. Hognose snakes are so fucking cute. And of course I moved here and then decided to look into it. God damn it! I'm jealous of you. Nothing eating on anything on me, please. Right? I mean, imagine how much like dead skin buildup we would have all over our bodies if we weren't covered in a natural microfauna population of little mites and things eating it all day. Think about that for a second. That's a lot of dead skin and shit. Do you really? Oh my god, Hilfa, do you see him like wild? I'm so jealous. I mean, Greg, you're not wrong. It's similar looking when it's soft. Like the little foreskin hat kind of looks like that little nose turn. In my home, spiders are the ones you should be afraid my cat will get you. Oh, my dogs will get a spider if they see it. They're the same. I honestly, the only spiders I ever see in my house are jumping spiders, and they're not. They're harmless, not medically significant. I live in Texas, and some crazy rednecks keep copperheads as a pet. Why? I don't want to imagine. Shh. I know. I know. No one wants to know the little things all over us. Or the fact that, like, if you think about, like, if we wiped out all the spiders, if everybody was just like, fuck spiders, burn them, think about all the things that spiders eat that would then flourish. Mosquitoes, ticks, mites, bed bugs, mosquitoes, mosquitoes. Like, the sheer fucking numbers of prey bugs that like bite us and like to suck our blood would just literally wipe the planet out, I think, if we wiped out spiders. No shit, Aquarion? Dude, how? That's pretty impressive. Same. Mosquito, fruit fly, fly, hornet, wasp. I will murder you. I feel bad about it. Like, I don't want to do it. I'm not like out in my yard, like hunting these creatures. But if you're in my home, you don't get to go about your business anymore. It's time to die. Slurm, give the doggo loves from me. Hexmare, how you doing? Hello, neighbor. How you doing, honeybean? Dude, bed bugs. Oh my god, zombies. Did I ever tell you when I was in college? There was this dorm. I went to Western Washington University, if you guys know where that is. It's in Washington State, not DC, where I also lived. Um, and there's a dorm that's like a little bit further off campus. It's called Fairhaven. Even not to be confused with the actual city of Fairhaven. It is a Fairhaven dorm. And it's a little bit further off campus, and it's usually was reserved for like older students or students part of the Fairhaven program, which at my college you could literally design your own degree. Like you could have a degree in the twerking of cockroaches if you could lay out a curriculum and present it and they accepted it. So then you had a Fairhaven degree and they'd live in Fairhaven, and this entire dorm broke out in scabies because the other theme of this dorm was hippies. Like people my age who think they're hippies. You know what I'm saying? Like they were my age and white, but they had like dreads and wore hemp clothes and like, you know, it's like peace and love and they were like Rastas, or they thought they were, you know, very just terrible cultural appropriation bullshit. And the whole dorm got infested with scabies when I was in the dorm. So it was my freshman year, but I was not in that dorm. I was way on the other side of campus. And the school sent out an email to every student. Would you be willing to foster a Fairhaven student while we fumigate the dorms? I don't I don't think they knew like how scabies work, but they live under your skin and they poop under your skin and the poop turns into itchy bumps and that's how you know you have scabies. So I replied with a big fuck no lol. Because go put them in a bucket of bleach. Absolutely not. The fucking Vikings, dude. We didn't. What's crazy is we're the Vikings, but we didn't even have a football team. The football team was literally like canceled my freshman year because it was so bad. We have a really good rowing team. I think our rowing team still goes to state. It's almost, I mean, literally, we would go to Canada almost every single weekend because you could drink at 19 there, and it was 10 minutes away. The parking cops were the. I mean, Zoe, you've heard my story about the parking cops and my car getting broken into. I don't know. Oh my god, we need to take a break really bad. Young at heart, thank you for resetting the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it needed swings. And
Go forth and touch butts consensually, motherfucker.
see and Hilfa right, and that's the thing. Like, it's nobody's fault if you get scabies. It's just so highly communicable between humans. You shake hands with someone with scabies, you go and get scabies. But it makes you feel fucking gross, right? You would feel so dirty, and I did not want that dirty scabies human in my room. Well, that's the thing, Salvage. Like, I grew up with the old hippies. My mom's friends when I was a kid were all the old hippies that still live in a bus. Like now, like they're still living in buses, like renovated school buses. I grew up with those people. Those were my aunties and uncles growing up. And so when I went to college and suddenly was inundated by this new hipster generation of fake hippie, I was like, who dropped you? You're white and blonde. Why do you have dreads? Like, what's happening? What's happening here? Okay, let's take a quick break. I gotta take a break. Every couple of hours, we take a break, and I run a 3-minute block of ads because if I don't do it, Twitch does it on top of us talking, and I don't think anybody should have to pay for entertainment ever. So, let's take a quick break. Stand up, stretch your dicks. Oh, oh. Look at those good puppers, though. Look at those good puppers. Oh. Oh, you're such a good girl. I love my dogs so much. They're just the sweetest. All right, quick break. Get some water, get some coffee. Yeah, load a bowl, and we'll be back in a few. I'm gonna let my dogs outside to poop now that they've had a treat and they're all excited. We will be right the fuck back. Yeah, I thought I was gonna say something else and I completely, it's gone now. It left my brain. All right, that's it. BRB. I had to make some kofefe. Lizzie! I saw you came in like literally right as I went on break. How are you, my love? Hi, Andrew. How are you, love? Sorry about that, guys. Had to take the dogs out to let them do their morning poos and all that stuff and make coffee. Isn't this, Viata, I saw you commented on this cup. My mom got me this for Christmas. She got me 2 of them and it chipped right there. I don't know how though. But they are, I really like these coffee cups. They hold two 12-ounce K cups. So that's nice for me. And it's big, so it keeps my hands warm. Ooh, I did this study for 6 months ago where they did an MRI. I've had MRIs before for my brain condition, the Chiari malformation. But this was different for trauma research. They sent me my MRI today, and I thought it would just be like a PDF. But they sent me the literal MRI files and the MRI program, so I get to look at my brain. Oh my god, like the 3D, like you get to zoom in and like look at all the. Oh my god, I'm so jealous of you. I get to see it move and everything. Oh my god, my brain has all the wrinkles and oh my god, that's so cool. I would kill to see my brain. Oh, that's so weird. That's so weird and cool. Smoke look, you silly fuck.
Dude, your sub can drink legally. Cheers.
What up, homie? Thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving a name to swings. I accidentally ended up stalking your channel for like 6 hours the other day. Someone I was watching hosted you, and I was like, oh, sick, smoke. And then I just left you on for like almost your entire stream. I've never done that, and it felt creepy. What's up? I have no idea what any of it means, but it's fascinating. Dude, I mean, it's just sick that you get to see your brain. Like, we all know what a brain looks like, but you know your brain, and that's pretty fucking cool. The trailer for Crimes of the Future. I don't think so. Is it a movie coming out, like, in theaters? I don't think so. I get to see where my brain goes bonk and ruins my day, so I know exactly what to be annoyed about. It's this wrinkle today. Fuck that wrinkle. Oh my god, are there any, like, shapes in your wrinkles? Like, do you see any faces or anything? Oh, that's what I'd be looking for. It'd be bad. Smoke. Oh, I mean, I'd be hungover if I was smoked, but I get hungover from 1 beer, so that's not saying a lot. It'd be right up Emma. Really? Ooh, what is it? Wait, let me write it down. I'm gonna write it down. I have my little notepad. Crimes of the Future? Ooh. So I finished, by the way, not on the, I mean, kind of same topic. I'm always telling you guys about the books I'm reading. I finished Midnight Library. It was okay. I don't understand why it's a top seller right now. If you liked Midnight Library, I highly suggest you read Dark Matter. It's the same concept, but in my opinion, better. I don't know. Midnight Library was okay, but it's like the New York Times, like #1 bestseller, #1 book ever, and I was like, it's okay. I finished it really fast. I don't know. It was okay. I don't get what the. This is why I normally don't look at bestsellers lists ever for books, but like this one's been on there for so long. My sister read it; she really liked it. All these people that I know personally have read it and really liked it, but it was okay. It just seemed kind of light, maybe, for the concept, for the idea. Yo, what up, Tank? How you doing, honey boo? It's a new David Cronenberg. Oh shit! I think I've heard of it, but I have not seen a commercial for it. Give Witch a pinch on the bee for me and tell her I love her. Let's cheers. I don't know if Witch has a bong. Probably. She's like me, and where do you go without it? Cheers, everybody. Cheers, Lizzie. Wash your hands. Don't forget. Oh, Rod, I saw your message last night, but I couldn't respond because my Wi-Fi is broken all the time. I watched it too. It's pretty decent. I didn't hate it. Is it the kind of finish it fast where you read the whole thing waiting for the climax good part? Yes. Literally. Yes. And then when it ended, I kind of felt left behind. Like I was like, What? It was good though. I mean, it's a very fast read. If you're looking for a book for like, a plane ride or something, you could probably finish it on a plane ride. It's very fast. The way the chapters go is fast. I mean, it's just like really easy reading. There's nothing challenging about it. It was okay. But I had already read Dark Matter a couple times, and if you've never read Dark Matter, it's the same concept of a person gets a chance to see other lives they may have led had they made different decisions. Without doing any without giving away spoilers, that's essentially like the arcing concept of both of these books. But Dark Matter is more like adult. It's a little darker. It's explains it a little bit more as opposed to just being like a mythical. I don't want to ruin Midnight Library. Like, read it. It's not bad and it's a fast read, but it's exactly what Andrew said. Like, you keep reading fast because you're waiting for something to happen that never happens. I guess, but maybe that's just me. Like, if people are reading, I don't care what you're reading and you're enjoying. Like, enjoy it. I'm over here reading books on World War II war crimes and getting depressed. Dude, that's literally the podcasts I listen to, Tank. So no worries. The other day I listened to a podcast while I was painting that was about the rise of Hitler, which I'm probably on government lists for, but as an American, we are not given true education. So these are things I'm educating myself later in life. I watched the rise of Putin, the PBS thing that Zoe sent me. That was wild. At one point in the early 2000s, Putin was literally the most rich person in the world. It was crazy. That was crazy to watch. But I love history stuff like that. Um, I've read history stuff too. Honestly, when it comes to reading, like getting into a book and actually like fucking eating it up and finishing it, it tends for me personally not to be genre based. It's all about the author. I can read any genre and get through. I've accidentally binged a Christian series. It was just really well written, and in nowhere in it did I even notice a God thing. So fuck it, I didn't know. It was a really good series though. Like, it's authors, man. I just gotta once I find an author that writes in a way that I can read really well and flows easily, I get addicted. I can't stand finding an author that only has like one book out or two books out. Like, go fuck yourself. Work. Get to work. I put a picture of my boy Hognose. Oh my god. No shit. His species is native there, and his name is Hogger. I don't have Discord open. I'll try to open it and see if we can look at it. I love. If you've never seen a hognose snake before, they quite literally have like a snowshoe nose. Like, they have a little upturned like snoot, so they can dig in the sand. And they are a rear-fanged snake that is technically venomous, but unless you have a significant allergy, it's not medically significant to get bitten by one. But 99.9% of the time, they'll never bite you. They headbutt with their little upturned nose. And it is the cutest shit I've ever seen in my life. But it's illegal to own one as a pet here unless it's given to you. You can't buy one in Colorado. So, I'm not about breaking rules. I ain't into it. It ain't my thing. Oh my god! Oh my god, this is such a good picture. You guys are gonna get to see the snowshoe nose. Are you excited? If you're afraid of snakes, this might be the snake that might change your mind just because their faces melt you inside over and over and over again. Look at this. Look at. I mean, there is no other snake in the world that has this. This is so utterly unique. Also, this scaling type is really, really unique to snakes that we keep as pets. Because most snakes that have these types of scales, I can't remember what this is called, they are venomous. Most snakes like this are like medically significantly venomous. Like a rattlesnake has scales like this, whereas like pythons, snakes that squeeze their prey, their scales don't overlap like this, like fish scales. They are more circular or more like hexagonal shaped. That's the word, so that their scales don't catch, because if it would be bad to have one-way scales if you're trying to constrict something, because they're sitting there like spinning and spinning, and you guys have seen my snakes eat. It's wild. They like go on a fucking merry-go-round. Yes, I do. Yep, Andrew, absolutely. I just fed him last night, actually. That's why we were talking about him, yeah. We were talking about how DP refuses to come to my house because he knows I have tarantulas, and apparently his pussy ass is petrified of spiders. And I was like, bitch, I've got snakes that could do more damage than anything else I own. And they're not venomous in any way. This is not my snake. This is Vespers. This is just a snake I've always wanted, but we can't legally have here, which I'm not about. I'm not out breaking rules and shit. Ain't what I'm doing. Ooh, thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that. Hell yeah, Slurm. Happy doggos are the best doggos, honestly. PP said he would come. He knows that I will put a spider in your house, right? Like, wherever he is, I'm going to find a way to put one there. And the bigger deal he makes out of it, the bigger the spider will be. Kendo, thank you so much for those biddies and that generosity towards the stream. I appreciate your support. How the fuck are you? Haven't seen him in a while. I know. It's because every time someone reminds me, like, oh, could we see a snake? It's usually just coincidentally like the day before I'm going to feed him or the day after. And if you own snakes, you know this. If you don't, you probably don't care, but I'm going to tell you anyways. You shouldn't fuck with your snakes when you're getting ready to feed them, because you're more likely to get bit, because snakes are not hyper intelligent. They're just food driven. Your hand is a rat. They don't know the difference. Their eyesight isn't great. But if you handle them a ton the day after they eat as well, they can literally vomit up the entire partially digested rat if they're scared or if they're moving too much, because they can't move as fast if they're full. So it's like they know they can get away from you quicker if they puke up their food. They're willing to give up that meal to get away from you. So it's just not a good idea to hold them before or after. Yeah. And honestly, I used to have them behind my stream, but like I said, snakes hide 24/7, so it was kind of pointless. Like, you really never see them. Ooh, get a kick out of this. My mother-in-law got a hold of THC cooking oil. I don't really know how to put it, and she hasn't been cooking with it. She's just taking spoonfuls of it like medicine. Does she like it? I wonder how many milligrams it is. Oh my god, is she just like fucked out of her head? Oh, Basho! Be safe. Wash your hands. Be safe. Don't let strangers cough on you. Drive safe. Travel safe. However you're traveling. All the things. Oh my god, Alfie! I love Alfie, though. I love dogs. How can you not love dogs? Stop it. If that face doesn't melt your soul in half, I don't know what happened to you. Exactly, Andrew, right? And it's just coincidental every time. But I gotta like, I fed him yesterday. So if I put that on my calendar, and like, I could probably take one out tomorrow and hang out with one with you guys. But some people, like, I mean, man, every time I pull out a stream, there's usually one or two people who come in and are like, burn it with fire. And I take it so personally. Like, I don't care what kind of pet I have. Don't tell me to burn my companion animals with fire just because you might be afraid of the noodle. Like, the fuck? You know what I mean? It always, every time I have a snake out, someone feels the need to express their disdain for them at me. And I'm just like, why are you here? Could you not click somewhere to say something positive? Like, you went through multiple steps to get into my channel, from the thumbnail with the snake to say something kind of not nice. You had no other thing to do in your life. Like, that's the one that gave you the endorphins. Obviously, if I'm sitting here holding a snake and like enjoying it, I'm not going to set my own animals on fire. It's just weird. Because to me, it's like someone telling me to set my dog on fire. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? But it's probably 12-year-olds who just didn't get hugged enough. You know what I'm saying? I get it. They're everywhere. I gotta write down that movie. Andrew, what was if you're not gone yet? What was that movie called? Before I just wanted to write it down. I looked at something on my notepad that I wanted to talk about today and completely forgot what it was called. Because brains. She gets fucked out of her head, dude. How many milligrams is it? For real? Do you know? My carpet python threw a lamp on cam last night. Someone has to see him. Thankfully, mine haven't shit on stream yet. That is honestly, I'd rather my snake bite me than shit on stream. If you've never seen a reptile take a dump, it's an experience, let me tell you. And you don't want it, like, in any way, shape, or form. It's so gross. Oh my god. How old is she? She looks like a puppy. She has like these like literal puppy dog eyes. Like, not just, oh my god, she's got puppy dog eyes. She has like the puppy dog eyes. Sin, how you doing, honey bean? Thanks for keeping me company while I was painting the other day. I've been working on this stupid table for so long. He's 5. He's perfect. He is a baby. I mean, 5's a baby. Honestly, like when Millie was 5, she still was a puppy. She still was such a psycho. He's so beautiful. Yeah, is he as soft as he looks? Like I want to put my face on his face so bad. This silky shit looks so goddamn soft. Really? Oh, I love them. Not good enough for the couch today, apparently. I would touch. Oh, I am like, man, I am the weird person at a party that befriends the dogs and forgets there's people around me. But I don't do it on purpose. I was the meme before the meme. I was the meme source. Snack poops are always a thing. When my corny was wee, I was holding her, and I heard what sounded like the tiniest popcorn fart ever. Yeah. Uh-huh. And then I had to put her away and change my shirt. Mine have never shit on me. It's a miracle. I don't know how. Like I've had Midna for almost 8 years, 9 years now. She's never shit on me. However, both Midna and Cersei, my Woma Python, have taken enormous violent dumps on Eliza. And I don't know. She's relaxing, I guess. Whenever she visits, she's like, "Can I hold one of them?" I'm like, "Absolutely." And we go sit in the sun because snakes love sun. And if they're somewhere warm, they're more likely to like chill in your arms and just like bask in it. And they got so relaxed. Like it was just, if you've never seen it happen, they poop and pee at the same time. Like everything comes out of the same hole, and it's just like an explosion of nitrogenous waste, to put it lightly. It is so fucking gross. And the smell, and the bigger the reptile, the worse it is, which is why I usually, you know, try to veer people away from owning like monitors or tegus, because a couple times a week, you're going to have a job that not even the most hardy C. diff smelling nurse would want to tackle. You know what I'm saying? Not that the nurse smells like C. diff, saying like their nose is numb to C. diff at this point. Jackie, good morning, love. Quit being like me, or we need to hang out. But that might be like, what if we hated each other because we're too much alike? I think about those things. Oh my God, you guys, I forgot to show you. Speaking of alike, I found that picture of my mother in high school that I look that just I just want to freak you guys out really quick. I was gonna post it on Twitter, but I was afraid people would be like, "Katie, you changed your hair." I did not. This is just a picture of my mom. I believe this is her senior year of high school picture. And when I saw it, it was uncanny. I hated it. I hate looking at it. And Zach asked me the other day, he's like, "Do you look like your mom?" Because he's only met her once for like 2 days because pandemic. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm my mom's clone. Why?" And I remembered about this picture. Allow me to frighten you for a moment. Does this give you anxiety? Because it gives me anxiety. Like, I have too much makeup on for it to look alike, but I hate it. It's like a bacteria budded. The teeth, the cheeks, the nose. If I just glanced past this, I would straight up think it was me. Yeah. Fucking creepy shit, huh? Yeah. Huh. It's that uncanny where you're just like, there was someone else involved in my genetics. But when you look at that picture of my young mother, you go, no, there wasn't. There was no other genetics involved. I know, I hated it. I hate it when I look at it. But it's also fascinating the way genes work like that. Very, very creepy. Because I look like my mother in terms of like facial features and structure. Quite obviously, I don't need to tell you guys that. But our coloring is 100% the polar opposite of each other. My mom is freckles and blonde, and I have like the black brown hair and no freckles. I have the olive skin. That's what I got from my dad, was just that. The colors in my eyes. Like she has brown eyes. It was all mom, right? Like, and my sister and I look almost identical. I've shown you guys pictures of me and my sister before. My little sister and I are 5 years apart, but we get asked if we're twins anytime we go out. Every single time we go out together, some stranger will be like, "Yo, are you guys twins?" No, but we're tall, look identical. But my sister has my mom's coloring, so my sister's like super pale, freckles, lighter hair. Genetics, man, they are fucking weird. But they're so fascinating to me because, like, if my dad was alive, I wonder if he'd be pissed. Like, was I involved in the making of these? Because it doesn't look like it. That maybe that little yellow one. I mean, I wouldn't, honestly, she had so much trouble getting pregnant before she got pregnant with me. I am my mother's biological first child. I have a big fucked up family. We won't go there right now, but I'm my mom's first biological child. My dad, my biological dad who's dead, he had two daughters from a previous marriage. It's actually kind of like scandalous. My dad was my mom's boss. Oh. Um, and he got divorced from her. So I have two older sisters who have kids older than me, which is really weird because he was way older than my mom because he was her boss. Scandalous. Um, but my mom wanted kids so fucking bad. I mean, I remember all my childhood, all she would talk about is how badly she wanted kids and how she I think she had upwards of like 12 miscarriages. So she didn't have me till she was 34. I'm the age now that my mother was when she had me, which is super creepy. But she had been trying for like 8 years or something crazy like that with my dad. They'd been together for quite some time, and she just couldn't get pregnant. She couldn't hold pregnancy at all. And my mom, like her thing I've heard my whole life is if she ever won the fucking lottery, she would open up like an Oprah orphanage type school for kids. My mom just loves kids. She loves children. She wants to help the world. She wanted 12 children. Like, she's crazy. She got 8. She's fine. But someone she worked with at the hospital was like, I know it's gonna sound crazy, but take this Chinese incense stick, light it, and like smoke your belly before you fuck Jim. And she did, and she got pregnant with me. So maybe I'm an incense stick baby. Maybe it was independent. Maybe it was immaculate. Maybe she put the incense in her pussy and just misunderstood. And then it took 5 years to have my sister after that because pregnancy issues. Sucks. I feel bad for anybody that wants kids and can't. It's just not fair because the rest of us are out here like trying to murder our uteruses. Ugh. Cheers to that, Mandel. Good vibes. Good vibes. My mom's a hardcore bitch, man. I don't know. Women do crazier shit to have babies, in my opinion. I've had a lot of friends who have had a lot of fertility issues, and they've described, what they do at home, like fucking and then propping their hips up on a wall with their vagina faced upward so the sperm soaks or something. Like, I've heard everything. It's the shit people go through to have babies is pretty crazy. But I get it. I mean, if that's what your calling is, do it. Hold on. Is that what happens when you go fuck yourself? I mean, maybe. Maybe my mom chronically masturbated and that's where I came from. I look nothing like my biological sister. We're only a year and a half apart. No shit. And you guys look nothing alike? That's so weird. My sister and I are almost twins. If it wasn't for the different like skin coloring, I'm really like she burns, I don't. She's very like she doesn't tan. She just becomes a freckle. It's kind of miraculous. My nana had the same skin. It's like in the wintertime, she's just paper white with freckles everywhere. But in the summer, instead of tanning, it's just every inch of her body becomes freckles. It's wild. And I don't have a freckle. Like I have like the sun damaged freckles. This shit. I don't even know if that comes up on camera, but those aren't freckles. That's no sunscreen freckles. Thank you, Mandel. I had to poke it with a safety pin. This bowl gets clogged sometimes. The resin clogs it. And it hurts my neck to suck too hard. We once fucked 14 dry. Dude, I was not even shitting, Rod. I just told Zach about your laptop story because we were talking about this. I don't One of my friends, actually, one of my friends at my old hospital is right now trying to get pregnant and just can't. And I was talking to him about it, and I was feeling so bad for her because, like, I can't say what it feels like coming from a penis perspective, but like my female friends, the way they describe it is it's like it's something that no one prepares you for like your parts not to work. So you kind of it's not that you plan to have kids your whole life, it's just like knowing you're going to hit menopause, knowing you're going to get your period, knowing you're going to go bald, knowing you're going to get pregnant, and then you meet the love of your life and they also know you're going to get pregnant, and then now you know you can't get pregnant. And it's like it's not necessarily like they don't feel broken, but they feel kind of left out. They suddenly, instead of becoming like a really positive experience, they feel like they're a problem, that needs to be fixed or something just because they want to raise a family. And I just can't even, it doesn't feel, it feels unfair. Cause like I was guzzling birth control at a rate that was unhealthy at the time that I had friends like bursting into tears at work because they got their period. Sucks for shit like that, man. Kills. Fucking to make babies is not fun. It's very scheduled. Dude, that is something I could not schedule a fuck. I think I'd get so dry just thinking about it. It's very scheduled and like why? Yeah, oh god. Ghetto, that's my little sister. She's so pink. She's so pink. But like I never burned when I was a kid, and so I never wore sunscreen. Now I wear sunscreen every day because I don't want to get skin cancer, but I was a dumb child, but I could get away with it because I could be like, yeah, I put sunscreen on and not burn, and my mom would believe me. I was a bad kid. Oh, Jackie, thanks for the hair color tips the other day. My hair color matches my Twitch name color. Oh, nuh-uh. Oh my god, you got like a pretty light purple, like a mauve purple. Oh, I'm so excited. It's so hard. I've never been able to pull off like blue is like the most vibrant I can get because my hair doesn't bleach light enough. It sucks. Does she take D vitamins? I hope so. Oh, everybody in the Pacific Northwest does. You don't, dude, get this. So when my mom got breast cancer, she survived, by the way, got her tit chopped off and has a big fake one she hates, but she's alive and that's what's important. But when she got breast cancer, we were all freaked out because natural cancer, like cancer not caused by the human in charge of the vessel is not in my family at all. All of my family is dead due to cancers, but it's like, drinking yourself to death, heroin overdose, so on and so forth. So when my mom got breast cancer, we were all like, holy shit. This is it's the first thing ever in the history of my family where it's something not caused. And my mom is like a very health conscious person, eats very healthy, like she's vegetarian, shit like that. So it was very, not that vegetarian fixes things, but when you see someone super, super healthy that actually is very conscious of their health get sick like that, it's scary. And I remember, man, I forgot how I was going to word it. Damn it. Oh, when it was, I was trying to think which doctor's appointment it was. I think it was, so we went to the first doctor's appointment where they did the scans and they were like, all right, we see something in the ducts of your nipples. And that's one place breast cancer can start. A lot of the times it's from your lymph nodes, but a lot of the times it's literally in the ducts of like your areola ducts. I know that word doesn't come across well on a mic. Ducts is where cancer will start. And my mom is the type, like, apparently there is a type of human who just gets these fibrous growths in their body their whole life that are harmless. So, like, my mom has had multiple of these tiny little, like, pea-sized tumors taken out of her arms, taken out of her tits, taken out of her thighs and stuff just throughout her life that grow and are ultimately harmless. But if they bother her, then you just go get them cut out and no big deal. And so she thought it was another one of those in her boob. Went to the appointment, and the second appointment we went to is when they were like, yeah, it's breast cancer. And my mom, my sister, and I all have such tiny boobs that there is no a lobectomy is what they call it when they just take the chunk out of the boob. They don't take the whole boob. But my mom's boobs are so small, like that would just be the tit. So they took the whole tit off, and he told us that it's not like 100%, there's no such thing as fact in science. But what they're thinking is that the reason that the Pacific Northwest specifically has the highest rates of breast cancer and MS in the world is simply because none of us are getting enough vitamin D. And vitamin D is not just necessary for a good mood, it's vital for digestion of a lot of the necessary amino acids and minerals and stuff that you and I are eating. And without vitamin D, those minerals just get pooped out. There's nothing to, like, there's a lot of vitamins that go with other vitamins, and that's how we metabolize them. And he straight up said, he's like, every single human being in the Pacific Northwest should take a vitamin D supplement, because even if you were outside 24/7 naked, it's the angle the earth is with the sun. You will never get enough vitamin D living in the Pacific Northwest, naked 24 hours a day outside. So everyone should take a vitamin D supplement. I still do it. All my family does it now. It's not like a vitamin D will solve MS and cancer. We are not saying that. But taking a vitamin D supplement doesn't hurt. And we cannot, I mean, you're an idiot if you're going to sit here and tout to me that Seattle gets a lot of sun. Go fuck yourself. Born and raised, bitch, it is a land of rain. Mastectomy. Mastectomy is when they take the whole tit, right? I believe. She only had one, though. The other one was fine. But I get my boobs checked because of it now. It's great. They put my tits in a vice and tell me to wince. My family has a history of bowel and stomach cancer. Killed my dad when I was 16. Jesus fuck. If in doubt, get checked. I know I'll be getting regular. Me too, Slurm. That was exactly my mom's cancer wasn't estrogen feeding, and I guess the estrogen feeding is like the stipulation for getting checked earlier than normal. Like normally I think if you have boobs, you should be getting checked around 40. Correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you. Yes. So mastectomy is the whole boob. Lumpectomy is just the lump. Thank you. Thank you, Jackie. Yeah. That they couldn't do a lumpectomy. Cynical Sly, what up? Thank you so much for coming to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it any swings, motherfucker. How you doing? Hex, you should be taking vitamin D. Yes. Yep. And especially because in order to get the right amount of vitamin D from the sun nowadays, the amount of time we'd have to be outside with our skin exposed, we've destroyed the ozone at a layer that to get the vitamin D we need, the damage doesn't outweigh what the D. Does that make sense? We're not talking about dicks, but that was funny in my head. But you know what I mean? Like they'd rather you take a vitamin D supplement than bake yourself in the sun all day, because the sun is bad. Everyone needs the D. Oh God, it's true. I've started taking the D any chance I get, and I've been happier. Good. Or stickier. That's why you should keep wet wipes on hand. Always. Always. What the solid overcast doesn't count as sun? Dude, I don't remember the last time I saw actual sunlight in Seattle for real. Like, it'll be bright out, but there's still overcast. I think I freaked out at the doctor's last time by watching the monitor and doing a David Attenborough impression. Oh my God, that's fantastic, though. I'm going to do that next time they fucking vice my tit. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Sorry, I forgot. My mom's cancer doc told her that my sisters and I, we don't need to get checked any earlier than anyone else, simply because her breast cancer wasn't estrogen feeding cancer, and that's usually the one that's genetic. However, if I have insurance that covers breast exams, I'm gonna get that shit checked, because when in doubt, get your tit viced. I don't want to die because of my tit. Are you kidding me? These pathetic things will not be what takes this bitch out. Fuck yourself, fate. Everybody needs the D. Just write it down. You got it. You need to definitely talk to a doctor. For some people, it's enough, but really depends on the person. Like, I need specifically a high vitamin D supplement in winter. A multivitamin wouldn't be enough for me. Ooh, Maz, that's really good advice, actually. Yeah, you definitely want to talk to your doctor if you're starting any supplements. The unfortunate part about supplements in America specifically, I can't, just because I can't speak to other countries, I think Canada's pretty similar. They're not regulated at all. So that's why we see all these like special hair and nail gummies bears coming out and all this shit. Nothing is regulated. FDA does not look into vitamins if it's coming from a supplement store. Yes, it's the proprietary blend. So it's a good idea to talk to your doc, because like your doc could be like, oh, that will interact with another med you're taking, so we don't want to mix those. We have another route we can take, blah, blah, blah. There's always another answer, so don't worry. It's not like they're going to say, no, you just die now of no vitamin D. Like, there's always another answer. But your doc will know, when what's the word I'm looking for? Established brands that are trusted and have been around for a long time and are trusted to not kill people. You know what I mean? Because anybody can come out with anything nowadays. Hello, LZT, my love. How are you? They're not pathetic. Thank you. Well, mine, they're just small. You know what I'm saying? Like, for a 6-foot woman, my tits are not my feature of choice, like, on my body. Like, that is not the first thing anybody's going to notice until you get at least a couple feet from me. So if that was what was going to kill me, I'd be very upset. That's just, like, my ass should kill me, if anything. You know what I'm saying? I love boobs. All sizes, all shapes. Every tit deserves a lick. But, like, come on now. I've got bigger things on my body that should be doing the job. That's all I'm saying. Did I miss this? No, I didn't. Okay. Oh, were they clear gardening? Well, honestly, like, you guys are having such nice weather right now. My mom said it's really nice too. I'm living in my own personal hell. Like, if you asked me when I lived in Baltimore to, like, write a book on what hell would be like for me, so far it's Colorado's weather. It's freezing and supposedly gonna snow today, and it's almost June. I hate this. If my uterus winds up killing me and I don't want one, or anything that comes out of it, I think that would piss me off the most. Dude, yes. Okay. You got me there. I don't want my ute taking me out either. None of the parts that, medically dictate I can carry a child. None of that. Because I'm not using it, other than for funsies. Come on now. Dude, every tit deserves a lick. I firmly believe that. I don't believe there is a tit not worth a good suckle. Have you ever, ever, ever turned down a tit? Because as a tit owner, we get really, really neurotically, like, self-conscious of our boobs because, like, every comedian ever makes jokes about them at this point. Like, the areolas were huge, Canadian bacon, or they were uneven, or there was a hair, or so on. And we're just like, wait, I thought people just like boobs. Now I have to pay attention to what they... Help. I don't like that. Same with dicks. It doesn't matter if you're cut or not. Dicks deserve love regardless. It's not your choice whether or not you had some skin snipped, unless you did it as an adult, in which case I want to hear about it. We relled, you silly fuck. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an anus its wings. Go forth and be consensual, because nothing is sexier than pure consensual so beloved.
And hail the dank Lord, motherfucker.
I appreciate you. I felt fucking good. My eye watered and I came. Oh. My spine cracked everywhere. That was an amazing stretch. Try it out. My neck popped. Everything feels amazing. I love stretching. It's the best. Hammy, I've heard it forever. I mean, it's just like, people love to make fun of shit and pick. Wait. Cum sugar. Oh, fuck. I left my water in the kitchen. We'll pretend this has water in it. I'll write it on my hand because that lipstick finally is gone. I wrote water on my hand in lipstick last week and it lasted for 4 days. And y'all know how neurotically I wash my hands. It was hearty. Hearty stuff. Jack, how are you, love? Oh my god. Slurm converted a Prime to a tier 1? Wait, I get alerts about that now? I mean, thank you. But don't forget to use your Prime sub somewhere. You know. You know what's up. You know my feelings. Welcome to the class hole. Whiner. Oh my god, Jack. The fuck? Thank you. I never know what to say. I wish there was something stronger than thank you, but nothing quite conveys. Thank you for gifting 5 subs in the channel. All 5 of you are now butt wizards of the highest order, and I challenge you to go forth and be consensual in every way because nothing is sexier than pure, sober, consensual everything. Welcome to Jack just gifted 6 more subs to the channel. You fuck. Oh my god. And I know why. That's beautiful. I'm gonna take a screenshot. That's too much. I can't not take. Jack D's. This is sick, by the way. Thank you from the bottom of my nasty pitted void for gifting so many subs in my channel. Because holy shit, Dix has gifted 666 subs in the channel. I must screenshot this, but then I will welcome all of you. It's just too beautiful. Fun fact, as of January this year, I had officially streamed 666 hours, which is, I guess, something like that. No, was it 666 or was it like 6,000? I don't remember, but I took a screenshot of it. I'll have to find it for you guys. But I'm saving this one. That's too great. That's so beautiful. Thank you very much, though. Seriously. Like, you're too kind. Let me welcome the new wizards into the Ass Mansory. After I save this beautiful screenshot forever and ever. Grath Mall, Absolute Valentine, Nesseros, Jalen Johnston. I'm sorry if I almost fucked your name up. The Worsty. The first 5 of the subs, accumulating in 666 total gifted subs.
Hail the Tank Lord, motherfuckers.
I will be taking a hit as soon as I read these next 6 names if you'd like to join me. Theory of Games, Robuscus, Zombies Girl, Boone, Phoenix. My chat fucking chops names up sometimes. B-Boy Will and Scruffy. Go forth and be consensual in every way because nothing in this world is sexier than pure, sober, consensual everything.
Boom, bitch. Thank you, Jack. And hail Satan, motherfucker. How are you?
On your 69th? Oh my god. That's pretty fucking nice, though. I gotta find that screenshot, man. Where did I put it? It showed the numbers of the hours streamed, and I saved it because I was like, oh, chat would like to see this. And I don't remember what I did with it. So at this point, it could be anywhere. I'll have to look for it again. I giggled. So they sold my company to a capital investor thinking, what? My ESOP shares are getting bought out, so 40,000 in my pocket. What the fuck? Do you still have a job though? Or is that like your shares are sold out and like your company, the company you worked for is like eaten? You still have a job. Sick. Fuck yeah, dude. Treat yourself, bitch. Are you gonna buy something cool? And you still have a job. Yeah, that's the most important. Like I've heard of companies doing that before, but it's usually like they're liquidating, and that's why everybody gets that huge payout. And I don't want you to not have a job. Like as much as 40 grand is great, having consistent work is better. I know that sounds crazy, but be an adult. That wasn't a demand, that was a request. Like if you're a child and you're like, wait, but 40 grand. All the Pokemon. Oh my god. So many finger condoms. Oh my god, one of my spiders is like on the ceiling of her enclosure and she is not a climber. Why are you up there? I am oh my god, I forgot to post it. I'm an idiot. I fed just a couple of my bigger spiders yesterday. And I fed Azula, who is my Mexican fire leg. She's probably, I think, my biggest tarantula. I have a couple adults that live in deep, dark holes that I never see. They might be a little bigger, but she's a chunky bitch. And she was right here. And she got the cockroach. And then I look over and she's right up against the enclosure looking at me, like breaking its head off with her fangs. So I whipped my phone out and I got a fucking macro video of it. And it's, if you are not scared of spiders, really fucking cool. Because tarantulas versus real true spiders, their fangs move differently. And you actually get to see her fangs move around and like open back and forth. The roach is totally dead, don't worry. It's not like you're watching a death. But it was really fucking cool to watch. I was really excited. I love watching stuff like that. Like that's why I like spiders and stuff, because it's the micro world. The little things we don't really get to see and we take for granted. We think we're so cool, but then you see like Chelicerae and you're like, oh, I didn't evolve though, did I? Oh my my god, who managed to deglove his fingerprints? I'm How? Dude, you should definitely get a toy jack. I would. 100%. I mean, obviously save some of it. Like I would never blow the full 40 grand. Like I'm definitely a hoarder because you never know mentality. Stupid. But like you can afford to like take out 10 grand or something, like buy yourself something fun. Why not? Treat yourself, dude. You deserve it. You work fucking hard. Dramonic, dude, Twitch has been having a heart attack for like the past week. Literally since Zach's stream last week. It's just been a mess. I tried watching it yesterday. I could barely get chats to load and stuff. So it's not just you, at least. It's kind of been all over the place, which sucks. Anubis, how though? Um uh, I had a patient one time who degloved his penis. So if the spider ray freaked you out, that probably should remove that one from you. I don't even have a penis and it makes everything hurt. How? Do you really want to know? Or, like, because it's real fucking gross. Degloving is a term we use medically when you go through a traumatic instance that manages to remove skin from your body in one piece, i.e., like a glove. It most often happens to like girls will wear bracelets or a really tight leather watch and they get in a car accident and the watch gets stuck on a part of the car that gets ripped off. So the watch just degloves their hand of all the skins that was on it in one piece. So there's like a glove of skin off there out in the world kind of. Um I'm trying to think how to word the degloving without like totally being fucking sick because the dick was pretty gnarly. It was an incident with a sex toy. I mean, is that all I need? Do I need to say more? Need I say more? Self love or deglove. Oh my fucking fuck. My asshole just went away for the rest of my life. For the rest of my life. Yep, fingers with rings is probably the most common I've ever seen. I've only seen the hand happen one time. Literally, I've seen a literal degloving once, but fingers all the time from rings and stuff, yeah. Um, from what I understand, it was one of those sex toys. It wasn't like a pocket pussy. It wasn't like a manual one. It was one that like sucks your dick. And I don't think he used any lubricant and didn't realize what was happening until it was already happened, if you catch my drift. I'm trying so hard. I'm really, because I know so many of you have PPs. I don't want you to hurt. I've seen so many horrible PP accidents. Hospitals are full of them. Everybody hurts their dick. It's crazy. Oh, man, you always feel sad for someone who fucks up their genitals. It doesn't matter. I've seen horrible vagina accidents as well. I've seen it all. Anytime it happens, like that is just a place that no one deserves to have mangled, except maybe Putin or Trump. Remember when Bush Jr. slipped up and called himself a war criminal? That was funny. I don't want anything mechanical near me. Even those like fuck drills and machines and porns, they make me nervous. We do have like a finite point of our poontang on the inside. It's called a cervix. And I don't know, man. Those make I just ugh. I'm a manual girl. I've got an electric toothbrush. That's about as far as I go. You broke your dick before? That's really common. That's really common. Just if that makes you feel any better. Probably not, because it's arguably what I've heard is like the worst excruciating pain ever. But it's super common. So many broken dicks. And it's usually just because, oh my god, my spider's gonna fall on her back. What is she doing? My giant land tarantula is trying to cling to the top of her enclosure right now, and I'm actually nervous. I do not want her falling. What are you doing? She just ate yesterday. Sorry, she's right behind you guys, so I'm just watching. And fun fact about spiders, if you're afraid of them and don't know, their ass is like wet tissue paper thin. And so if they're a land tarantula, meaning they're not arboreal, they can pop from a 3-inch drop. And if she does it to herself, I'm going to be real upset. Don't do it, bitch. I don't even know how she's clinging to the walls right now, actually. It's quite impressive. Look, all I'm saying is there's always one person who's responsible for the warning labels on things. You're not wrong. Standing up having sex and your partner collapsing. Oh. Nope. Nope. Curl. Oh my god, Viata, stop it. I forgot about that one already. So, just to make it fair, an icky vagina story. I had a vagina holder in the ED one time who decided to masturbate with her 3-inch barrel curling iron off. It was off when she started, but in the ferocity of fucking herself, she pressed the on button and it was still plugged into the wall. Need I go further? No! Yeah. Yep. That's a big no. Uh-huh. I don't know. I was trained as a wee child to unplug all hair tools the moment you're done using them. Because when I was a kid, they didn't have auto off. So even to this day, if I have to use like a straightener or something because I got a kink in my hair, I fucking unplug that shit. I don't even leave it plugged in. Because it's literally just a hot piece of metal and or ceramic waiting for something flammable to fly by. People, man, you'd be surprised. Does anyone smell cooking fish? Or like off tuna? People smell like burnt hair and bacon. Pretty consistently, actually, unless you're really dirty. I mean, I don't have a physical penis, and fuck no to the penis degloving. Honestly, the penis degloving wasn't the worst for me. The worst for me was this has happened many times. I'm sure it happens all over the place. Many nurses probably have the same story. But when you put a catheter into someone, like a urinary catheter that goes into your bladder to collect your urine because you can't get out of bed without hurting yourself, there's a tiny little balloon on the catheter. So once we insert it, we inject a little bit of air, like less than a cc of air into this balloon, and all it does is create an airtight seal. So bacteria, because basically what we've done is we've created an open tract straight up to your bladder for bacteria to crawl up and cause a UTI. So the balloon prevents that from happening. But sometimes when people like come out of sedation or I extubate them, they're a little and they'll notice a tube coming out of their penis and rip it out, and the head of their penis comes with it because the balloon is still inflated. Those are worse to me. But again, I don't have a physical penis, so I can't speak to it. But they freak me out. Tom, how are you, love? Dude, that is a long... Dude.
Thank you for such a fucking long friendship and sub and supporting my channel. I really appreciate you, but Jesus God, that's a long time.
It's crazy. Oh, God. Fun facts that's not so fun. Really cooked people smell like a sickly sweet version of cooked chicken pork. One of those things you find out about in a war zone or the ED. You know how many people I've had that have touched telephone wire poles? Honestly, the bacon smell comes from the, C-sections. We don't use a blade anymore. We use like a hot iron, like a cauterizing thing, so that as it cuts the skin, it cauterizes at the same time. And it's straight up as burnt skin and bacon. Every time. I wasn't so much shocked, Scott. I wasn't really. I was kind of expecting something around that. Our yard is pretty darn big. And the fact that we need an 8-foot fence because our dogs are psychos, I kind of expected it, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a dick and it crawled back up in there. Yeah, hex, I can't with that. You ever hear about the lady who used a potato for self love, lost a piece inside herself, and grew a potato? Stop. No. I've seen a ton of kids put beans up their nose, though, and their parents don't know until there's a tiny sprout coming out their nose. That's a fun one. Meesmo with that fucking resub.
Thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the classy live, and giving it innocent wings. I almost knocked my coffee over. It was a bad time.
Oh, fucking A. People do it with, it's the same concept with a ventilator. So if you have an intubated patient, there's that same balloon that I inflate to make it so you can't just drool into your lungs all day. And if you try to rip that out without me, your vocal cords come with it. And then you get a trach and you talk like this for the rest of your life. Have some more folks come and quote. Oh, I do. I have like 4 more coming. With county codes? Ooh, okay. I'll write that down. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to write it down. Familiar with county codes. Got him. Thanks, Scott. So we had so for those of you who have no idea what Scott and I are talking about, we had a company, a guy come out yesterday to quote us for a new fence because y'all know our fence is ancient and our dogs are going to get hit by a car. And if I have to suffer another dying anything in the next, I don't know, 5 years, yeah, I can't. So we had a guy come quote us and it's like $12,000. So I might have to just suffer a dead dog. I don't know. We'll see. Fences are expensive. If you cauterize while cutting someone open like that, how does it heal back together? So the way when they do a C-section, I don't know about. Well, in other surgeries, actually, I've never seen them do the cauterizing unless it's like vessels, like they're actually doing vessel maintenance or vessel repair. With a C-section, you're absolutely right, but we don't actually cut anymore at all with a C-section. So what they do is they burn enough room for a surgeon on either side of the patient to get a couple fingers in. So they burn a little slit, usually wherever you see your scar, your little scar like this, that's where they burn it open. And then they stick their fingers in there, and these 2 surgeons will rock the body back and forth violently on the table and rip your belly open. Simply because they have discovered, and this kind of makes sense to me, even though I'm not a surgeon in no way, not claiming to be, our bodies will rip along natural lines of growth and therefore heal more naturally, more effectively, and with less complicated scar tissue than if the doctor just slices through. Because we don't know where the skin. It's like this. It's like it's not the same, but if you compare it to like the striations of meat, you're supposed to cut against the grain so that you have a nice piece. We're doing the opposite with the human because we want the human to heal. We want to rip along the striations, and so they literally like rock that bitch back and forth. It is wild to watch the first time because they've got an epidural. They have no idea what's going on, and you're on the other side like it's the apocalypse on this side, babe. It's wild. I mean, it is. I've never had children, so it's kind of mind blowing to watch that shit. Anyways, you don't want to spend the money on a fence and find out you have to tear it down because it's too tall or some shit. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We're getting it where the fence is now. Like, we're not extending it anyway because I looked into the road laws and shit and it's just not worth it. We had a quote happen for like 15K. Yeah. And we have a nice big yard. It makes sense. And we have to get it 8 foot because our dogs can clear an 8-foot fence already. Is that DIYable? Which one? I don't remember. A C-section? Maybe. I wouldn't. It involves a lot of people. Familiar with permits? Thanks, Scott. We live in not just a neighborhood, we live on the corner of an intersection, a two-way intersection. So there's really weird little rules and laws about like how tall our house can be, how tall our fence can be. What I hate this. You want to own a home and do what you want to it? Just kidding. The city gets to dictate it. It's a miserable time. But yeah, you have to know about all that dumb shit because there's no stop sign on one side. People just fly through like 40, and I'm literally a block from an elementary school. My worst nightmare is hitting a kid with my car. I don't know about you guys, but no thanks. Oh, Lizzie. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, it's like don't cut the fibers. That's pretty much exactly like they rip along. So I'm sure you guys have seen this, like probably on our moms. If you're around my age and your mom had like a C-section in the 80s, she's probably got a scar from hip to hip and it's a hard white scar. Like it doesn't stretch. If you've ever had big scar tissue, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Scar tissue, it doesn't move the same way other skin does. It's really firm. And if you can imagine that on your abdomen, like problems, right? Like we've all seen the botched tummy tucks and stuff. It's the same concept. So if we can do anything to assist the body in healing faster and more efficiently, then we will. So it looks really violent, but it's actually better for the patient and baby and everything. And then they just like lift out all the shit and hand me the baby. There's a huge population of kids in like the Mount Vernon, Burlington area of Washington State who the first human flesh they ever touched was mine. So we'll see how that demonic plan works out. I mean, what? Ma'am? Oh, I wish, dude. The problem is Mismo is like where we live, it's Denver. So it's not like wet or anything, but the wind is so fucking strong. We have to like not just do 8 foot above ground. We have to do some sort of, like anchoring it underground a certain amount of feet because our fence we have now is 8 feet tall, but the wind has quite literally snapped it at the base and blown it over, like undone the nails and everything. Because the wind here is enough to pick up a 45-pound stone table with wrought iron legs and flip it over. Source it did to mine. It's crazy here. I've never in my life. What the fuck? Why did anyone colonize this area? I still haven't figured it out. But the wind is the biggest thing. Like, and the snow, I guess. We do get a fair amount of snow in the wintertime. But if we did it ourselves and we didn't do this like anchoring into the ground so many feet, whatever, and our fence blew over onto someone's house or something, I can't even fathom what we'd be responsible for or killed someone. I don't know. Whereas these guys, they know what the fuck they're doing, I guess. And honestly, when you look at the breakdown, it's mostly materials. Materials are ridiculously scarce right now. Wood is really hard to come by just because of like, shipping, truckers, all the shit that's going on. Yes. Yep, our fence is 8 foot now. Yeah. That's why we're just going with what's already there because we didn't want to complicate it. And our fence isn't against the road. So like where our property actually ends, like on the corner, our fence doesn't go out that far already, and I don't want it to go any further because I just don't want to. I don't want to deal with the problems, I don't want people already fly too fast past my house without looking or pausing or, anything. So I don't want to add to that by a tall fence. I don't want my dogs to die. I want to live in the middle of the woods so bad. What, Pyro? My mom pulled the staples out from both her C-sections? Was your mom really tiny? A lot of science-based medicine is counterintuitive. It is. We've really it's really cool to watch medicine evolve. Just personally for me in the past 10 years cuz it's moving really fast, but it's nothing new. It's more like Western medicine is lowering its superiority complex just a little bit and inviting more natural kind of stuff in. I don't want to say naturopathic because it's not like we're waving incense around people, but we are involving families in care. We are looking for more natural routes of preventative care, and stuff like that. Because like in the days, the Victorian era and whatever of like Grey's Anatomy and shit, surgeons were treated as and seen as gods. So the god complex, probably destroyed a lot of the science we implement still to this day. Like, we will rule the body. When really it's like there's a lot of other ways we can go about stuff. Like for instance, instead of cutting people open, we do a ton of that is it introscopic surgery where they just do the little camera and one little knife and they go in and it's like two little piercing holes in your shoulder or whatever. Because back in the day they would just peel you to look at anything, or whatever. And we've realized, the less we open you up, the better. Stuff like that. Like we can prevent infection really well in medicine. But if we can prevent the preventing of infection, i.e., not as big of an open wound, why wouldn't we do that first? I'm trying to think how to word that. Just because we have antibiotics doesn't mean we should lean on them every time. Like, why not, be less intrusive as much as possible? Oh my God, thank you, Lizzie. I went to open it. I think it failed on me. Sometimes Discord acts like a douchecock. Oh, Lizzie, oh my God, that's your fucking brain? I feel so... Can I show chat your brain? Is that weird? Is this like... Can people learn things from your brain that would be like not... Hi, Tara, my love. How are you, love? Tara, my love. How are you, love? Learn a new word, Katie. I think about you naked. How are you, love? Fuck yes. Okay. Dude, I mean, what brain is going to be... Who the fuck... I think brains are... I'm going to say this is a sexy fucking brain. I think that's pretty fucking cool. Is that just me? Or... I got it on a big... Hold on, sorry. I blew it up into a... There we go. Look at that. That is Lizzie's brain. That is so cool to me. Like, we've all seen brains. But very few of us have seen Lizzie's brain. That is so cool to me. And your eye, like the eyes... and all that juice in there. Oh my God, that's... Wait, are these... Yeah, this is your nose. Is this from the bottom up? Because this is your spinal column. Yeah, so we're looking from the bottom up. So nasal cavity, where the eye sockets would be, nose. Right? Is this like from neck up? Like a cervical view, I think? I would assume so since we're seeing cervical spine here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so cervical spine, and then this is your nose, and your eyes. I mean, this is your inside. This is like where you go. That's this spot right here. How we like hawk a loogie is right around here, but here's the actual nose, obviously. I think that's so fucking badass, man. That's not nightmare fuel. Dude, have you ever... Lizzie, I'll give you nightmare fuel. And it comes in the form of a human-made dog called a pug. That, we did this on purpose, to me, is nightmare fuel. I miss my dog with every ounce of my being. But why did we do this? Who thought that was a good idea? And I mean, you could go on forever. They get worse and worse. Like, who did that? I think it's you're on the right track. It's oh my God. It's like brachycephalic or something. Brachycephalic? You're on the right track, Tare. It's brachial cephalic, something like that. Yeah. And it's basically that their nose is no longer a nose. But this, to me, is fucking nightmare fuel. Because we had a choice not to do this. And we did it anyways. And we're still doing it today. Like, the same people fighting for women's health are doing this. In their backyard, probably. Know what I'm saying? So, if we... Like, Lizzie's brain was carefully cultivated by her mother's pussy. Like a Picasso 3D shit. Versus thousands of years of, like, inbreeding to make a dog that can't dog anymore. I don't know. Compared to the dog... And I love my pug Millie. She passed away last year, and she was my life partner. I loved her with every ounce of me. However, this is sexier than the pug skull, in my opinion. Oh, it's brachycephalic. I wonder, how do you say it? Brachycephalic, brachycephalic? Fuck, dude, I've been out of the hospital too long. I don't remember how to say shit. I think that's really cool, Izzy. Maybe I was also wow. Maybe I was also inbred. I mean, theoretically and technically, we're all inbred if we're human, right? At the end of the day. If your population going up, that means at one time it was lower, which means the pool was smaller, which means, you know, that's how we get people like Trump. Still. Thank you, Fremery, by the way. I forget words like that because I'm just not around hearing that shit anymore. Humans are, oh my god, do you want to know the most interesting GMO I learned about recently? Oh, lemons. Life didn't give us lemons. Humans made lemons out of citron and bitter orange in the Himalayas approximately 4,000 years ago. I know! Life didn't give us shit. We gave life lemons. Oranges too, literally, yeah. Like every citrus fruit, I read about it because it was like a Reddit post or something. So of course I went on a deep dive and learned that literally every citrus fruit that we have ever seen in the world all originated from one or two different varieties in the Himalayas, like thousands of years ago. What the fuck? Also, Timmy was never in a well. Thank you for the follow. No one took this. What's up? Oh, Pyro. No, hold on. I'm getting it. I probably missed it. I got feisty. That's Jack. I was gonna say your knee constructory. That's what they did to my shoulder when I ran into the tree snowboarding. Literally same shit. Like two little scope shits in there. I don't like it, but they did it. Oh, here it is. My mom's also a big lady, tall for a woman and round like the rest of us. Also, wow. Really? Damn. And she tore it? Because on small people, that happens a lot. Like some vaginas owners are just small humans and they have a hard time getting babies out, man. Oof. I want to clarify this was on purpose when she was supposed to. Oh my god, she took her own staples out. Okay. All right. Okay, all right, okay. All right, all right, all right. Everything hurts inside of me. Why would you do that? My asshole hurts. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Yes, Kung. We were talking about that on like Friday or something because I was talking about when I went to Thailand. It was really interesting because you know when we go to our grocery stores, there's like a produce section where all the produce is in a grocery store or a market, usually like in the chili section. But when I went to Thailand, they would have a produce section and then a banana section. And it was like the dairy room at Costco. It was just 5 million types of bananas. It was very cool to see, but I didn't get any because I was like, what the one can I eat? I don't know what you do with them. Can you eat them? Half of them were green or brown. I don't know what to do. Cabbage, kale, broccoli, cauliflower, collard greens, and kohlrabi are all the same species. What? By the way, fucking kudos on spelling kohlrabi. That's not a popular vegetable. I grew up eating it all the time because my mom grows it for some fucking reason. If you were in bread, what kind of bread would you be? Oh my god, Dave's killer bread, the power protein, the red one. Yep. Bitches. Don't all mitochondria trace to one woman? I don't know about that one. I know that they trace mitochondria through the matrilineal line though, but I don't know about that. Fucking Mercutio with that sub, prime sub. Thank you for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it aim swings. Enjoy your emotes and refresh the channel so you don't have to watch ads. Every couple of hours, I take a break and stand up and stretch my legs, and I run a 3-minute block of ads so the Twitch doesn't do it for me over our conversations because entertainment should be free, for fuck's sake. We survive off the generosity of awesome people, which is great. I'm very, very thankful. But no one should have to pay for this shit. And you also, our conversation should not be interrupted by Vagisil when that itch just won't stop burning. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not fair. But thank you. Also, if you guys didn't know, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you're already paying for a sub whether or not you're using it. So bind up your Twitch account to your Amazon account and get busy once a month, every month until you don't have Amazon Prime anymore. You have a sub you can just give to any streamer on Twitch, and we still get paid the full bit of a sub. And you are paying for it regardless of whether you use it or not. And I'm not pressuring you to use it here. It just makes me physically want to vomit on everyone I know personally, like hot spray vomit when I think about the amount of money going back into Bezos' pocket because no one knows. It's sick to me. We do need to take a break, but I want to read this shit from Cum Sugar first. Hold up. We gonna get fucking edumacated. All right, the beta cells in your pancreas make insulin and produce amylin. Insulin is to unlock your cells to use the energy from the food you eat. Amylin slows down the gastric process so your blood sugar level doesn't spike. Boosh. Dude, I love insulin. The liver and pancreas together in the whole insulin process was so fucking cool to learn about in school, but I am by no means a pro on it anymore, unfortunately. So amylin slows down, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I have terrible accents from all over the world. Amylin slows down the gastric process so your blood sugar level doesn't spike. A recently realized issue that type 1 diabetics, where the immune system attacked, destroyed the beta cells. So type 1 is the genetic form of diabetes, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Let me restart the sentence. But I believe that's type 1, right? So a recently realized issue that type 1 diabetics have is in blood sugar spikes after eating. Since they aren't making insulin automatically anymore, they also make amylin. Oh. They've started prescribing Simlin to type 1s who have issues with blood sugar spikes after eating, who are otherwise controlled. So meaning like if food isn't involved, they're not like having to worry about insulin. They're not wearing like an insulin meter all the time, I'm assuming. By controlled. It makes us fuller faster and slows down the speed our body digests everything. Oh, wow. The downside is it causes nausea, but it keeps the glucose level from spiking, which keeps the A1C levels down. Dude, that's really fucking exciting. I can't even tell you the amount of anorexia cases I saw in the hospital involving insulin. Because if you guys don't know, people with type 1 diabetes, i.e. the genetic type of diabetes you get when you're born with, they will fuck with their own insulin to like lose weight and stuff, but you'll go blind or like your feet will rot off, and it was horrible. That's so fucking exciting. I mean, it sounds like it's less invasive. The Simlin. Am I wrong in assuming that? That's what it sounds like. Like a less invasive drug. Like it's doing less shit, but overall kind of doing a better job. Kind of just correcting a process as opposed to taking over the process. I've heard it's quite common for a doctor to do his own vasectomy because why trust someone else? Oh my fuck, for real? I couldn't even pierce my own ears. Dude, I fucking love Dave's Killer Bread. I've been eating the power seed from Dave's Killer's Bread for probably like 10 years. Since his bread came out. Since he got out of jail, I have no idea. Since it came out, I bought it. I just love it. It's good bread. Lady Emma with that resub. I knew one happened. Thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it anus swings. I appreciate your support of my channel, and go forth, be consensual. And be kind, because everything is chaos. And if you haven't...
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Oh, type 2 is environmental. Cool. Okay, thank you. Well, not cool, but you know what I mean. Take your joy. Dude, fuck yes. Dre, fuck yeah, dude. I've still got my college Prime account. Like, I still pay what I did when I was in school many years ago because cheating. Bezos makes like $8 million a minute. He's fine. I think the real distinction is the type 1 is a full shutdown of the pancreas ability to make insulin. And you can get type 1 diabetes from a viral infection. Oh my God, what? Okay, we need to take a break. Otherwise, ads are going to roll. But I want to... What is it? What's the virus that causes it? I'm very interested. I've never heard of that before. I've always assumed type 1 was the genetic. I love learning. You guys are so fucking smart. I have such a wetty right now. All right, I'm going to go rub one out and wash my hands. I assume you were going to do the same. Rinse your bong and pack a bowl and stretch your legs. I'm going to run a little, you know, the usual little ad bundle. Get the fuck out of the way so Twitch doesn't interrupt our talks. I have to find that. There we go. I'll be back, maybe. Fucking confusing to my body that it's really cold out right now. It is Almost June! Brr! I just want to wear shorts. I had shorts on today and I was just too cold. I was like, nope, it's not yet. I tried. Ugh. Isn't that video fucking dope? Dude, I found that this morning and that's kind of that's the shit I would watch just on my own like all the time. Is like these kind of macro shots of flowers blooming in slow motion. That shit is so, or not slow motion, I guess, way sped up, but super cool. So if you guys were wondering, I read this. This is so there isn't a specific virus that causes it, but apparently, like you can get an illness that will just cause your pancreas to stop creating insulin, which totally makes sense. I mean, I had a patient one time who, I shit you not, was 21 and had already drank their pancreas dead. Like it was at 1% functionality, and this person would serve like they would pat someone would find him down, they'd be brought into the ER. We call them a frequent flyer, like we see them on a ventilator a lot. We would extubate, they would go home, didn't have like literally had drank their pancreas dead. It was wildly depressing to just see someone so young who had, I mean, I cannot fathom the amount you have to be guzzling at that age to kill it, to kill your pancreas, man. Damn. And it's really sad, but you see so much alcoholism in the native communities. You guys know I grew up on an Indian reservation, and all the hospitals I worked on were on or near Indian reservations. And so many natives, I don't know what it is. I don't know if there's a genetic propensity to like booze more or not. I'm not a genetics person. But so many young natives with no liver. The ad break just started. The fuck? Ugh. That's upsetting. I refuse to do anything cool while people have to suffer an ad. Fuck that. It's gonna be really boring. I can just hear Zeke screaming. Oh. I'll go get my water. That's what I'll do. Oh my god. Good idea. Good call, Derp. I'll go grab my water real quick while that runs its stupid ad. Here, you guys can watch more blooming flowers. If they can't hear me, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab the water. Because that's a good idea. Fucking Pyro gifting a sub to Crimson and to Remnization. Refresh. And you don't have to suffer ads. God damn it! Okay, I'll be right back. Just gonna go grab my water. Enjoy these flowers. Did it happen? I grabbed leg warmers too because I'm fucking cold. Brr. It's almost June! Cheers. Oh, I'll cheers you in 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. Oh god, I'll go warm. I'm so cold. Brr. Brr. Hates it. I have so much, all the fat that is on my body is on my legs. They shouldn't be this cold. Dude, thank you, Rod. It's literally, I think, one of the oldest things I own. Honestly. I've had it since high school. It's Roxy. Like, fucking, like, from Zoomies or something. My mom got it for me for Christmas when I was in high school. It doesn't even have a zipper anymore. Like, it's just the broken apparatus that I, like, yank up and down with my fingernail. But it's a tiger. And it's so cool, I just refuse to get rid of it. But it's really old. I do not like to shop for clothes, and I hate spending money. So if it lasts, I will make it last. Oh, Hikaru! Oh, okay, give us the update. I went and found my plugs too. Well, they were sitting next to my water bottle, so that makes sense. You take your butt first? I mean, that would be the part that would have to go first. Like I was saying that earlier, Rod, we were talking about like when my mom got breast cancer, the doc was like, it'd probably be a good idea for you and your sisters to get checked out early. And I was like, I will get checked early, regardless of whether or not what kind of cancer it is, because I'm not letting my tiny titties take me out. If anything, it should be my ass. That if there's ass cancer, like of the cheeks, not the hole. That's not exactly gapped out. Chris with that resub.
Thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving name is Swings. I appreciate you. Guys,
If you've been gifted a sub by one of these generous fucks in chat today, make sure to refresh my channel. Like, just refresh it, because sometimes it can take like 24 hours for the sub to kick in, so you don't have to suffer the ads. And they're just a necessary Twitch evil, They're necessary internet evil. I feel like there's very few, if any, places on the internet that survive without advertising of some kind. I hope I don't get dick cancer, dude. Imagine. So you probably know this, Rod, but if you didn't, if you guys don't know, what does one say to such a generous act of kindness? Hail Satan. Thank you so fucking much, Chris, for gifting 20 subs in the channel. 20 people need to refresh that, bitch. You are a generous fuck. Thank you so goddamn much. That was insanely kind of you. Jen the Boss, Bearded Brum, Oxman, Mighty Matty, Hella Devol, I'm gonna get it, Mr. Tech, Mike Mikey, Void Warranty TV, Kunguru, Good Yaz, or Goody AZ, not sure, Capper, Natty Catty, or Nat Cat, whichever you prefer. Noeb, Netter, Fwitter, and De Generals Bart. I hope I said that right. Do you pronounce the S? I used to live near a place called Des Moines. They don't pronounce the S. Grimshard, Human J, Werelock, and Killin' Time. You're all but wizards of the highest order. Go forth and consensually touch butts, because they're the best, and all butts deserve a squeeze. However, refresh the channel and you don't have to suffer ads. Thank you very much, Chris. That was insanely generous and very, very kind of you, for real. It's raining subs. Hallelujah, it's raining subs. What would you do if, like, sub sandwiches just... By the way, Wawa's better. Dude, Odious, for real, though. If you really think about it, like... She was just like, don't rape me because I'm pretty. And they were like, demon! It's kind of why... It's basically like ancient Greek. What were you wearing, though? Was it snakes as hair? Makes sense they cut your head off. Fucking A. Oh, wait, okay. The idiot literally messaged me 2 nights ago and said, send me 40 more and I will really deliver it to you and give you my location as well. Fuck yourself. Nuh-uh. No fucking way. In French, Kodiak. Oh, wait, there's another. Oh, Kodiak resubbed. Kodiak Samurai with that fucking resub. Thank you so much for subbing the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it its swings. I appreciate you. Sometimes my chat, like, does weird things and things get doubled and I can't see what happens. And then all of a sudden it clears up and I'm like, oh, shit balls. There it is. Let us cheers. I did get new weed, however. I'm still smoking off that free Mac because apparently I ground like all of it last night. But I did. That's basically a keef bowl, my dudes. Cheers to consciousness. Ugh. Lighter? Yep. Cheers. Dude, I can't believe you didn't know about that shit, Rod. Everybody else remembers the crazy Subway scams, right? Like the guy who put dick on the bread and the bread was like too high plastic content for can. Maybe you know what, Rod? I might be taking it for granted. I think I knew about it like way back when all this Subway sandwich shit started because Canada was one of the first places to be like, you can't be here because there's too much plastic in your bread to call it bread. And I was literally 10 minutes from the Canadian border. So we got the big Canada news down as if it was local, you know? I owe some cheerses and I need it because I kind of feel my tummy feels like I'm going to burp, puke, or heartburn. Or I haven't drank water yet. Dude, fuck off an ounce for 120? Fuck yes, dude. I got a half ounce of lilac diesel. Look at that asinine. Just in case you don't, just for reference. It makes me giggle. But I saw it. Like, they don't often sell half ounces at my store. You have to buy it, like, in, smaller units and it's more expensive. And I saw it and it was lilac diesel. I was like, I gotta do it. It's my favorite fucking strain. Ice Falcon, oh my god, how are you? Long time no see talk. It sounds so stupid to say how are you because COVID. So what I'll say is, what's your third favorite dinosaur and why? It was also the UK. Yeah. I think most countries were like, it was sugar content, but also there's literal plastic in their bread. Like they all tout that they cook their bread themselves, but it had like a polymer in it, like a plastic polymer, I guess. There was a huge thing. If you haven't watched Last Week Tonight with not John Stewart. Wow. Can we just ignore that? Last Week Tonight, he covers the Subway thing because it's did you know that in Korea they have Subway sandwich like sponsored soap operas where every episode takes place in or immediately outside of a Subway sandwich restaurant and the Subway sandwich usually saves the day. Like that's legit. John Oliver, Jesus Christ, thank you for aiding today. Yeah, it's fucking funny. Like he covers it. It's pretty hilarious. Dude, right, Chris? I don't know why it's so good. I was trying to talk about it earlier because it's like most of the time I'm usually like, guys, I don't go for like top shelf weed or whatever because for the most part, weed gets you high, weed gets you high. Like I don't think there's like some I kind of feel like for me personally, I have like a finite high level and then beyond that, I'm too stoned to notice it anyways. I'm just gonna lay down and go to sleep, so why get there? I buy new strains if they have a funny name or something, but fucking lilac diesel is like the most functional weed, I think is how I would describe it. Like you get nice and stoned, but you're not gonna like pass out. It doesn't feel like you need to go like couch lock or something. You can still like get up and go do shit and have a fucking day. Oh my god, Ice Falcon with that motherfucking resub. Thank you for resubbing the class, keeping classy alive and giving names swings. Go forth and be consensual in all ways. I hope you have been. The largest we sell in PA is 1/4 ounce and it's fucking expensive. Jesus Christ. I don't know what the most expensive. Oh, the most expensive was definitely. Oh my God. There's this one brand here. It's called Veritas. That's like the brand of the weed, not the strain. And they have a couple different like levels of weed you can buy from them. And for 420, I got the most expensive one they had just to try it with everybody to be like, let's fucking see. Because we've also tried together the blunts rolled by the monks that roll the blunts for Snoop Dogg. Those are for sale now. It's like $100. I'm not kidding. It's like $100 to $115 per pre-rolled hemp blunt. They're rolled in rice paper and shit. It's wild. Glass filter. But we've tried. I like doing it with you guys because I feel like I'm really I won't be distracted and not pay attention to like, did I actually get high? Was it worth it? The Snoop Dogg weed is not worth it unless you just super want that glass filter. It's just weed. That's my opinion. But every once in a while you find a good one. The Veritas was not worth it, but I think it was $60 for a eighth. But the way that they sell it is they sell it kind of like the first barrel whiskey, whatever. It like has like a this is batch 26 out of 199 batch, blah 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 on it, and it like had the handwritten signature of the person who did it, like that. I don't know what you would call that, but that is why it was so expensive, and it was okay. I'd still go for the lilac diesel over it, but it's fun to do. Fucking Pulsar, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving native swings. How the fuck are you, Honeybean? We sell the 2-gram pre-rolled blunts from Packwoods. They're okay, 10 to Canoe. Which ones are Packwoods? I've never heard of Packwoods. Actually. Are those the Snoop ones? The Snoop ones were like literally rolled. They're literally like rolled by monks and come in like a box. They are extra. Like, holy shit. It was an experience. But I smoked it on stream and I was like, I'm not a huge fan of like pre-rolls and stuff because they canoe. They never stop burning. So they're just like, your weed is just kind of burning into the atmosphere. You can't really get as big of a pull off of them without burning the fuck out of your throat. I don't know. I'm a bong person. So CBD was a component of the cannabis plant. So I'm sure you've heard of the families sativa and indica of weed, like back in the day when we were all just getting a plastic baggie from our neighbor. It was like if it was sativa, you were less likely to get tired and sleepy. If it was an indica, you would get kind of sleepy and zone out and relaxed and whatever. Sativa was known as the more functional weed that you would want to smoke. There is still sativa and indica. Like those are just defined branches in a tree of life, of weed, of cannabis plants. However, they don't really hold the meaning anymore because cultivators of weed have bred out the CBD. So CBD was essentially just there was more of it in a plant that was an indica plant. Indica CBD plant, indica CBD plants, indica weed plants. They tend to look different. They're like shorter, bushier. They tend to be darker colored sometimes. Whereas sativa plants would be really, really tall and skinny and bright neon yellow green. So just visual looks different as well. But the indica plant would just produce a lot of CBD in the plant, and we've bred it out. So CBD is just like literally a neurochemical component, not a neurochemical component, a chemical component of cannabis. But they bred it out. So nowadays you can go to a dispensary and you can get like all of my weed right here. I could read all of these labels. Every single one will say THC is something percent, CBD 0. Every single one. So if you want CBD, you literally have to buy weed specifically that was bred to have high quality, high numbers of CBD in it, and you usually have 0 THC in it. Did that help at all? I hope so. But it is, yeah, it's just a part of it. Like THC is a part of it. So the hemp plant, is the original plant. And then the components of the plant change depending on which tree of genetics you go off on. And if you go off on the, getting high branch of the hemp plant, you get into cannabis and then the indica sativa. And then, cultivators have just bred the plant to the perfection. So there is no CBD anymore. Because most people want to smoke and function. They don't want to go to sleep. Like, back in the day, we were smoking in the shed at 2 a.m. when mom and dad were asleep and couldn't smell it anymore. And so we would probably go right to bed and it didn't really matter. But it's so mainstream at this point in so many states and so legal that we kind of want to just smoke and function and not necessarily go to bed. However, if you want to smoke or if anybody's looking to start smoking or getting into weed or whatever, I highly suggest having some CBD gummies in the house. I have a giant jar of Wana CBD gummies because because we've cultivated weed to be so fucking potent and so perfect, you can get high and like get a little panicky. I never have, thank fuck, knock on wood, it's never happened. I never want it to happen. Not a flex. I just have so much sadness for people that get panicky. But if you ever get too high or you get to a place where you're uncomfortably stoned, eating a couple milligrams of CBD can literally help neutralize that stone and bring you down a little bit and just take you from the scary place. So I just always tell people everybody should have CBD in the house, just in case. Even I could get too high. Like, it can happen to anybody. You never know. You might get a plant that's just like, fucked you up. You don't know. And I don't like to be too high. Like, I don't want that feeling ever, you know?
Hail Satan, motherfuckers! But more importantly, hail yourselves. Do it.
CBD is a intoxicating cannabinoid. I love that word. And they are theorized to be around 100 cannabinoids, most of which we have not isolated yet. This is facts. It's absolutely true. It's really cool, actually. Because in America, at least in the US, because cannabis is classified by the government as a class 1 or class A or whatever narcotic alongside heroin, it's deemed as no benefits whatsoever and deadly. And because of that, scientists cannot study it at the potencies they would like to see actually what's going on, like at these super high potencies and stuff, and like, break down all the different cannabinoids and stuff. So they've broken down some of them. Some weed brands will literally put the information on the sides. I don't think this one does, but some of them will have like THCA, THC like there's different TH blanks now that we've been able to kind of break out and look at, and some of them are better for pain, for medicinal use, some are better for migraine, like Schedule 1, thank you. I don't know why I always forget that word. Schedule 1. What up, Brittany? It's Brittany, bitch. I love Brittany. It's pretty cool. Like, the more we can study it, the more we can break it down, the more they can, isolate, like, here's weed for fun, and here's weed for people who need weed. Like, there are people in serious pain who literally smoke medicinally. And if we could isolate the cannabinoids responsible, we could make, like, the most incredible weed for those people. Whereas they're kind of like me right now. We're just kind of grabbing in the dark and hoping for the best. Chris just gifted a sub to It's Brittany Bish. My milkshake brings all the boys in the yard. Thank you so much for gifting a sub on my channel. Brittany, welcome to the classiest place on earth. Go forth and be consensual in all ways. I appreciate you. You got to come to weed to study weed. That's the crazy thing. I actually looked into it one time and I watched a really cool interview of like the lady who works at Harvard and is in charge of the number 1 and biggest, most prestigious like marijuana studies going on in the US right now. And they're only allowed to study weed up to 3% THC potency. That's it. Because it's still a Schedule 1. And what I'm buying at the store is 27.9%. So you see what I mean when, like, because we can't study it, like, the amount we're not seeing. Like, there's just such a picture we're not allowed to look at. We're literally not allowed to look at it because some hoe was like, no, it's heroin. My daddy died off 9 marijuanas back in the day, uphill naked in the snow. Which is insane. Hi, Crit Witch. How are you, love? Or a vape cart. I mean, that's the same with like dabs. Oh my God, do I have a dab out? If you look at the dab percentages, so this is Wedding Bouquet. It's a sativa. It's a cold cure live rosin. Apparently, Wedding Bouquet is a mix between wedding pie and lilac diesel. 72.41% THC proof. 74. But the United States of America will let me consume this, but won't let the accredited scientists studying cannabis let a rat consume this. Because heroin? I don't got answers, but I'm real good at pointing out the dumb shit. Oh, Mavericks got me. Mavericks, if we don't study it, it can't be a problem. No, you're right. You're right. It's totally, I mean, it makes the studies, they can theoretically, use math to project what the studies would result in larger amounts. But like you and I, anyone that's smoked weed knows everybody feels it different. Every human feels weed differently, regardless of what strain you're smoking. How can you look at a group of rats and be like, how you feeling on that one? How's that? Yeah, that's a nice 7%. You feeling a little sleepy? This one's dead. I don't know what. Did I get a dead one? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it. I don't know what to do. But this is why I went to chemistry, because biology baffles me. Another gifted sub, are you kidding me? Chris just gifted another sub in the chat. to Crit Witch. I don't know if I already said thank you, but thank you very much. Money, power, and control. It's true. Bitches and hoes as well. Colorado is true. True, you got me there. This is true. I do. I'm actually painting this table behind me. There's a big light on it, so you can't really see the design, but I made like an Art Deco design, like a repeating Art Deco design, but it's gonna be peacock feathers. And that's my project. I do it in my spare time, quote unquote. I know, isn't that weird, Fremery? The amount of times I've driven across our country with like multiple felonies in my car because I'm driving from one state where it's completely legal to have 3 ounces of pot in your house you bought legally at a dispensary over the course of a week. But I'll have to drive across a couple states where it's a felony, like jail time for having a joint or a crumb on the carpet of your floor. And then I'll get into a state where it's totally legal again. And I'm like, wow, so much anxiety. It's so weird. But we don't have like crossings between states in America if you've never been here. You just see a sign that's like, welcome to Kansas. And you're like, oh, I'm not in a broken video game. And then 3 hours go by and you're in a broken video game again. It's facts. Fucking Fremery just gifted a sub to Marilyn Maverick. Marilyn Maverick, go forth and be consensual in all ways because you know what's up. Bitch. Died from the 9 marijuanas. It's wild that there isn't a private institution using private funding to just full-fledged study an illegal state. I don't know why. Seriously. Because all the money is in Bezos' hand and he'd rather like go to space with celebrities or something. I don't know. I feel like I did watch Psycho Gorman. I'll look at my history later. I feel like I did. I feel like we've talked about this and I watched it. But I watched so many fucking dumb horror movies all the time. I never remember their names. I love watching offbeat horror. It's my hobby. Years ago, I clicked your Skyrim self. God, how much has changed. It's awesome. Have I changed? I always hope I stay the same person. So far, I've been comforted in that. I mean, in general, like, maybe a little bit more broken because who isn't getting more broken as they age, but in general, the same because I still have fun like I did back then. It's just less Skyrim, more talking. You just have to wait and see if there are cops just waiting to catch someone carrying weed across state lines. I've heard there are. I've heard they sit there with their little speed guns and they can I think they can pull you over if they smell weed coming out of your car, but they'll pull you over for a speeding ticket and then just if you have Colorado plates and you're in, a state that doesn't like weed, they'll just say they smell weed in your car so they can search it cuz they'll assume you have it cuz you're from Colorado and they want the ticket. Is it the campy one with the 2 kids? Yes, I have. I'm going to still look it up, but I think yes, I did watch that one. It is fantastic. It's horrible and fantastic. Why are you telling lies? If you injected marijuana concentrate in your veins, it would kill you. Oh, you're not wrong there. But I didn't say injected. I just said 8. I think I said consume. What did I say? I think I just said died from 9 marijuanas. I didn't get to needles. Do y'all remember when Sephiroth in Final Fantasy VII wanted to kill the world so that he could absorb their life force and fly through space using desiccated planets as a spaceship? Yep, that's Bezos. Oh my god, I've never played Final Fantasy, but oh my god, it's Bezos. Bezos. I don't care how to pronounce his name. I want to say it wrong just because I don't respect him. Bezos! That's what I'm going to say from now on. Jeff Bezos. Good, I'm glad. I mean, I just want to be myself, you know? Also, if you're black, Colorado plates black. I mean, black alone. I feel like being black in this country is just is. You smell like weed. / I see a gun in your pants. / you're black. Come here, young child. Like that's the country. Seen it everywhere. It's horrible. If you ate 9 marijuana plants, you would die. Oh my god, can you imagine? That would not even fit inside of us. You would burst. Your stomach would rip open. Holy shit. Pretty sure that most animals that eat that amount of roughage have some special organ for that. What is it called? A cecum? The man with the penis-shaped rocket, he wishes. You Blue, I've pretty consistently stuck with, though, to be fair. Not to be fair, to be honest. Like, I've switched it up here and there. Like, I've gone, I did red this last year. That was an interesting, never do that again. I branch out every once in a while because I get bored. It's because I was thinking about this the other night because I was doing my nails. I got one hand done and then I got bored and did not do the other. So we're just going to ignore that. But I was thinking about it because I spend a dumb amount of time just like filing and buffing and making them all smooth because it's pleasurable. I like to do it. It's calming. It's like cathartic. But I think it's because it's like an accessory I don't have to take off in the shower because I won't put it back on. I'm really bad with, obviously, I forget my plugs every fucking day. I hate accessories like necklaces and jewelry and all that shit. I never remember it. Whereas like dyeing your hair or doing your nails, it's like an accessory you don't have to take off in the shower. Maybe. I'm lazy. I don't like to decorate this. Also, tattoos. Another accessory you don't have to take off in the shower, which is dope. Yeah, I think blue and green. Blue, green, like I do a mix, teal. I've done purple a couple times in the past. But purple's really hard. All the red washes out and my hair just looks gray. My hair doesn't hold on to red pigments very strongly for some reason. I don't know why. But I've done it purple. Like the last time I did it, I did blurple. Was when I was in London getting this tattoo actually. And Millie helped me do it, and it was beautiful for the first couple days. And then once I started washing it, it was just like the red, all the pink came out of it, and pink, red and blue make purple. So once all the red's gone, it was just kind of like a muddy, like gray purple tone. Whereas blue just fucking stays blue. Again, lazy. I don't like high maintenance shit. I don't know if that came up yet. Cheers. The rumen thing. Thank you. The organ where you can hold the roughage is called the rumen. I remember learning about it because I remember seeing it in a book. And it's like a spiral. It's weird. It looks like a cinnamon bun. And it's like an extra intestine kind of, so that because like high cellulose greenery takes a really long time to break down if you want any nutrients out of it. Fiber. That's why we call it fiber. Fiber basically is a non-digestible something. So it flies through you because you don't digest it. It doesn't hold long enough. So some vegetarian animals have a specialized little coily sac that hangs off their intestines to hold the greenery longer so that they can get the nutrients out of it. I think like koalas and shit, right? Like things that eat, just a leaf. What up, Mag? How are you? Happy Tuesday. My favorite glass brand for bongs? Ooh. I mean, I don't really branch out because I've gotten expensive bongs before. And then I've gotten your like run of the mill, not expensive bong, and they all hit the same. So this is Hemper. I really like Hemper's bongs. They have a huge variety of bongs, which is great for someone like me that gets bored with things fast. And I like that they have small and big ones. So like you can have a little bubbler, like a little personal bubbler, or you can have like an XL one like this. And it's really, really, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but in my adventures looking for bongs online, it's really hard to find cool bongs that have any sort of cool stuff going on, like blown glass on the inside, that aren't $1,000 minimum. I mean, they're just insane. There are some really incredible bongs out there that like someone will literally do a blown glass scenery of like Alice in Wonderland on the inside. They're beautiful. But like this bong, I think it was like $60. And it's got the little mushroom guy in it from Mario, which is cute. And a little free floating piece of weed that would turn into fungal pneumonia if I didn't clean out my bongs. But yeah, I kind of stick to Hemper because also I wouldn't call myself clumsy, non-graceful probably person. I'm very much like goal oriented, so I like move quickly and do things quickly. Long story short, I've broken a lot of bongs. So the idea of investing in a piece of glass that's super expensive when I just know my track record as an adult human being is mildly depressing. I just don't, it'd be like burning money. So I'd rather get a cheap bong. Although I have had this bong for over a year now. I personally think it's because I haven't named it. I think naming your bong is bad luck. I don't know what it is. It's been pretty good, Mag. I had a really hard time getting up this morning, and I have no idea why. I definitely went to sleep on time, but this morning, like, it was one of those mornings where my alarm went off, and I just, like, laid there and had no inkling to turn it off. Like, I was happy to doze right off just listening to horrible beeping sounds because the energy to reach over to my cell phone and turn it off seemed too much to me. I was so tired. I have no idea why, though. The non-digestible polysaccharide. Yeah. When I used to dye my hair purple, it would turn to a nice red color. Really? I'm so jealous. Mine does not hold. I've heard from literally everyone else in the world that they're scared of red hair dye because their hair, it won't come out. My hair, it's blue. This, I dyed this 5 months ago with semi-permanent blue hair dye. Trying to think. I cannot remember when I bleached my hair because nothing matters and time isn't real anymore. COVID removed everything. I'd have to look in my phone for. I took one picture with it bleach blonde because I looked like fucking. I looked literally uncannily like what's her name, Billie Eilish. It was creepy. So I took a picture of it, but I'd have to look at when it was because it's pretty impressive how long blue hair dye just does not leave me. And I run and get sweaty and wash my hair regularly. You know, not every day, but I rinse it every day. What did the buffalo say to his son when he dropped him off at school? Bison. God damn it. That was a good one. Well done. I hate you, but well done. That's exactly. Literally, it's my ADHD. Like, I am incapable of doing nothing. So, like, when my bong is just getting hot water run through it in the morning in this kitchen sink, I'm usually on the other side of the sink doing dishes. I cannot just stand there and stare at it. So every once in a while, I've just like nicked the neck of a bong or something with, nothing major, but just enough to, and it's done for. I am the same. If you've ever seen those memes of like the ADHD person walking around a house and they just like swing their hips wildly around every corner so that they can still walk in a straight line, it me. Except I oftentimes still slam my hips into things because I have bruises all the time. I was in bed last night by 8:30. How? My dogs wouldn't even be tired by then. I had my first nightmare in a while this morning. Oh, really? Ew. Was it one of those ones where you woke up and went back into it? I only asked because you said this morning. Bedtime was 1 a.m. Woke up at 3 a.m.? Ew. Been up since and it's now 3 p.m. How do you feel? Oh, it's just odious. It's blue. Blue color. Like, I went to, when I first got hired at Hopkins, I got hired over the phone because I lived in Seattle at the time. So we did a phone interview. And then I had to go to Hopkins to do a one last, like, some hospitals do this, not all hospitals. But if you pass, like, the initial interview, like, they just talk to you on the phone and assume you're not crazy or a psycho, then you have to do a panel interview where a panel of really fucking educated, highly paid professionals like quiz you on shit. And it's literally the worst, most horrible moment of my life. I hate it so much. They sit you down in your cute little interview dress at a table, and then this panel sits across from you at a different table, and it's just like, all right, if I had a patient with a pec flap up to the mandibular whatever prop, something, what kind of settings would you put them on? That you have to answer. Like, it's that kind of shit. It's horrific. Um, but when I went to do that, I was really scared that they would. I feel like I have a fuzz on my face. Sorry. I was scared that they would, uh, not like my blue hair. I didn't have all blue hair yet. My hair was like super long, and it was just the bottom layer of it was blue, like midnight blue, like the darkest blue that you could go without being black. But I was scared, so I went to a salon that specialized in color correction, and I paid over $600 for nothing to happen. because they charge by the hour. They don't guarantee, no one can guarantee a color correction, and I respect that. I have a lot of friends who work in the business. Like, I get it. You can't guarantee that stuff. So they, no matter what, if you ever have to go into a salon for a color correction, they will charge you by the hour. Period. Blue don't come out. But they didn't give a fuck. That was the irony of the whole situation. I went in and they were like, "Oh my god, your blue's a little bit lighter. What happened to it? We really like that." And I was like, "Can I get a raise?" I needed a raise immediately to pay for it. But I just assumed. And honestly, it was a fair assumption because I had friends who worked in other parts of the hospital where you would get fired for dyeing your hair like natural ginger hair if you weren't a natural ginger, i.e., cardiac. Take your joy and drink water. That's a good point. And
Hi, gay.
how are you, Mayo, my love?
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
It wasn't a hot. It was kind of like if you look at it like the country, like it wasn't a federal rule. It was like a state. So depending on what department you worked in, your boss got to make the rule about appearance. There's general, overarching rules like nobody can have long fingernails, regardless of whether they're fake, because icky, yuck. You can't have like long fucking hair dragging on patients and stuff. Things like that are across the board kind of commonsensical. But the way you looked and presented yourself, other than your color of scrubs, was completely up to your department. And my department didn't give a fuck. Like, as long as you look clean and put together. Like, I couldn't have blue hair and look like a crackhead. I could look like a crackhead and have brown hair, or I could have blue hair and like wash myself. So I did, which was fine. I understand the world's bias against colored hair, I guess. But they didn't give a fuck. But I made a friend in cardiac, and she was like, I tried to dye my hair. Like, she tried to do like a dark burgundy red, and she had dark brown hair, and her boss literally said, go home and change it now, or you don't come back. Or something like that. Like, don't come back until your hair is back the way it was. Which arguably it's more fake with that much work put into it. At that point, Jeff's company is like 4-hour interviews. What? What in the fuck do they do for 4 hours? How do adults get diagnosed with ADHD? I think you just honestly go talk to a psychologist. Um, I got diagnosed when I was in college, kind of by my math teacher. I like was having panic attacks and blacking out, white during tests and stuff. And so I had a wonderful math teacher my freshman year of college, and she was like, I mean this in the best way possible, but I think you should go talk to one of the school counselors. And I went to the school psychologist, and I was in her office for less than 30 seconds, and she just started giggling and picked up her phone and then put it down. And she was like, you need to see a professional. So I made you an appointment for today at noon. That's in 45 minutes. You should go. And I went, and he didn't even test me. Like, I've heard that there's like a test that some psychologists slash psychiatrists will give you, a written test, like, how do you feel when blah, 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 and they'll score you or something. He just like talked to me about how I was feeling for 5 minutes and was like, I would like to try you on some sort of ADHD medication or something. And it was honestly like the first time I was ever on an ADHD medication. It wasn't the best one. I've been on kind of a journey for those because I'm not very good with uppers. I don't like them. Um, it was like waking up on the right side of the bed for the first time in my life. It was weird because they're not a drug that builds up in your system. Like, that's an instant. It's in, it's out. You piss it out like meth. It isn't meth. Don't say it is. That's an ignorant thing to say out loud. Don't, it's like, what's the saying? It's better to be thought a fool than to speak slash type and remove all doubt. Shush. But it acts the same, and you do pee it out into the water. But I don't know how, I mean, as an adult, I assume you just go talk to someone about how you're feeling. It's really like, the only time I think, this is just me personally, not a professional, like, I'm not a psychologist. I have a degree in psychology, but that's not a psychologist by any means at all. In my opinion, a diagnosis doesn't really mean anything. It's just a word that was made up by other humans who were probably white and old and hated women. I don't fucking know. Until whatever you're experiencing is making it so you can't go about everyday life normally. You know what I mean? So you might feel like you're a little ADHD or a little OCD. You know, people use those words really lightly and casually, and it's mildly offensive to us that really cry if we can't organize things. Um, it's not really useful unless you're going to use it to do something about it. You know, like you can get diagnosed all day long, but there's a lot of people out there with ADHD where no drug's going to do anything for you. Like you're just chemically not built that way. So you have a diagnosis. What you going to do about it? You can use it as a crutch to be a piece of shit, or you can research about yourself and try to integrate into life and function. I guess I'm trying to be nice. I've seen a lot of people, use Kanye West pisses me off. Bipolar people are not Kanye. Jesus fuck. Dextroamphetamine, however, is meth, and it is sometimes prescribed for really bad. Ooh, is it really? What's a generic name of it? Just curious if I've ever heard one. You were diagnosed when you were 5. My mom has told me stories that are super interesting. Like she knew that something was other about me when I was little. I was her first biological daughter. And she has stories like when I was really, really, baby little, 1 or 2, I couldn't pay attention to her if she was reading me a book unless she held my hand or like put her hand on my arm, just softly. But it was like she had to stimulate me in another way to get my full eyes to look at her. And I've always had problems like just focusing on one thing. I'll just pass out and go to sleep. It's like narcolepsy. It's really fucking weird. And when she told me that, I was like, why didn't you ever like? My dad died when I was really young, so we definitely had counselor. We went to therapy when we were right when he died, because obviously little kids, like, how the fuck do they process that? I still don't know how I processed that, but she had us in therapy and stuff. And the therapist even told her like there's some sort of attention. ADD and ADHD wasn't really thrown around a lot in the early 90s, late 80s yet. It was kind of the late 90s, early 2000s, I think, when it started getting overdiagnosed. Correct me if I'm wrong. My time frame is that was when I was really young, so it's kind of skewed. But she told her, there's something because we would have to play board games. Like I remember that she would play like break the ice with me, or like these board games where you would physically be doing something, or play with Play-Doh, because otherwise I'd just fall asleep. Like I would do it in school all the time too. But when I was in school, especially because I went to a very small, very poor, middle of nowhere redneck high school and middle school, if you were ADD, ADHD, had any diagnosis in the world that meant your learning abilities were different than the other kids in school, you just got stuck in a special classroom downstairs and given color crayons, and they eventually graduated you with a degree. And that was your education, and that was it. Because we had no special ed teacher, our school could barely afford. We didn't even, literally, the year I graduated high school, our Spanish teacher retired. They hired Rosetta Stone American Sign Language as the new language teacher, the one option in my high school. Like, that's the level of education. And my mom was so aware of that because I have 2 older sisters as well from my dad's previous marriage and a whole slew of siblings, that she was like, having an official diagnosis from a psychologist of anything and taking it to a school is in no way going to give my daughter any extra assistance in getting a better education or anything. In fact, it will strip her of any of the four said whatever. So it was a lot of me going to school and then basically homeschooling. Like my mom taught me a lot of what I learned because in school, you ask someone with ADHD to sit in a quiet room with their hands in their lap and listen to someone who sounds like Ben Stein talk about something ultimately quite boring, we're going to go to sleep. It's chronic understimulation. It's literally like narcolepsy. It's very scary. Like I've had people push me out of a desk and I didn't wake up. And, they'll just, I hate this word and I don't approve of it. Do not use it in my chat, but for lack of a better word, and because it's what we were labeled, we were retarded. There was no, oh, they just think differently. Or, oh, hey, maybe there's a better way to go about teaching this than the way we did in 1820s. If you had anything, you were just retarded and you were stuck in a color crayon room with usually like a TA, like just a parent of a student who was a house mom and had no kids at home, so now she volunteers at the high school. She was the special ed teacher for every grade, though. Like it was, I mean, I saw it. They would all be in one room. It was horrible to watch. That was their education. And so, as much as I struggled being unmedicated, undiagnosed as a kid, I developed a lot of coping mechanisms on my own that I don't think I would have had I just been narked out on Ritalin as a kid. I don't know though. That's just theory. I'm not, again, not a professional. Really, Tomatillos. That's I take Adderall too. That's the most villainized of them. It's crazy. But I went through a slew. Like the first one I took, the first Adderall medication, or the first Adderall medication, the first ADHD medication I was ever prescribed was Concerta, and the shit made me a fucking bitch, and I felt it. I felt it from day one. I was like, holy shit, I'm irritable today. But the first time I took it, I was like, oh, maybe I'm gonna get my period soon. Like you always get a little cranky because your hormones are like meh, meh. Every day. I just wanted to fuck. I mean, it worked like Adderall with the added side effect of I wanted to kill everyone for just breathing near me. Like I was so irritable. It was wild. And normally I'm so chill. Like in no way irritable at all. It's pretty hard to irritate me actually. To go from that to that, I felt it immediately and straight up went to my doctor and was like, "No, not this one. This one's too hard." I had one doc who tried to put me on PRN Ritalin. That was great. Not time released. Holy shit, talk about feeling like you're having a heart attack. I got in trouble a lot for reading library books during instruction time. Me too. My whole life. From everyone. I mean, when I was a kid, it wasn't, okay, cell phones down at the dinner table. It was, girls, put your books down. Girls, your mother's talking to you. Put your damn books down. Eat your meatloaf. Constant. I mean, at restaurants, I remember it very, very clearly, like having a book in my hand and just it's one way to get me. That's why I read so much. It's one of the few like calm things I can do that don't involve physical movement that actually shut my brain the fuck down, or I guess shut it up. It's not searching for other shit to do at the same time. Usually because the conversation was not moving fast enough. Man, I would literally stab myself in the hand with a pencil to try to keep myself from falling asleep. But I learned later in life by studying ADHD, ADHD, AD8, wow, I can't speak. By studying the attention shit, that as well as, being hyperactive, we can be chronically understimulated. And so when our brain, the one of the defining features of an ADHD brain is no matter what you're doing, your brain is already 10 steps ahead trying to find something better to get some more serotonin because it's usually caused by a lack of serotonin or happy neurochemicals. And so we can never enjoy something. Like it's really hard for someone with unmedicated, untreated, unrecognized ADHD to just sit and enjoy one thing because they might love the taste of it, but their brain's already that could be but you also have to but this could be that could be better, but you have to call but that you have to do and you're never not doing that ever. You can't stop it for the exception of very few activities and everybody's different. For me, running and reading, I don't know what it is, but they will shut my brain off. That's it though. Like end of list. Other than that, it's constantly going. Constantly. And so when your brain is constantly firing off like that and you're not giving into it, i.e., in a classroom, quietly listening to an old person talk about biology or whatever you find boring, your brain will exhaust itself and go, oh, sleep time. And if you've ever had it, I mean, I'm not exaggerating. It is out of your control. You could sit here and hold your eyelids open and your eyes will roll under and you will go to sleep, even if just for 30 seconds. It's so scary. It's weird and it hasn't happened to me honestly since I was in college. Since I've been forced to like be in that kind of a situation, I've never been forced to like sit for hours at a time and listen to boring people talk. Thank fuck. But it's very frightening when it happens because nothing will stop it. Like, nothing will stop it. You are gonna go unconscious for a few seconds, regardless of who pushes you out of your desk. I had a teacher who would literally tip me out of my desk to see if I was faking it. Small school, it was very personal, it's fine. My chat just fucking updated. Wow, hold on, I gotta catch up. That's why I'm so glad about online school amidst COVID. It made my life so much easier for studying. I can rewind and speed up the boring parts. Oh my god, I wish. Fuck, dude. Oh, Nico, what a dream. And you could go back and listen to it again? Holy shit. I can't even fathom. Diagnosis deaf made me understand myself better. And that's when I think that's your goal. I think it's really important. But I think a lot of people, it's like they think having a diagnosis, just having this word will solve things. Or I don't think people consciously think this, but they will start to use it just as an excuse for shitty behavior. I.e., I don't know, why is every dish we own dirty in the sink and the dishwasher is empty? Oh, I was just like super fucking ADHD today, babe. Like, all right. You know what I mean? That was probably a bad example. I couldn't think of one on the spot, but you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't that's not helpful to anybody. The first day at school on Adderall, a teacher approached me and asked if I'm already on my special pills. Go fuck yourself. Special pills? Oh, my heart. I feel something similar. I was really offended by being diagnosed and nothing really being explained to me. I refused medication for years and stumbled into mindfulness and compassion based meditation via Buddhism. Excuse me. I feel like those meditation habits, plus my feelings around medication now as an adult who approached the subject myself, has me in a really good spot, 100%. And that's kind of where I'm at too. Like, I've come to the acceptance that needing a drug or my joy because my body just naturally does not create happy neurochemicals the way it should isn't a weakness. And I'd much rather just find activities that get me some extra endorphins and live with it and be happy and try to live it instead of just like waiting until I'm dead. I don't know. Man, I feel like you could just wait forever. This may sound so bad, but it is true. All the kids who took medicine before lunch all became drug dealers in my school. Whoa. See, no one, maybe I'm too old. No one in my school was on drugs. Like inhalers. That's the only thing I ever saw a kid would go to the office to take an inhaler puff once in a while. But nobody was on Adderall or anything. That wasn't really a thing yet when I was in school. Or small school, it just hadn't reached my area. The training with a lot of employers. I probably could complete most weeks long trainings in a few days' time because my mind moves that fast. I do the same, dead call. I fucking feel that hard. It's so hard. I mean, I remember in school, like, I had a teacher who would penalize us for reading further ahead than we were supposed to. Like, if we were reading a novel for class. And I just grew up reading. I love reading. I've always read. I respect that for some kids, like, it was a struggle bus to get through a chapter, but I could finish that book in a night, and to be penalized for that was odd. Like, I would have to play dumb, like I didn't know the rest of the book. Like, instead of just owning up to I read fast, I learned how to lie to my teachers, and that's fucked up. It was interesting. My mom kept my report cards, and early on, like elementary, I just got good marks. But around end of elementary, middle school, it was always a doesn't pay attention in class, easily distracted. Oh my god, same. Mine was literally fourth grade. I remember the parent teacher conference, Moz. Not even shitting you, it was Mrs. Adams. I remember her being like, Catherine is very intelligent girl, but she just can't stop chit chatting with her neighbors. And I was like, I'd never been in trouble before, and it felt like being in trouble. I was terrified. I think I might have peed a little. Oh, dealing, not major dealing. Yeah. I just don't remember. I mean, I was the kid that would have been the dealer in high school. I wasn't a very good kid until like junior year. I cleaned myself up and got a job and shit. But I was like the kid that looked like it was spit out by Hot Topic and rolled around in mud. Definitely that kid. And those were my friends. Like, I was friends with the kids that would have been selling those. That was not on the market. In my town, at least. So I don't think it was around. Does anyone know when that shit, like, started getting way too saturated. Like, you know, when people were just like, here's Ritalin because it removes the childlike behavior in children. I don't know what years that was. I think I was too young to really be cognizant of it. I nearly got forcefully misdiagnosed as ADHD just because my first grade teacher couldn't take the time to work with me. And that's what I'm talking about. Turned out I had dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia. I apologize if I pronounced that wrong. That's a hard one. Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. There was a huge, like, it was used as like the band-aid drug, kind of like what we did with penicillin in the 80s and 70s, like, and just made it so penicillin basically doesn't work anymore. I mean, I'm an old man too. My balls hang low and they wobble to and fro. I can tie them in a knot. Not yet in a bow. Medusa didn't have a chance to defend herself. She was punished by Athena for blaspheming in her temple that she was more beautiful than even the goddess herself. So she and her sisters were cursed. Fun facts. Isn't that crazy? I mean, and then from that moment on, it was like, if you looked at her face, like you turned to a stone monster. And so when people would try to kill her, she'd be like, please don't, and fight back. Like, God forbid. I would always say the medication's only a small part of it for me. I also put a lot of effort and energy into mindfulness. Hella. Yes. Reflecting on your own behaviors, not just like what you say and what you do, but like your legit behaviors is big. But I don't think that's possible when you're young. I really don't think I could have. I don't know why, but my brain was just such a like a loose socket, just like bzz, all the time. I mean, I remember I was actually just thinking about this in the shower this morning. I was just thinking about like when I went through like middle school and high school, I don't remember ever caring about or putting effort into actual education, a moment of it. I did the the fuck, like I was the one in library at lunch, like fucking pumping out a paper last minute because I did not realize the paper assigned 3 weeks ago was due that day. I bare fucking minimum. For me, it was literally survival to get home. Like I was just thinking this morning, like what was my thought process in those school years, and it was just get through the day until you can get home. That was it. Get everyone to stop, get off your back until you can get the fuck home. That was it. Like that's fucked up. I don't think I learned a thing. Oh my god, Ice Falcon. That's Billith. She's the devil. I will spread my pro Medusa agenda any day. Ask Zoe. Imagine what that would feel like on your anus. All those little tongues. Fuck yourself. Oh yes, same. Oh my god, my mom has one. You probably have one very similar, I'm sure. I'm sure we all do. But I was reading through, like, my mom had these baby books where it wasn't pictures. It was like it would ask you little questions, you know, and you would write stuff about your baby. And there's this entry, and I don't remember any of it. It was between her and her therapist, like after she had a kid, after she had me, her first kid. And there was an entry in there, and I don't remember any part of it, but it was in the very middle, and it said, I heard crying in the kitchen today, and I entered to find Katie beating Timmy with pots and pans. I asked her to stop, and she smiled. So we put the pots and pans elsewhere. And that's it. That's all. That's all it says. I read this when I was like in high school, and I was like, "Who the fuck is Timmy?" And what? No, I got no explanation. I was 2, I think. uh, no, it was like at home. I had a private place to go. I've always been very, very private. I don't like to just be passively around a bunch of strangers all the time. I don't know how to word that and not be mean. It's not that I hate people. Like I like hanging out with my friends and stuff, but I really like I love a shut door and a lock. That is when I was a kid, I grew up with 8 siblings, and if you had a lock on your door, my mom would remove it. If you put a lock on your door, she'd take your door off. Like there was no privacy in my home because all of my older siblings had kids, taken away by the state because they were on drugs, or were on drugs, or were in jail because of drugs. A lot of drug problems, a lot of problems. So no trust and absolutely zero privacy. So when I was in high school, I'm the second youngest of all the 8. So when I was in high school, pretty much everyone was gone, and my little sister did sports. So as soon as I could get home, the sooner I could get home from school, the sooner I knew I had like 2 hours where not a human was in the home. A 3-story mansion on the river, like built for 8 kids and 2 parents. Not one person would be there. And I would do nothing special. I would literally just sit at the kitchen table in silence and like read. That was it. But it was the most sacred time ever. I remember just like it was. I mean, I'm hard pressed to think of something better, like a cold Diet Coke on a hot fucking day, maybe. I definitely got in trouble though. I wouldn't say I didn't get in trouble, but it was just I can never not be on alert when I'm around other people, and I don't know why that is. That's just me. I can't sit, and I can't just breathe. It's impossible. I'm literally physically incapable of it. My skin crawls. I got to be up like cleaning something or doing something. And so school is like your worst nightmare. You got to pick a seat every day. It's probably a new seat. It's a new angle, new people sitting next to you, and it's weird and awkward. And did you bring a pen? And then at some point during the day, your teacher's going to go, okay, now everybody group up or pair up. And you're going to have a panic attack and sweat through all the deodorant you wiped all over your face that day. And it's just like, it's a survival. Like, just get home. Just fucking get home where none of this is. I don't know. It was weird. But I remember that was just, and I remember college, get to class, walk home. When I would crunch my classes, so I would have like 10 minutes to sprint across a horribly lumpy campus to get to class just so I could get home faster. Because it's the only place where I'm guaranteed that I can maybe get peace, I think. And the world is loud. I love metal music, though. I don't know. It's very conflicting personality. I'm aware. I'm fucked up. I was born on a lunar eclipse. That's my theory. And who the fuck is Timmy? And why was I beating it with pans? Why did I have pans? Fremery, this is my first time ever having neighbors in my life, and I'm going to say I'm not a fan. Odious, it's actually a common, my therapist told me this. I don't know how legit this is, but she told me that people with ADHD commonly feel more energetic and less manically panicky during the nighttime for some reason. I don't know why, but I've always enjoyed nighttime better. There's less people, way less people. And the people that are out usually tend to be business, like get it done with, The world is loud. It fucking is. And like, I'm not one to sit in silence. Like, I usually have music on or a podcast or a movie, like a Disney movie. I watch Encanto like twice a day, every day. Don't judge me. But it's different than the chaos of everything else. It's like, I think this is what it is, honestly. I already have that going on my own 24/7. Like, I have an unwieldy crowd upstairs screaming different ideas at me all the time. So when it's just added to, I can't function. Like, I'll just stand there and wait for it to be over and stare at my phone until, like, it's terrible to say, but if I ever have to go like a party or like a function where there's groups of people, it's about 15 minutes in and I'm like, when can I leave and it's not rude? And then I fucking Irish goodbye the fuck out of there. It's terrible. I just can't function though. Like, people are like, just sit down, relax. And I'm like, I can't fucking do that on my own. You think I can do that here? Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying any of that has to do with ADHD. That's just me personally. Everybody's very individualistic in their neuro whateverness. Adulting is the worst. I'm definitely a nighttime person, although working a regular job makes me not able to take advantage of it. I loved working a night job, but no matter what, the world runs on the day. So, like, even on my days off, I would have to try to, like, work myself into waking up to be a day person again because I could never go to the post office or anywhere that closed by 5 p.m. if I just slept all day, which as an adult you must do. And it sucks. It's like the world doesn't realize night shift is real yet. Dude, Mayo, it's legit. And it's just something about the world, even if you live in the middle of nowhere, nighttime is perceived, subconsciously as a more calm time. So our brains probably feel less chaotic in it. I don't think there's any studies on it though. I have no idea. I've been unemployed for so many years that I hate going anywhere on the weekend. I do all my shopping or any sort shit on the days while everyone's at work. Oh, same. Who the fuck would go to the grocery store on a Sunday afternoon if they had the choice? Ew. Absolutely. No. That is Walmart on Black Friday. No, thank you. I have issues with some music. Oh, absolutely. Me too. I'm picky about my music for sure. I get that. There is some music that it'll either have a chord in it, like an actual note that I just hate and can't stand. It sounds like out of place, or the beat is almost too fast. It'll make my heart rate speed up and make me feel more anxious. Some people's voices do that to me. Like there are certain people who are so like abrasive, like their voice is abrasive or something about them is abrasive when they speak that it makes me like by the end of it I'm like this, my shoulders are like plugging my ears because I don't want to be there anymore. I don't know what it is though, and it's nothing on them. Like everyone is individual and wonderful the way they are. A lot of people don't like me, and that's okay. You can't please everybody, you know what I mean? Bunches El Guapo, welcome to my channel. Thank you for the follow. I'm kind of the same, dude. At nighttime, when I'm not streaming, if Zach is streaming and or playing video games, I close his office door because I've literally almost had a heart attack out here sometimes. And if it was like a consistent scream that never stopped, it wouldn't bother me, which is probably why I like metal music and shit. It's that silence, 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 silence. What the fuck? Silence, 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 silence. And it's just enough silence to lull you into a false sense of security. Maybe I can read my book. He does it when he's not streaming. He literally is Don Amigal when someone touches her Mercedes all the time. I shut the office door. Like I've straight up told him, I'm like, you're gonna find me dead in my office chair if I leave your door open. And he's like totally sympathetic. He's like, I'm so sorry, I get it. And I'm like, it's cool. However, you getting it doesn't stop it. Door shut. I just can't. It's the only way I can't relax. Oh my god. Zoe. Zoe says, I just read a meme that made me lol. This is amazing. Elon Musk is Kim Kardashian for men. I mean, though. Bossy. I appreciate your presence, and seeing you in chat brings light into my life. Thank you for being wonderful. How are you doing? How is your heart? I'll listen to any type of music, except music where you can hear the fingers sliding on guitar strings drives me nuts and becomes the only thing I can hear. I totally feel that. I love that sound, but there are sounds that do that exact thing to me in music where oh my god, I fucking made the mistake. I'm a dumbass. I watched this amazing guy on YouTube break down Closer by Nine Inch Nails because if you're new to my channel, Nine Inch Nails is my forever band. I love Trent Reznor and everything that comes out of his asshole. I'm obsessed. But ever since I watched that, now if that song comes on and I'm not wearing like insanely high quality earbuds or headphones, all I hear is that the hi-hat. I can't do it that fast with my mouth. You know what I'm talking about? It's really fast in the back of the song. That's all I can hear is that shit. It's it because this guy like tore apart the song, talked about how magnificent it is, what a genius piece of art it is to put together and all this stuff, which was really cool. But At one point, it was the song stripped with just the vocals and now that's it. Closer is destroyed. Destroyed! It's hi-hat forever. These are the poodles, yes. So this is Lil, and then the little void back there is my boy Trickster. That's Trick. And they just turned 2. They're the COVID puppies. We literally got them the year like of the shutdown. Yeah, they're 2 and just fucking awesome, to be honest. I adore them. They're so smart but also super snuggly and soft. They're standard poodles. Like, never in my fucking gourd did I think I would have a goddamn standard poodle. But holy shit, are they cool. Only 2. I know. Look how big this hoe is. She's huge. They're just so big. It's crazy that they're only 2, though. I seem to have hover more towards power metal, especially the kind with power. I don't know if I would say I had a genre. I like, what would you say is like Gojira? Or I like Gojira. 3 Inches of Blood is one of my favorites, but they broke up. Trying to think of something like Gojira, because it's metal, but with that insanely heavy bass in it. I don't like metal that's all high, like that shit. I like it when it's got that nasty, crunchy, bassy shit in the background. Gojira is just the first one that came to mind. I'm trying to think of another. Who did I see Gojira with? In Flames. That's another good one. I love In Flames. I don't know what metalcore is. See, when I got into metal, it was just metal. And now it's like there are so many subcategories. I don't know anymore what they mean. I know what new metal is, like NU. I get that one. Like Korn and shit like that. Oh, I know. That's why we call him the Void. I'm not even kidding you. His name is Trick, but my chat has coined him as the Void because seriously, it's real how dark he is. The way I like express how dark he is. If you've ever had a black cat and they're in the sun, you know how they're kind of brown? He is not. He is, stop. He's blue-black. Like blue-black, like beautiful Asian or Indian hair. Blue-black. Like he is black. And so at nighttime, if he's laying in a dark hallway, I have accidentally stepped on him so many times because he's disappeared. He's so dark, but he's my beautiful boy. I love him. He has one white blaze on his chest. A little bolt. Heart is okay. Still having a bit of trouble sleeping at night, thinking that I'm going to roll over on Alice. Oh, I still look for Millie. I still look in corners to see if she's stuck somewhere. I know. Now you can see how old the hoodie is and how faded it is. He's so beautiful, though. I mean, really. He's so beautiful, boy. I love him. He is pure, like, the blackest black, like, midnight blue black ever. Her coloring, she's actually, like, got a poodle name to it. It's called a Phantom Cafe au lait. Is this shit. Whatever this is. Shireen, my love, how are you? I'm always interested. What's the news? Unleash the Archers? Yes. I like them. I listened to a lot of thrash metal when I was in high school, which then turned into punk in college. And now that I'm pushing 40s, I'm listening to 90s R&B. Dude, I listen to that shit all the time. All the time. I think my number one most listened to artist on Spotify last year was Missy Elliott. There was a time of perfect music, and I think we can all acknowledge it. And it was 90s R&B. Rest in peace, Aaliyah. It was just perfect music. I mean, nobody doesn't start doing this shit when Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls comes on. You know what I'm saying? You might not know the lyrics, but you know it. You know the fucking chorus, and you're gonna scream it. Metalcore stuff like Ice Nine Kills, Motionless in White, I think are a couple of examples. See, I would have just said death metal. So what's the difference between that and death metal? I'm officially diagnosed with autism. We were just talking about diagnoses, Z's. I don't know how to say that word anymore. My previous BPD has been marked as a misdiagnosis. I've been crying tears of relief. Honey, I'm so happy for you. I was going to say, how do you feel? But that's pretty obvious. I'm very happy for you. We were just talking about like how a diagnosis can both help you, but also how some people, they don't really do anything with it and just go on to kind of be a shithead and use it as a crutch. Thank you. I used brown lipstick on my eyes and then I put blue sparkles on top of it. I think it looks kind of neat. I just tried to do it fast and interesting. Do you want to cheers? Let's do. I think I can get away with it well if Lil just chills here for a minute. Ska and punk was the only thing I never really got into, and I don't know if it like skipped me. I loved like Blink 180. I loved like the post, or I guess like pop ska, I guess you would call it, like fucking No Doubt. I will fuck with No Doubt any fucking day. And Blink 182, I can sing every song by Blink 182 ever by heart to this day. It's an obsession. Like I like the post pop punk era, but that was, I think I was maybe too young for the true punk ska, that came out like late 80s, I think was like that height, right? Which is my birth. I think my parents fucked to that music. Fun story, I was conceived in Hawaii. Shireen just gifted a sub and I can't see it. Hold up. I'm cheersing. Mayo gifted a sub to Shireen. Mayo, you silly fuck.
Hi, gay.
I love you.
In the bedroom or just hanging out.
Covered in eggplant.
Yeah, we wouldn't. Your part wouldn't. Hey.
Yeah, and see, in the 90s, I was introduced to marijuana and listening to a lot of Alanis Morissette and, those angsty ladies. I'm a bitch. I'm a lover. Oh my God, she's going to knock my bong over. I might not be able to cheers before we go because every time I go to do it, her head comes up. And I would love to claim I'm stronger than my 80-pound poodle, but I'm not. She has fucking nailed me with this neck head so many times. So I was introduced to marijuana via the black community. So it was more like, get super high and listen to Biggie. All my brother's friends were black. We lived in a mainly black community. Like that was where the weed started. So that's just was where we rolled and chilled, I guess. That was like the genre I grew up in, I guess, was R&B. Yeah, I would say that's mainly. I had like whatever was on the radio, but honestly, I didn't hear Nine Inch Nails for the first time until I was in either 9th or 10th grade in high school. I heard the very first Nine Inch Nails song and I just went fucking buck wild psychotic because that is not music you would hear on the radio ever. So a friend had to play it for me and I was like, what is that? I'd play the song for you, but I'll get fired from Twitch forever. Ice Falcon. I'm glad you're back on this. Well, I don't know if I'm glad you're back here or not, but is there really? I don't know what to do. I'm glad you're back here. We'll say that. And I'm happy to see you again. Dude, I get it. Lilith, I mute every single server I'm a part of except for my own. And so does every single streamer and person ever. And we all accept it and don't ever get it. No one's offended. Like, I am not offended if people mute servers or mute my Discord. The way I use Discord is, other than the messaging, obviously, is like, it's Reddit. When I'm bored taking a shit, I go look at people's cute puppies and smile. And, but it's not something I have to see. It's not, like, vital for me to see a puppy most of the time. I mean, that was a bad example. It's vital to see a puppy. You know what I mean. So I just mute all the alerts unless it's private messages. Honestly, and if anyone does that with mine, I completely get it. Like, who the fuck wants their phone going off all day? My phone has not rang audibly in 20 years. I have no idea what my ringtone is, and I hope to fuck I never find out. It's okay to control your surroundings and your life. We were literally just talking about that, Lilith. I was saying, like when I was a kid, I remember in high school and just like in any situation, all I would do the entire time I was away from home was count the minutes or play mind games with myself to make time go by faster until I could get home again. And the reason was that like that was the only place I could find any sort of quiet or just a controlled atmosphere that wasn't just chaos at all. And I think people will like just because texting exists and cell phones exist doesn't mean anyone has a right to anyone else's attention 24/7, you know. Just because I can see it right away and I can respond right away doesn't mean I have to. If it's an emergency and I'm being a disrespectful hoe, it's a different story. But we all need to step back and like look at your free time and be like, how much free time am I allocating to picking up a cell phone? And how much should I? Like, how much should that really drag my attention away from other shit? Like, have I made anything recently? Have I read a book? Done it, you know? Nope. Oh, Lilith, hard. Dude. Oh, so many mind. I've been mind fucking since before I can remember mind fucking. Literally. Like, it's a we're all. Girl, that was my mental high five for you. I think I'm gonna cheers when I come back because every time I go for my bong, Lil's head comes up, and if she breaks this bong right after I brag about it lasting, I'm gonna break. My heart will break. My heart will shatter. And by Lilith, I mean this one, not that one. That one's not gonna break my bong. It's this one. Mm-hmm. Oh, and my mom, I used to get in fights with my mom about it all the time when she finally learned how to text. And I was like, just because it exists doesn't mean that I'm not allowed to read a book for 3 hours in peace and quiet. If it's an emergency and you make it clear it's an emergency, I will respond. But if it's not, I mean, especially for someone who has like ADHD or really, I think it's kind of any kind of neurodivergent way of thinking. Most of us survive off of hyperfocus. We live for those moments when we're like, oh my God, I'm gonna actually accomplish something today. It's hit. We've got them. We got some serotonin, ladies. Let's go, or whatever it is. And every time your phone beeps or vibrates or goes off, it breaks. Every single time. And so you never really get anything done ever. You start 20 projects and nothing gets done. And the more little strange like interruptions you can remove from just your everyday existence, I feel like the more productive we are as people. And on that note, I'm gonna go take a huge shit in the yard and show my dogs how it's done. Ah! Wash your dogs. And I fed them some last night, but I don't like to feed them too much because frogs are kind of like pugs in that they just won't stop eating. Like they don't know to stop eating. And so I still have a bucket of crickets, but I put it near their cage and they're all just like sitting in one spot, staring at it, piled on each other. And it feels kind of like putting like the farm next to the restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe the slaughterhouse. Is it cruel? Do the crickets know? I don't care. I hate crickets. Just watched Doctor Who with my housemate, who we had a problem with our dog and things were emotional, but we're gonna pull through. I'm glad. Lizzie, did I don't know if you saw, I found a picture of my mother in high school that uncannily looks like me and it makes me uncomfortable. Would you like to see it? I already showed chat, but I feel like I need to show you because it's uncomforting. Oh, it's terrible. I put on a lot of makeup today, so it's not exact, but it's right. I mean, damn. It's just as uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? Let me find it. Hold up. Stop it. I had your brain up. Oh, we hate it. It's just weird. It's like it's my mom's senior picture, so obviously it looks younger than me, but it's I shouldn't make it. It's just yeah. Cheers to that scary piece right there. I know, I've literally seen your brain. I know. I've seen your brain, you're right. I have seen pretty far. There's a jumping spider on my computer. I'm not even fucking with you guys. Bro, you're gonna die here. You're gonna get squashed. What you doing? Oh my God, he's so cute. I know, doesn't it look so much like my little sister because they're the same? Yeah, that's what I said. No, Lizzie, I said the same thing. I'm like, what's funny is it looks more like my sister technically because my sister and my mom have the same coloring, like skin coloring. So my sister's got that pale skin and that really like lighter brown hair, pale blonde hair. So Yeah, it's my sister. Like, it's literally a clone of my sister. It's so fucking creepy. If she was tan with black. Oh my god, the jumping spider. He's on my desk. Where are you going? It's a wild one. It's not one of mine. I just don't want to accidentally squish him. He's tiny. Well, he's not tiny. They're pretty big here. If he gets closer, I'll show him to you guys. It's too far away for you guys to even see right now. I know. I had to show it to Lizzie because it's honestly like uncannily creepy. It makes me like if I washed all my makeup off right now and just smiled, boosh. That. Very creepy. He is. It's a boy. He's molted out as a boy. I can tell. I saw him yesterday hopping around. Oh, he's gone now. I don't know where he went. I saw him hopping around yesterday, and he's got like the hooks. So he's a boy. So he's either looking for a fuck or looking for a meal, of which I'm fine with both because there's fruit flies in here. Eat away. Do you want it, Rod? No, I can. I still have, dude. I can pull up creepy all fucking day. See, and I think I look like my dad when I smile, which is weird. He died when I was so young, but when I smile without my teeth showing, like I just like smirk, it's his face, like a dead ringer. That's all he did. Isn't that creepy? Ugh. She doesn't have your dead eyes. She was 18, she was pure, she was fresh. She was going to parochial school still. Like she was like bright, you know? Still like in there. Whereas I could not tell you how many people I've seen just die. So I don't know what that's done internally, but it's done stuff, you know? Hi, Alk. No, that's my mom. That's my mother. That's my mother's senior picture. I found that and I was like, oh, gotta show my community because that's creepy. I know, Lizzie. Well, dude, you're taking the words right out of my mouth. Literally, I was like, guys, I was gonna post this on Twitter, but I really thought everybody would just be like, oh my god, Katie did one of those those photos that makes her look like she's from the 70s because it's too much. Like it's other than I have dark hair and this lighting. I think it's the blue. It's all the blue makes me look really pale today. I don't know. I don't care. Fuck it in the anus. Creepy, right? Genetics. I literally was like, I budded like a bacteria from my mother. I don't know if my dad was involved. Where is it though? Like which feature? Cause I don't see it. I know. There's a really good picture of me, my mom, and my sister. I'll have to find for you guys. Where it's all like we're all smiling, and the picture's taken from the exact same angle of all of our faces, and we're staggered back. We're like in Italy or something, and it is so creepy. Our mouths, we all have me, my sister Sarah, and my mother have the exact same shape of mouth, exact same smile, and identical teeth, down to the front two crossing over a tiny bit. It's man, creepy. If I could find it right away, I would have shown it, but I can't find it right away, of course. It's in here somewhere. I'll find it someday for you guys. It's very creepy. I have so many folders of photos from like goddamn, Zach is angry today. Like going between PCs, I just dump the photos onto the new PC. So I have a ton of photos I've just never organized, and it's probably not the best way to be. Don't advise it. But you know what? We do what we gotta do. I do not enjoy organizing digital things, but I will color code your bookshelf. Fussy, I actually did one of those where it ages you, and I deleted it because it was so. I was my mother, like to exactly what she looks like right now. If you put a wig on me, and it was so creepy. Like I have I have everything other than her height. She's only like 5'5". She claims she was 5'7" at one point, but she's a tiny person. She's like facing my boobs height. She's itty bitty, and I'm 6 feet. Really, Mayo? See, I just got his coloring. I don't think I got many features because he had like black brown eyes and black hair and really tan skin. Yep. Oh, Lizzie, isn't it creepy? To reiterate what you said to me, your mom's pussy made that. My mom's pussy was so neurotic, it made her again. Like, damn. That's all I have to say about that one. Damn. That's impressive. I wish I looked like my dad, to be honest. I have, like, his coloring. Honestly, like, I look like my older sisters, though, so maybe I do look like my dad, and I just because he's dead, I have no like, I don't know. A lot of, when you think, like, "Oh, I look like my mom," it's not just in a picture I look like my mom, like, we have the same facial expressions, you know? Our face muscles move the same, and that's why we smile the same and stuff, and because, like, I literally don't have a memory of my dad, I could look like him in expressions and stuff, and I have no idea, which kind of sucks. But maybe they shouldn't have all drank themselves to death. Selfish bitches.
Cheers. Real talk. My mom's genes killed my dad's. We used to joke about that.
Because not only, oh my god, yes! I'm gonna stretch and then posture check, if you don't mind me doing them in a different order, because I just really want to stretch. I have been seriously working on my posture, though. That's so important. Honestly, like, the more I was reading about, like, chronic cervical pain and chronic back pain and all that stuff, it is literally, most of it leads to sitting sitting wrong. I don't know how else to put that. I'm sure Cum knows. Cum. I don't want to call you Cum. Sugar knows. I'm gonna try some of this Tickle, the new one. It's the strain is called Stimuli, and it's 27.9% THC. Apparently, that's pretty fucking high. And that's all the info we get. I think it's a sativa though. Sativa dominant. Stretch, hydrate, and check your posture. It's important. Seriously, like, I was looking into stuff, like, especially a lot of it is coming to light because of this generation of people having to use Zoom and stuff for work. Where you put your camera and where you look all day and where you put what you're reading all day and what angle your head is at is so important. It's wild. It's shit I'd never really thought about. Like, I've thought about my back and, like, what I'm sitting in. Obviously, I'm sitting in a fucking Herman Miller. It's worth more than my life. But I've never thought about my neck and where I'm turning all the time, and, like, it's kind of wild, the shit you don't really think about. And, all these people that have never ever used a webcam in their life, were crooking their heads like this at laptops, or they had them way too high and they were killing their necks. And so all these studies were coming out, and I was like, oh my God, it's streamers. Because I don't know a streamer who doesn't have back pain. Or something, every once in a while. All right. Now I want to stretch. Oh. It's kind of cheating because when I stretch this, it's pulling all these muscles, but then I pull down on my head and it pops my spine. Feels really good. Shoulder pain, right? Dude, I used to get alchemy. Fucking connect these dots. When I lived in my old apartment, because I didn't have, like, an area other than my workspace to do anything, because I lived in a big apartment by myself, I had no furniture, I would sit on the floor and paint, just, like, sit crisscross applesauce and paint and, do whatever. And my shoulder, I think it was my right one, just started to fucking, like, burn ache out of nowhere. And as soon as I stopped doing that, gone. I've never had it since. Like, the burning that just wouldn't go away, the worst pain. And I have no fucking idea what it was, but it was only sitting on a carpet, a ground, and painting or doing something. I have no idea why it caused that, but once I stopped doing that, it went away. I don't know if that'll help you if you sit on the ground a lot. I'm very much a ground gremlin. I like to sit crisscross applesauce on the ground. It's my natural habitat. Sometimes I sit under this desk and read a book. Don't judge me. I am a troll. I would never hold anything against my dad. I'm selfishly, like, being a cunt about it because half of me, the majority of me, according to Ancestry.com, drank and or poked themselves to death. And I'm like, go fuck yourselves. Like, I'd like to talk to you. Thanks and please. But also, How can you ever judge addiction? Like, for fuck's sake, what a horrible place to be. Never. And anyone that ever tries to make you feel bad or other people feel less than because they have an addiction can fuck the fuck off. Sound your dick, bitch, because nobody cares. That's about how important your opinion is here. I stand. That's why that Kodiak for real. That's why I make sure I take breaks constantly, like at least every hour and a half to 2 hours while I'm streaming. And when I'm not streaming, I sit down max 30 minutes and I'm up. But that's just my ADHD. I don't sit very well. But it helps a lot to get up and change your just sit up straight. Pay attention to where your shoulders are. Because a lot of hunching isn't this. A lot of people think hunching is the torso hunch. It's this hunch, the neck one. I was talking about this last week. We were talking about how tall people get the bump. We all get like this. It's not just tall people, but tall people tend to have really bad posture. I don't know why, but the taller you are, we like melt. I don't know. But it's this knob. I think it's the first cervical if it's not the last of the middle section. I can't remember which spine it is. But it's the fucking bump because we subconsciously like do the and it's just lazy, like your neck being lazy, like your neck should be aligned with the rest of your spine. And that's the part that's really killing a lot of people. Hunching to shrink, it's so subconscious. That's literally like the leading theory is that we are mammals and mammals are, you know, tend to be herd animals. And the more you blend in with the herd, the less likely you are to stand out and get killed by a lion, right? So if you are a 6-foot fourth grader, you tend to just subconsciously, your animal brain shrinks you. So not only are you looking more blending in with the herd, but it's really hard to hear everyone else when they're a foot below you. Source tall bitch. So you kind of, it's not even something you're thinking about. You just do it on accident. And for the past like 2 months, I've had such excruciating neck pain. I don't give a fuck anymore. I will stand and you can, I don't know. I hate standing tall because it makes you look like a fucking pretentious bitch, but I guess that's what I'm gonna look like if I don't want pain. Gravity and mass, it's gotta be. I mean, honestly, it's just bizarre. Like, tall people live not as long. However, I did learn recently that large animals such as elephants and whales don't get cancer because their cancer grows a cancer that kills the cancer. So my hope is that maybe because I'm huge. Yeah? No, I don't think I'm a whale. Although my nickname was Beached Whale in elementary school because I got boobs. If we had no tools, we would be predator or prey. Yeah. I mean, literally. I'd be prey. I am a soft, squishy mess of legs. I am prey. Oh my god, Dre. Last week, what day was it? I can't even remember, but I was doing makeup. I just decided to sit and do like a fun makeup look because my neck was killing me, so I couldn't really turn from side to side. And I think I accidentally streamed for like 13 hours or something. But the entire time I was hyper conscious of like sitting the fuck up. Like I put my mirror like here, so I had to sit up straight to have my head in my mirror, and my back was so tired. I felt like I'd done deadlifts. Like for real, I felt like I'd gone up 20 pounds on deadlifts all day, and that was simply not slouching on my armrests. Like I jack these out as wide as they can go, and I put my hands between my armrests and just sit up straight. Wow. And I work out, my dudes. Posture should not be a sore making activity. Posture is the best selling point for corsets, waspies, and collars. I literally said that last night. I was like, man, I wish corsets were out there. Like, I could relax, but also still have a straight spine. I also have like super mild scoliosis, like nothing serious, but enough to get me out of those stupid molesty checks in elementary school. I always push posture in this verbiage. No bra can do for you what posture can do for your titties. Words. And that's facts. Like literally. Boom, you went up a cup size, my dudes. Double stamp cancers. I'm saying they literally do. I watched a thing on it. It was really interesting. whales, like blue whales and shit, don't get cancer because if a cancer cell develops far enough to like be a dangerous thing, the cancer cells grow cancer cells that kill the cancer cells. Whereas we don't do that. What the fuck? Hmm. If we had no prey, I mean, if we had no tools, I mean, we'd be a predator to something and a prey to something. I mean, we're prey to something now. Bobcats take out people, or not bobcats. Cougars try to take out people every once in a while. I don't think there's any species. I mean, there are species, obviously, that don't have a natural predator. Don't have a natural predator outside of humans that are like, lions and shit. I don't think we'd be there because I ain't gonna win against a lion. And if we have no tools, I'm assuming that means no heat or anything. And so if any of us live in a cold place, we're not gonna die. We're gonna, unless you're in like Iceland or something and your shit comes from those heat things. You know what I'm saying? I would die. Dude, posture collars, man. I tried one of those for kinky stuff, and it made me feel like I was gonna throw up. I don't know why, if it's my neck's too long or too short or what, but where the tight, like, where the zippy part went was like straight on top of my like, what is that? Your thyroid, the little shield on top of my thyroid, where your Adam's apple would be if you had a bump right there. It just sat on it, and I was just sitting there like, I don't. This might be hot, but I'm about to fill this cone with. It was a bad time. I have a weird neck, though. I have a hard time with chokers, too. Oh my god, Crimson. I used to do that, but my brother would beat the fuck out of me. The cancer cell thing, I think the study's ongoing because it's still fascinating. Because, whales are ancient. I don't know exactly what era they're from, but whales are like old fucking animals. So then the question is it just large species that are old, or is it, ancient, like do spiders, do the same thing or something like that? Like tarantulas are from the prehistoric era. I don't know if they could look at that. I don't know if tarantulas get cancer, but it'd be something like that. I know. I want to sing to the whales. They would not. Do you think whales would listen to an album of people singing? I don't think so. Air just doesn't have the same acoustics as water. I know where you can get some good quality long line underbust corsets made for tall people with longer torsos. No shit. What's the website? If you don't mind me asking. Or you can just send me a link to like Twitter or something. Because I do have a few corsets, but most of my I have one corset that I actually would ever even wear out anywhere because it's the only one that was like professionally fitted at a Ren fair by a dude that was putting it on my body so he could add to or sew in more leather because I am 6 feet tall. I'm mostly legs, but being 6 feet tall, I probably have a longer torso than most people just because I'm fucking huge. Most of us probably only exist because our ancestors were faster than the slow people. That or like somehow missed out on a virus. I think about that a lot. Like at no point was my family like rich, powerful, famous, nothing. Like I have traced my ancestry back like 300 years, 400 years at this point. My mom and I have done it together. Just poor farmers, people struggling, kids dying left and right, and yet I'm here. And the line ends with this womb. You're welcome, Jesus. I'm gonna try some of this new weed. It's by Tickle. Stimuli, in case anyone forgot. I just like to say Tickle. I just want to say Tickle forever. Corset Story. I've literally, one of my best corsets is from Corset Story. I love them. They're honestly, I think they are insanely well priced for what they put out. Like getting true boned corsets for the prices that they have is kind of phenomenal, to be completely fair. Like, you probably know. You've probably looked at them. I've been looking at corsets since I was, 12 and knew what a fucking corset was. I was like, yeah, because they hot. But getting one with like steel boning in it, like legit steel boning that's not gonna like crinkle when you is actually going to hold you upright, like Sugar was saying earlier with posture, they can be thousands of dollars. I mean, thousands upon thousands. I think they used to bone them literally with whale baleen or something, right? Or whale bones, legit. So our bodies are too stupid? Maybe. There's a great white shark out there roaming the ocean that was doing so when Columbus was all over the ocean. Isn't that wild? Isn't there a shark in Greenland that lives super long too? I feel like there's like or Iceland, a Greenland, or fuck. It's some like, one of those harmless sharks, like a whale shark or something. And it lives in super, super cold water, and we don't know how old it gets yet. It's kind of wild. Rod, for real. Like we could start a charity for pants. For tall kids. Dude, Brittany, have you ever just sat and thought that your Nana was cream pied at least once? That fucks with me sometimes. My Nana was cream pied at least 5 times. Okay, cheers. This is, yeah, I've never smoked this strain before. Let's go. Aquarion to the rescue. Greenland shark. That's fucking, what a boring name. But they're dope looking if you look them up. They're kind of scary. They look like a ghost shark or something. The reason that I thought of that, the cream pieing, was my wonderful friend Safi. I can't say I made this up. Well, I made that one up, I guess. Safi. So we were all bullshitting one time, and as I think is the plight of every young human, is getting your parents off your back about having kids. And I'm 34 and still don't want kids. Have never wanted them. I've never I'm not against them. I've just never had like the craving. And my mom still would make, if I said oh, I have cramps. You know how you can get rid of cramps. And I'd be like, an ice pick through the temple? A baby. Like creepy shit like that. And then she started doing the whole, well, if you're going to be a bad parent, I don't want you to have kids anyways. Like, she just is trying to manipulate me into having kids so she can, like, relive having kids again. I don't know what the fuck's going on. And Safi, you guys know Safi Pie. If any of my mods are present, if you could bang my girl Safi, I love that bee. She's an amazing streamer. She said, next time your mom tries to bug you about having kids, say to her, hey, mom, it really makes me uncomfortable that you just like regularly ask whether or not Zach has cream pied me to completion. Can you not? It's kind of private. To which I could not respond. I died. And now that's all I can think about is that all of our nanas and moms and our pop pops cream pied them. Our sweet, sweet pop pops with the old hands and the motor oil smelling skin. Straight up. Yep, but it's a great comeback if you want your parents off your back about having kids. They will not ask anymore. My grandma had 5 kids, 3 miscarriages. Damn. My Nana had 5, 1 stillborn. Super sad. The only boy, so they had 4 girls. So 5, 5 pies for surezies. The hammerhead tiger and whale sharks are sort of just named after other things. What about the nurse shark? I've always wondered, why is the nurse shark called a nurse shark? Is that just a things shark? Sounds like one. Our ancestors probably survived because they were dumb enough to go after everything that could easily kill them. A bit like aliens landing. Oops. Fucking chat doubled up again. A bit like aliens landing with a vastly superior military tech and someone opened fire because get off my lawn. I feel that. Most of my ancestors come from Ireland. And I don't know. Ireland's like kind of not a studied island much yet. So I have no idea how they survived, because I die if a breeze goes by. Cold is not my friend. UFO, how you doing, honeybean? My Nana had 5 children, so 5 pies is so bad out of context. According to my Nana, your grandfather was a stallion. So I wasn't disillusioned. You know my Nana, she was gnarly. Millie likes my pussy. That's a Nana quote. You're welcome to take that forth with you. Comeback is the opposite of a cream pie, right? Is it? I don't know. What would be the I mean, the opposite of a cream pie would be if your dick vacuumed cum. How? I have no idea. You've rocked me. I have no idea. Relative used to badger my sister-in-law about kids. Don't you want to have kids? She'd always reply, "Why? Is there a shortage?" Honestly, like it's so hard because you want to be honest and be like, "Why would I have kids?" At one point in my childhood, was there a good time for me to be like, "Yo, I'd love to repeat this, but I think my mom might die, so I wouldn't do that." I ain't about that whole guilt shit. I just keep it inside me and let it burn until I die. On spite. Yeah, and like honestly, if you guys ever get a chance or want to spit in a thing and do ancestry.com because you're not worried about our government stealing your DNA, it's interesting the further you go back, the more kids everybody had. Like I'm at this point in the early 1700s where everyone has like 12 children. How do you even come up with that many names? For fuck's sake. It's wild. And like it's so confusing because like those 12 kids will go off to each have 8 kids, but they all name each 8 kids the same names as their brothers and sisters from the generation before. So you've got like a John George Michael and then a John George Susan Michael and then a John George Michael, and they just keep going, and it's like there were other names than Catherine and John and George. There were, but not in my family apparently. I'm like I've counted at this point. I'm the eight so far. I'm the 18th Catherine. For fuck's sake, the bitch sucked pus out of wounds and claimed Jesus proposed to her with his foreskin. And that's the one we went with. Sure. Sick. Cool. Okay. Yep. A lot of kids died. And you know what my Nana told me, Mishy? I never knew if this was real because I don't really give a fuck about the Catholic Church anymore. But my Nana told me that if you, this was back in the day, I don't know if this is legit anymore, but when she was having kids, that if you were able to have 13 children, the 13th would be baptized by a cardinal because the Catholic Church wanted more little Kathy babies, or as my aunt calls, catlicks. I don't know why she thinks it's so funny, but my aunt has said catlick her whole life. I have an extended family. My maternal grandmother was actually a twin, but her family was so poor they couldn't keep both. Oh man, they literally grew up together, knew each other, but they and knew they were sisters, but had different parents. Oh, that's so weird. My nana and her siblings were kind of similar. They got to stay together, but they were all raised in a Catholic orphanage because my nana's mom was like a mail order bride from Ireland. Like apparently back in the day, if you were a upstanding Irish Catholic gentleman in America and you couldn't find a young fertile Irish girl, you could just like call up the Irish Catholic Church or text them or hit them up on Twitter and be like, "Yo, I need some puss," and they'd like mail you one. Who'd have known? She pupped out some puppies and he drank himself off a boat, and so she had to go work as a maid. She went into service and had to put all of her kids in an orphanage. But they grew up together. Like I know they still were together, but you know, in the Catholic orphanage, like of course they split up the boys and the girls, so the boys never got to see the girls at all. And my nana had horrible stories. The nuns were cruel as fuck. I can't. No one can make light of that bullshit. Let's cheers, Viata. Cheers to not beating your children over religious nonsense or the Easter Bunny, because they're about as equally as sensical. Cheers. Murgle. Word. I wouldn't cheers at work. Don't do that in the office. Oh God. That always every time you guys say you're in the office and you can't cheers, I always think of I never watched Friends. I didn't have TV when I was on, but when I was in college, one of my closest friends that I worked with at Lowe's was so obsessed with Friends. She had the whole DVD set and would just change out the CDs like it was part of her day. She knew exactly what times during the day to change them out to put on the new season, and just it was on 24/7 in her house. And for some reason, I always saw this one episode where one of the characters was trying to show another dude how to smoke for a play, but then gets addicted to smoking. So he's like smoking out of a drawer in his office. It's fucking hilarious. Most of that show is so dumb. But that scene when he's like got Febreze, like he'll have a lit cigarette in his cabinet and like puff Febreze, blow into a trash bin. But that's always what I picture. I don't know why. Chandler, that one, yeah. Yep. More like cringe church, dude. Catholic church. It's so bizarre because the vast majority of it's all in Latin, so you don't know what you're saying anyways. Lizzie, and I appreciate you for that because I don't think religion or belief and faith is inherently evil. I think when the power of it is given to evil people with ill intentions, it becomes icky. I think we can all agree on that, though. I've never met a person who's like, I'm Christian and fuck you in my life. But they're everywhere. We see them. Obviously, oh wait, was it Zoe? Zoe grew up like on the same street as the Westboro Baptist Church. Or nearby. I can't remember, very close by. Like literally grew up in the vicinity of, like watching the Westboro Baptist Church, protest military funerals and shit like that. I did not get that at all. Thank fuck. Can you even imagine? Man, dude, I just like he's burying a bone. He's so weird. I grew up in a place where, most people live out in the country and it's like you mind yours, we mind ours. Sick. Like that kind of attitude. It's that and just the idea of someone with such a strong opinion that they not only stick words in their yard on a sign, but do that hateful bullshit is crazy. But unfortunately, they get on the news, they're loud, so then everybody's like, Christians are Westboro Baptist Church and all Christians hate the gays. And it's like, you can't, it's really hard to try to come at someone who has icky beliefs like that with personal experience. But I have so many gay Christian friends who have yet to be smited by the lightning bolt of God or whatever the fuck you think's gonna happen to people for being gay. Um, and from what I've consumed of the Bible and the 17 pages that Jesus is in it, I think he's into love, regardless of where it comes from. He's just into like love and stuff. Seemed like it. That's why everyone tries to kill him so many times and then does it. I could talk religion all day. I think it's fascinating. I mean, I took a class when I was in college called Islam because I was unfortunately raised in the era of 9/11 where the world, like America just went like fuck the Middle East and anything that has to do with the Middle East. And thankfully, I had parents that were like, that's not real. uh some evil people did some evil things, but that is not generalized over an entire religious community and or like you can't. So the second I got to college, there was a class just called Islam, and we literally read the Quran and went all over the history of it, and it was so enlightening to be fed something other than the just propaganda bullshit. It was really fucking wild. That was literally, I think, my freshman year. I mean, if you don't have to believe in a religion to find it fascinating to read about, because more often than not, these ancient religions define the way like humans evolved was a bad word, our culture evolved, and how we moved across the world and where societies went. Like it's part of history. A lot of it's bullschnaggle, but a lot of it's fucking part of our history. It's fascinating, and the way that different parts of the world, we all try to describe the same thing different ways, but all kind of similar. It's kind of like when twins are split at birth and then come together when they're 40 and they both married some guy named Steve and they both have weird tastes or something that's super similar. It's kind of like that uncanniness, like opposite sides of the world, but at the same time, they both described the moving of time as three women, usually of varying ages, called something like the Fates. And it's like, there's no way they spoke through the center of the earth that fast. And, why did this society decide to describe time later? Why was time so important to these ones and not these ones, or snow or whatever? That shit's fucking cool to me. You don't have to believe in it to find it interesting. And that's where I think a lot of people fuck up, like some of these religions like Jehovah Witness and stuff where they're like, you can't read Harry Potter books because it's about black magic. Like, I don't suddenly become a necromancer because I read the series Abhorsen. Like, that's not how books work, but sure. I think you're really limiting people because you can grow as a human from all sorts of genres, religious or otherwise. And you don't have to, like, put your fucking, what is it? Put all your something in one barrel, all your fish in one barrel. Is that the term? I don't know. They were named after jewels. They were dubbed the Jewel Sisters. Beryl Barbara Winifred, Ruby Jessie, Emerald Eva, and Pearl Annie. What cool names. Those are such neat names. I feel so shorted. Right? Every creation myth has a chaos order theme. There's overarching themes of like the bearded figure, whether it's Satan or God. Always some old bearded dude, like, and that stuff's fascinating. Why did some cultures represent the Grim Reaper as female when the Grim Reapers first started showing up in iconography we can find, and in some cultures it's male? Like, why? When they both happened almost simultaneously. Like, it's not like one was fighting the other that I know of. Like, stuff like that I think is really interesting. Doesn't mean I believe in the Grim Reaper, but why did the myth come about? Why did two cultures on opposite ends of the earth, suddenly at the same time decide that we need to describe death? That stuff's cool. Time is a silly little creature and they owe me money. Dude, time fucks me up, man. One of the devs at ESO said something to me one time. He was like, time has always existed. It just needed something or someone to perceive of it, conceive of it. And I'm just like, go fuck yourself. I refuse time now. I used to be a far right. Oops. I used to be a far right wing Christian before a wake up call, and I'm thankfully less miserable to be around. But also, when I just stopped, I've been so much happier and don't feel like an empty shell of a human. Really, you know what's interesting, Odious, is I was literally gonna say, because Grath said I like religion and I just don't believe all of it, and I kind of feel the same. I'm almost jealous of people that can just have this comfort in faith, like, oh, death is just going to the next plane. Like, oh, they just know it and they believe it. Like, because I straight up think I'm going to die and rot in the earth. And that's not a pleasant thought, I guess. It's just blinking out. And but you say, like, even in that, you didn't feel like filled up by that comfort at all. Which part? What did I just say? I might have. Did I repeat myself? It happens. I can talk in circles. My brain's a mess. Death cults? Death cults? Death cults? Katie can speak. Death cults. Be horny, need female death. Or was that a time joke? We're in the Matrix. Is it happening? Did you see a black cat behind me? Because I do not own a cat. I feel like the Grim Reaper's definitely female. I don't know. I don't know if I could assign a gender to a Grim Reaper. And that's simply because I've seen both boys and girls unplug Nana. And they're both equally comforting. I don't know. That's a rough one. I feel like if death was a visual anything to any of us, I feel like it would be whatever would bring us the most comfort at the end. Like, it would look different to everybody, kind of like a Bogart, but not in a scary way. You know what I mean? I feel like that would be the only way Death could get away with his job, their job, is to be some sort of comforting figure to walk you, you know, if that was a thing. I don't think that's a thing. Otherwise, I'm Death. I just felt hollow all the time. Really? Boo. Currently looking for a way to fill it with prayer. I was so desperate to fill the emptiness. I wonder if that's common, and that makes me sad if it is. Because honestly, like, if you're not harming anyone and you keep your religion to yourself, but it brings you happiness and fulfillment, I don't see the harm. Like, sing your songs and read your Bible and be happy with your community. I know a lot of people stay in church just simply for the community aspect of it, but it makes me sad if people are just striving for nothingness. Death is gender fluid. I think form fluid. Because, like, death for me would be like Millie or my Nana or Millie and my Nana. Like if Millie came up to me with, oh my God, I'm gonna cry. Whoa, stop it. Think of old balls, old balls, old balls. Not gonna say that one, but I think that's what death would be for me. Because I'd go. Safety, if I have to pay bills in death, I'm killing myself again. Because nah. I'd like to relax. Gran, I agree. Yeah, I don't think gender, like, I don't know. I think it'd be whatever would bring you fucking, like, you know, comfort and make you okay with dying and literally blinking out or whatever the fuck you think happens, you know? Yeah, Zach screams a lot and I apologize. I don't know what's happening today. He told me he was excited for today because he's playing a game he likes, but this is happening, so I don't know. I'm spiritual but not religious, but as an Erisian, it's a bit of a cosmic joke. I like to, I don't know. I don't know what spiritual entails. I don't know. It's hard for me because I don't believe in religious stuff, but like I've seen and been a part of a lot of death in the hospital, and there's something missing from a dead body that's present in one, even in a coma, but is alive. I don't know what it is. The law of preservation of energy, right? Of conservation of energy. Energy can never be created nor destroyed. We're a giant battery. Where does it go? I can't tell you, but I've been there a million times, and there's a very distinct difference between the two bodies. Dad's still not able to talk, but he's breathing on his own. Honestly, Cocky, even like with most people, for the first like 12 hours after you're extubated, we say, what's your first and last name? And then no more talking. And we ask people not to talk just so their throat can lubricate itself because it's going to hurt. So it's probably a good idea that he doesn't talk because it's going to be so sore. And the longer you're intubated, the sore. I mean, it's just so dry because there was no room for like spit or anything, you know? Killing myself again? I mean, that's true. I should be upfront. I am a suicide survivor. No trigger warning, not going into details. I make light humor of it and I shouldn't. And I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad it's my failure in life. Death is a waiting room because reincarnation. I really hope reincarnation's not real. I am so fucking over this bullshit. Oh hell no. I'm gonna come out crying. That shit. Fury, yeah, Fury, something like that. An ADHD symptom no one educated me about. Ghosts hiding my shit and putting it elsewhere. My favorite ADHD symptom that no one has ever told me about is that the thing I'm looking for can be immediately in front of me, but the ghost makes it invisible because ghosts are invisible, so they just like can put their hand in front of it and suddenly it's gone. But I will rip my house apart looking for said thing that was 6 inches in front of my face. That's also my favorite. Is my little sister here? Sarah. Hello, little sister. How are you? There's my tall little sister I was telling you guys about. The real one, little sassy Sarah. How are you, sister? Yep, swallow test is important. Usually we'll let you talk first, but it's like it's all dependent on like what they'll let you have for breakfast. If you just get like thick water. Oh my God, Sarah! I showed everyone the picture of mom in high school, and immediately Lizzie was like, "Oh my God, that looks like your sister," because she's got the blonde hair and she just is so much lighter. It's crazy, crazy creepy though. Crazy creepy. Oh, I showed everyone the mono mom. I mean, it's technically a picture of both of us. It's like if that person split in half. Oh God. I don't want to be a human again. Like I am done. I've learned my lessons and I'm over it. I'd like to be asleep now. Please. See, the risk of being a house cat is what if you get a shitty owner? What if you live with a hoarder or someone who makes you live outside and a coyote eats you? Like you can't roll. I don't want to roll the dice with what shit human has to be my owner. What if you end up being the cat at an old folks home and everyone hates you because they think you like predict old people death? And all you wanted was a warm chest to sleep on at night. You just don't know. I keep a picture of our dad when he was little and it creepily. You mean the one? I know the exact one you're talking about. That one is freaky. Yeah. I hope I get to be non-sentient next round. Being Hummy is too hard. I want to be a lizard. Oh, dude, I'd be like an amoeba. I'll reincarnate if it's like a short quickie, like an amoeba that's just gonna get eaten real quick or something. You know, like hell yeah, I'll do that. But another big run like this, just exhausting. I'm over it. I'm too conscious of it way too early on. Like if we didn't, if we didn't start thinking about thinking until like our 80s, I'd be into it. But it's, I mean, for the next like foreseeable 50 to 60 years, if genetics play out right, because no one in my family dies, I gotta live with this. And presumably it's just getting worse, right? Pyro, the fuck is this? Hold up. I'm trying to click it. Stop it, chat. Tardigrades never die. I don't want that life. Of the werewolf vampire, I am werewolf because I don't want to live forever. An egg. A short story by Andy Weir. Can we watch this? Will we get in trouble? Wait, what is this? Is there music? Hold up. Let me look at the... I know you probably already looked through it. It looks really cool. But I just want to... I don't know if I can play it on stream or not. Boo! I hate DMCA. Honestly, Lizzie, genes are weird that way because, like, my mom and her sisters do not look alike at all. They are so distinctly different from each other in facial features, everything. Even the twins, they are paternal twins, and they do not even they barely look like sisters, let alone twins. Like, wow. It's like if the Penguin and Batman were twins. Like, I'm not exaggerating in any way, shape, or form. But my mother cloned to have children. Fucking weird. Or my dad's genes were just so weak that all I got was the skin tone. I don't fucking know. I think my cats are constantly plotting my death. Cats are awesome and kind of scary at the same time. I think it's kind of... Cats are... I heard this somewhere. Cats are a great lesson in consensuality. It's comforting that we have some beautiful women in our family. I mean, honestly, our family doesn't really pump out ugly people. Most of the dudes are pretty good looking, too. Our grandfather was fucking sexy when he was young. I've seen, like, pictures of him in his military outfit, and I'm like, incest, but you're hot. He's dead, but he was good looking. I would be so afraid to have, like, TikTok owners who would throw me out their window for views, right? For real, though. I mean, there's TikTokers who, like, plant tarantulas in their mom's sock drawer, and their mom, like, pummels the tarantula to death. What if that was you? What if you were the 25-year-old tarantula a kid bought at Petco, and you get pummeled to death on top of a middle-aged mother's vibrator in her underwear drawer? That could be reincarnation. Fuck no. I'm out. I don't know if I've seen a picture of her when she was young, actually. Although her and all her sisters look a lot alike. Sex is better as a human more than most species, but I think we get it less than most species. This is trade-off. But honestly, like, if I was a bird, would sex really beat out flying? I don't know. I've never flown with my arms before. I want to be a ghost so I can do my own thing and watch the earth go through its cycles. I don't know if I'd want to be a ghost. I'd want to be able to, like, flip pages of a book. Can I touch things as a ghost? Maybe. Being reincarnated into an animal is considered a no-no thing in actual Buddhism. Oh, really? Is it Hinduism where they won't they really treat cows with a lot of respect, and I don't think they eat beef because they believe in reincarnation and, like, the cow could be a family member. Is that Hinduism? Jesus fuck. Is this a hard game to play? My best friend and her sister are technically... Oh? Lizzie just gifted a sub to Odious. Odious, use a bubble to the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in every way. Because I said so. And it's sexy. I believe you believe this. My best friend and her sister are technically only half-sisters, considering she was a sperm donor instead of my bestie's dad, but both of them still look identical to their mom, so no one ever questions the dad isn't the biological dad of both of them. Weird. Dude, my sister and I have gotten comments from people about how much we act and look like our dad, but I think it's honestly just because he's raised us. Like, he has been in the picture since I was 8 and my sister was, like, 3. We have his mannerisms and we talk like him, and, I think a lot of that makes us come off like we look like him, and we're tall, whereas my mom is not tall. She's, like, she claims to be 5'7", but I swear to fuck, there's no way. I think she's, like, 5'5". She's, like, in my boobs when we hug. I have a picture of it. I could show you, and you could tell me, is that woman 5'7"? I don't think so, but maybe. And we're both really tall, and my stepdad is, like, 6'2" or 6'3". He's very tall. So that's another feature where people are like, oh, the girls look so much like their father, and we just roll with it because he is our dad. He raised us. Our other one drank himself to death, so I take that a little personally. However, never shame addiction. Shit is wild. There isn't? Okay, cool. I'm trying to get it to load enough. YouTube's buffering really bad. I don't know why. Sometimes YouTube does that. Like, it'll just buffer videos forever for me, and I have to, like, restart all my browsers, but it's just YouTube. Does anyone else have that? Oh, that was your first gifted sub? Stop it. Oh, Odious. You cherish this cherry. I know that's a lot of right there, and I apologize. But Lizzie gifted you a sub. The first sub, the cherry sub. Put it in a jar under your bed. It will grow into a child and run off and live its own independent life. Don't worry about it. But thank you, Lizzie. That's amazing. Hinduism also, does also reincarnation, but it's regardless of the whole vipaka to karma ratio. Oh, that's where karma comes in. See, I'd love to read something on that was like, teach me like I'm a recovering Catholic kind of thing. She used to be 5'7". She just has always felt so much smaller than 5'7". I guess. Maybe I don't realize I'm 6 feet tall. I don't know. She says she's 5'7". I just don't see it. I don't remember those days. But everybody's short when you're tall. Shut up. I think it's Hinduism. Karma does determine as to what you're reborn. So, like, more karma means, like, a less likely to. Oh, okay, so shit karma is a cockroach. That's so funny because they've survived longer than any other creature on Earth. And are the cleanest creature on Earth. Like, I'd kind of want to be one, maybe. They have decently long lives, too. Hissing cockroach can live up to 12 years. Which is a pretty long time when you're that big. Oh, vipaka is the action. Karma is the consequence. Oh. Interesting. That's one sect of, like, religious study I've really never even touched on. It'd be very interesting. I mean, I've kind of read about Buddhism. Wow. I can speak. I keep hearing, fucking damn it! Suck a dick, cock labia! From the hallway, and it's throwing me the fuck off. Boy is angry. Oh, your mom's shrinking. Oh my god, your mom's gonna be actual pocket size elk. If she ever wants a backpack to ride in, my invitation extends to the mama. Of course. I know, we're all like, man, life, and I love you guys, and you really fuck a dick! It's interesting because, like, no shade. I get fucking angry playing video games. Like, I have had moments where I want to throw my controller hard. But I have silent fury. It's this. I try to tell him this because he feels so bad. He does this when he's not streaming. Like, he screams like Donna from Parks and Rec. If someone comes near her Mercedes, like, "Oh my God!" That is him until 11 p.m. every night playing video games in his office. And I'm like, bro, don't feel bad. I get mad. But my mad is I sit here and I go, damn, I feel better. Incredible. I have definitely had my screaming moments, but I don't think they're, like, regular. But I have yelled. for reals. I've had a moment or two, but most of it is just it's like it's that drop, it's the fucking tank of adrenaline. Like when you're, beating a boss or you're like at the last fucking level and you're like and your shoulders are up to here and then you die and you just and that's actually rest in peace how the original egg bong lost its life. Was one of those moments where I didn't feel as calm. Sucking nerds! I miss it, but I don't miss that it was like I could never leave work. Not that it ever felt like work, but the online bullying in ESO and MMOs, I don't miss in any way, shape, or form. Like, there's still Discords dedicated to hating me, and I haven't played ESO in like 3 years. I don't miss that. It was like during stream, you'd get people in there and be like, ESO's a shit game, you're a shit player, fuck PvP, you dumb hoe, da 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 da. But it would never stop when I stopped streaming. All night, I would get DMs, I would get hateful messages and shit, and it just never stopped because people take a video game way too fucking seriously. If I could somehow just like filter, if I could put like a quiz before you could DM me anywhere that could somehow filter out the dumb, but man, it was stressful. Really fucking stressful. All the time. It was like, and every morning I would wake up and someone would be like, so and so was talking shit about you in their stream last night because you PvP'd against them and you used Slode's armor and it killed them. And they were like, that wasn't fair because she killed me with a dot on her armor that she didn't do anything with. He talks about you for like 15 minutes. Here's a clip. That's not good for anyone's brain. Ever. Especially first thing in the morning. Jesus fuck. I don't miss those days at all. It's really hard for me to have happy feelings about the ESO days because that's the shit that I just had to live with constant. And as soon as I stopped playing ESO, it stopped almost 100%. Like there's a few Discords out there where people are like, ClassyKatie's a dumb slut. But you know what? If you watch everything I do, use a fan, bitch. Mythic Quest, they sort of do a bit about people bullying the lady streamer. No, but that's a tried and true meme. I do. The giant ass is still in my house. I mean, it still lives there. But I'm juicing negative emotional energy for chaos magic spells though. I mean, word. You're welcome. Here, take some. I have plenty. I will cheers with you. Absolutely. I take baby cheers. So what I do all day so that I don't literally get stoned out of my mind and I can like take cheerses with you guys is I nurse a bowl for quite some time. I like light up one little corner of it and then just pull it straight through to the bottom. So it's kind of like pieing up my bowl so I can like cheers more often instead of, just fucking cooking a bowl all at once. Does that make sense? I love cheersing. Cheers. You know what, Alk? I would do that for you if that's something people actually still think about. I honest to God, until this very moment, completely forgot I made a house out of asses. I mean, I didn't make a house out of asses, excuse me. I made a 6-foot story ass that when stimulated would fuck itself. But I'd have to re-download the game. I think I still pay for it. But think of all the housing crowns I have. Think of them. Streaming is totally different, Lizzie. Honestly, like if people could only come to my live stream to try to shit at me about whatever, I don't give a fuck. Say what you want to say to my face live. Come at me. I'm quite skilled. However, it's the not in-person shit talking, online creepy bullying, like it's like the borderline of bullying shit. I don't I don't want to feed into it, nor do I want to be a victim of it or in any way participate in it. It's that shit. It was to the point, I mean, I think I said this on stream, like, I initially got so behind in my Discord messages and I think broke my Discord because I got to the point where I was terrified to open any message on Discord because it was never good news. It was always something bad. Someone stole your content, a fake Bumble account, a fake Tinder account, a fake Twitter account selling porn, a something. I never got a nice just, hey, how you doing? I thought your hair looked nice. Nothing. It was just negative, 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 negative. And first thing in the morning, like trying to get that, like just, respond to messages, but every single one of them is guiding you towards some content that tore you down and it's another human being who you've never met and does not know you at all. It's like mentally degrading beyond reason. And you don't really notice it. It's like acid rain chipping away at like a statue, you know? It's super slow. And then one day you wake up and you're like, everyone hates me. Oh no, they don't. That's just all I fucking hear. Yeah, Sarah, it went viral all over the place. Yeah. I went a little pissy. Mhm. Yeah, someone wrote an article about me. And I think that's why it went all over the place. Dextero or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, cuz it is so frustrating cuz arguing with a person on the internet is like, you know, being thirsty and doing the cinnamon challenge instead. It's like that useful. So I'd rather just remove myself from the situation and have nothing to do with it than have people come at me because I beat them in a fucking online game. Not that I can't take it. I don't think I should have to. Like that's a lot. The main reason I left streaming was the harassment, usually men who I felt too unsafe being online in front of. It's not about thick skin really. I just never will feel safe enough. I can't imagine how difficult that shit must be for you all the time. I think at this point I've at first, yes. Very uncomfortable. I've never liked having like my picture taken or I actually have insane stage fright. I know. This is not a stage. Everybody's like, "How do you stream?" It's different. I'm not seeing an audience of blank faces staring at me glowing from a stage, but if I had to, I would faint. Stage fright massively, horribly. Um but how do I word it? It's like I feel like I've kind of learned how to present myself or carry myself in a way that for the most part doesn't invite that attention or that sort of attention. You know what I mean? I've kind of done that in life as well, but I wouldn't call that a thick skin at all because I mean, it's always going to be creepy, right? It's going to be creepy no matter what. Exactly. I mean, when you put a costume on, it is different 1,000%. It's having to be myself on a stage that makes me want to vomit. I don't know why. It's always been a thing for me. Like I just can't. Walking across the stage during high school graduation was the scariest moment. I did not walk at any of my degrees I have for college, not one of them, because that is nope, hell no. Oh, I know, it was a crayon. Dude, my ex, that's a dev for ESO, used to get death threats daily for shit he wasn't even responsible for. Negative news messages always hits harder. People get brave behind a keyboard when they think they're anonymous. Oh, zombie. You're awesome. Thank you for being you. You're awesome. Thank you for being you. I'm unapologetically me because I was just raised to be. I don't think I can change that at this point. Like I'm old and crusty and I say strange things out loud. Like that's just who I am. And I'm honestly at peace with the fact that like there's going to be a population of human beings that aren't like a fan of me, meaning just don't like me. Not in like a fan like I'm a celebrity way. You know what I mean? Not a fan of like I'm not a fan of that thing. Just aren't a fan of my personality and I have to be okay with that. That's no fault on either party. You know, I don't need to change who I am for them, and they don't need to accept something about me that truly drives them insane. And that's like the hardest fucking part is just accepting that you're not everyone's fucking bowl of tuna. And that's nobody's fault, and that's okay. That sucks on all grounds. I saw the title and came here to say yes, yes! And now I proceed to explodify out of existence in an attempt to escape from my current turmoil. Have a wonderful day. Wipes up mess. I have to dust that shit again. There's so much dust in my house. I don't even want to be myself in private. Word. Word. Word on that, dude. I have one mirror in my house, and it's in the bathroom. Having viewers tell my mods they... Wait, what? Oh, wait. Kendo gifted 5 subs? Oh, the fuck? Kendo161 just gifted 5 subs in the chat. And 200 biddies. Bitch, what you up to? Thank you so much for your generosity and support of the channel. Womble, Willow, Fennec, Tom Deander, and Security Man. Refresh the channel so you don't have to suffer ads when we take a break, because fuck that noise. And welcome to the channel. Enjoy your emotes, and make sure to say thank you if you're hanging out and you hear you were just gifted. Because manners are important. And easy for the most part. Hi, Kendo. How are you? Are you pissed? You can be pissed. Hell yeah, let's get pissed. Hold on, my chat did the double thing again. I'm refreshing. Therapy's excellent and terrifying. I'm too old to change for someone else. No, I don't think anyone should have to. Like, as long as, you know, we're being self-aware, like, there's a time and a place, read your audience, blah, 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 common human decency. Like, there are certain things you just don't do in public, like take a shit or something. Beyond that, like, I'm tall, loud, and have blue hair, and I say things like, fuck that shit, nipple farts, and dick sticks. And some people might be highly offended by that language. That sucks. I'm probably not going to stop saying those things at this point, because I luckily have a really cool life where I can say titty farts, and no one is here to fire me. Wouldn't that be weird if my Twitch went down at that exact moment? I was just gone forever. Like, fucking wiped. Eldritch, I'm more Eldritch online and Eldritch offline in equal measure. Dude, I mean, I'm the same person. IRL. The only difference is, IRL, I'm pretty quiet, because when the fuck are you hanging out with this many people IRL to talk to? Never. Ever. Normally, I'm alone with poodles. But I'm just as fucking weird, but I'm okay. I mean, I have enough people in my life that are chill with that I'm chill with it, you know? My sister's just as fucking weird. She just, like, looks more professional. If not weirder. And to those offended people, I say lol. Same. I mean, I just don't, like... There is language that I think as a world, majorly, we have all agreed is icky, has been used for nefarious reasons, is not funny in any context. We don't use those words. But nipples are funny. Foreskins are funny. Scrotums are funny. And taints are funny. Buttholes are funny. Butts are funny. Butts are funny. Butts are fucking funny. Their toot air sounds differently depending on how tight cheeks are. We all have a differently tuned little tuba toot. That's incredible. Oh, you know what, Robo? Take love with you. Drink water. I will be here tomorrow. And not wearing pants. Word. I had shorts on today, and it's still so goddamn cold I had to put pants on. And leggings. Oh, you're a Canadian citizen? I thought you were... Wait, just now? Bye, Pyro. Have a beautiful evening. Wash your hands, brush your teeth. Be safe. I will see you tomorrow. I find getting offended by normal or colloquial sexual words and curse words very funny. Same. But I grew up in a household where that shit, like, was pretty much just... Like, we grew up, you know, my mom would get home from work at the hospital, and the dinner table conversation would be like, how many bottles of Grey Poupon were inside his asshole? And he slipped out of the shower and fell on them. Wow. So wait, so you've got you've got your butthole and then the sigmoid colon is what it's called? Wow, that's cool. It would always turn into an educational moment, which is why we all knew the word patella before the age of 4. But it was like anatomy words were never off bounds as long as Never actually. We used them terribly and they were never off bounds. And honestly, my sister and I are like slowly desensitizing my mom to cuss words by calling her them. So like we call her my bitch or my cunt and she fucking hates it, but like bitch doesn't get her as much anymore. Whereas when I was a teenager, she would quite literally put her hand over my mouth or stick her hand in my mouth because it was icky words. She's getting better. It's just she's lived in a very clean world, you know? How tight or loose it is. Isn't that amazing? Like next time you hear a toot that's just like they totally fuck butt. Each butthole print is as individual as a fingerprint. Is it really? Because that's amazing. That's really cool. I've always wanted to do butthole chocolates, but making a mold of my butthole is just I cannot with that. Like, what kind of position do I have to be in for an extended period of time? I can barely sit for 15 minutes. You took your oath like this morning? Fuck yes. Did you have to memorize like all the capitals and providences and like name a bunch of dumb shit that no one that lives there knows? Thank you, Kendo. Thank you. Every once in a while, I have a good burp. Most of the time, they're not great. I can't burp though. Like I can't. I know a lot of people can just summon a burp out of fucking nowhere. I've never been able to do it. I don't know how people do that. I have to enhance. My Sonic 3 Knuckles. I've never played Sonic. I have no idea what it is. I know it's like a hedgehog, but it's blue. And it runs fast, and none of that makes sense because hedgehogs are like gray and wobbly and live in gardens in the UK. I just don't. What happened? And how many drugs were taken and what were they? Because I'd like them. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me some of that shit. Sounds fun. I mean, we don't call her we're not like, "Hey mom, you're a cunt." But like if Sarah and I are in the car with my mom, we'll like get a little gangster and be like, "Mom, you're like my sugar tat sweet ass cunt lover though." And you like slide it in with all those other like sugar tits lover and she'll giggle, but then, "Oh, don't say that word." It's a slow process, but we'll get her there. We used to not be able to say sucks or crap. I'm not kidding. We would say that vacuums. So, the fact that we're even at the point where I can say cunt in her presence and she doesn't stick her hand in my mouth is growth. And we're getting there. See, I can't swallow. If I can't, I don't know how people swallow air. My mom can do it. Like, she legitimately tried to show me when I was a kid, and I just, like, I do not get this. The look on Mr. Cocky's face when I was able to do Jay's rap from memory was priceless. Oh, and that's what love is. Right there. What if it's a double toot, like a big toot, small pause, and then a second small toot? My daddy taught me that a toot is just a poo screaming for air. So it sounds like you got a couple up there that are having a struggle bus. Maybe there's a detour and or some construction. You've been up in your fibers. Feels like you're gonna choke. Ew. I wonder if it's these muscles. I've gotten just out of nowhere before. I've gotten Charlie horses in my throat before. And it's just like all of a sudden it feels like this gigantic lump is in your throat, and the only way to make it go away is to swallow. Like nothing, just like fake make them swallow. Just like I did, like swallow spit. But it hurts. It's like snapping a bone in your neck. That's what it feels like it's gonna do, but it's the only way to make it go away. Has anybody else had this? Terrific. It's happened like a handful of times in my life, but once is enough to remember. It's horrific. Search your name with the hedgehog after it and look at the image results. Like my real name or ClassyKatie? My real name's Katie. So I guess maybe that was just a stupid question to say out loud. I apologize for wasting your time. Welcome to my TED Talk. We always got my grandma to smile in pictures by making her say shit. That's fantastic. That's beautiful. No. What news about Texas, though? Which news? I feel like Texas is under fire all the time. What happened? Was it a shooting? Do we not want to talk about it? Sick. How about we take a day to metabolize it? I'll look up what the fuck it is, and then if I can find a way to discuss it tomorrow, we can discuss it tomorrow in a healing way or something. It's, in my opinion, it's really, there's no real, it's not very constructive to talk about horrific things if they just happened, if you don't have, a way to talk about how maybe we as a community can help move us towards that never happening again. Something like that, whether it's, supporting mental health, not criminalizing people for being addicted to drugs or being homeless or both or otherwise, so on and so forth. Things like that. Like maybe we need a day to metabolize it. I mean, not that you can ever metabolize anything horrible. I have no idea what happened, but I will be looking. But you know what I mean? I think nothing helps. I mean, nothing. I mean, you talking to the queen of dead everyone in my family, nothing helps. Like, nothing makes sadness go away or heals anything like that. But having something not so horrific to end on and just ponder on, like, dead children can be, like, maybe thinking about something else, like, can be good. I don't know. This is the reason I didn't work in peds. Man, that sucks. It's how can you this is something we can talk about. When you know something horrible is happening in the world, but it's not in your immediate vicinity, do you ignore it to save your own sanity, or do you make yourself aware of the conditions all around us as human beings and, like, take it in at the risk of your own mental, like, health, you know? It's a shit. I mean, I don't know the answer. As a person who is delicate mentally, as you could say, fragile, um, it's a dance because I think it's important to know what's going on in the world, because just because it may be in a different country or something doesn't mean it's also not next door. It's just what's on the news that day, you know? You guys know that, you're adults. I don't need to preach to the fucking choir. Exactly. Wow, that was a really good way to putting it, Rod. Rod said, it's a mix of trying to be informed and also trying not to destroy your mind with the shit. Yes. It's like not over inundating your mind with the shit so you start to believe that that's all there is, because that's not all there is. There are good people. I mean, look at her. Come on, guys. I've been doing this for almost 7 years now, 7-ish years. I don't know how long I've been streaming. You guys are good people. Like, I know for a fact throughout the years, I've seen people come and go that are, like, legit human beings behind keyboards and monitors who are kind, wonderful humans who are not racist pieces of shit. You know? Myron, I don't know about that. I haven't been told that by my therapist. I do have a lot of chunks of my childhood I can't remember anything, but I don't know if she's ever accused my ADHD of it. I don't know another word. You know what I mean? I mean, you have to be if you put up with the bullshit I say, like, Black Lives Matter. I truly stand by that, period, end of story. Please don't say anything racist in my channel or bigoted. Those are the only rules, which is why we don't have any rules, because those should be life rules. Period. Like, and I say this shit a lot. Like, I don't think someone who had icky thoughts about the transgender community or the LGBTQ plus community or otherwise, or the black community, could listen to my dumb flappy jaw for any amount of time. I'm pretty darn vocal. And then most of you are like, fuck yeah, because we're decent human beings. Unless they're like, what is it, a masochist, and they're just into the torture? I don't fucking know. I don't think it could happen. Like, would you hang out somewhere where someone was like just touting the white race as superior because they were good at a game? Like, probably not. You'd be like, "Ew, gross, yuck, where is the That's enough internet. It's probably what they would do here because I'm like, transgender men are men, transgender women are women. They owe us nothing in the way they present themselves, outward, inward, or otherwise. Stop worrying about other people's genitals. That's fucking gay. Also, stop writing women out of the fucking Constitution. Ugh, how many times do we need to learn that making something illegal doesn't make it go away? It's just gonna end up in a lot of dead pregnant ladies in the streets. For fuck's sake. And a shortage of coat hangers. The world. Same cocky. I want people to live their best life and worry about themselves. And if they are unhappy, they should do something about it because nothing in your external environment will change what's going on the inside. That is this kind of healing shit. Figure it out. Stop putting that shit on us. Yeah, I just want people to like be happy. Do your thing. Do not be cruel. One of the few times in my life I felt physically cringe and felt pity for them, really. I saw about a trans person breaking up a couple in Walmart and it was glorious. Wait. Breaking up a couple. Wait, what? When I very first started streaming, like literally the first weeks of my stream being live, I had no idea what I was doing. I wasn't a consumer of Twitch before I started streaming. Dumb idea. And so I didn't know you could have mods, like moderators of your chat that could ban people saying horrible things. So a literal self-proclaimed skinhead with the screen name Skinhead something something was in my chat every day trying to convince me, an ethnically Jewish baptized Catholic bitch, that white people are the superior race, and I didn't know what to do, so I would just argue for hours about how they were wrong, but like trying to be kind and logic. How do you do that? It was bad. And then I was saved. Twitch staff found me and they were like, "Oh, honey," and they helped me. And we banned. Oh, we banned. We banned. We banned. Ooh, baby, then we banned. We banned. Ooh, baby, then we banned some more and some more. Then we just kept banning, and that's why I have all my awesome mods, because they hungry. I think I gotta pack a bowl. I think I have a corner. I don't fucking. Let's see. Cheers. The girl called him disgusting, and the guy was into what they had going on. They flipped off the person and said the guy deserves better. The girl called them a whore, and the guy said, "I wish you would be," and stopped holding hands. That is, man. Imagine like walking through the mall with your significant other, and that's the moment you find out they're a transphobe. Big oof. I don't know how you didn't know. Maybe they're secret. I don't know. It's just pity. I feel pity. It's weird. It's pity. I feel pity for them because like at some time in their youth they were taught a mental thought process that allowed them to grow into this person that is so full of like hate and the need to be better than. That makes me sad. Cuz someone like kids are pure and pretty fucking innocent for the most part and have all the chances in the world until we happen and ruin them. And someone like super ruined them. Because like I don't think someone like myself could ever be led to think a way like that at any point in my life, just because of the way I was raised. Like I don't have those connections to be hateful. Like my mom would literally say when I was a kid, if I would say like, "I hate fruity bubble gum," you're not allowed to use that word. You don't know what that means. You're not old enough. That was a like not considered a curse word. We weren't in trouble, but she'd straight up say, "You're not old enough to even understand the word hate. You're not allowed to use it." And I get it now. Like, you don't hate things when you're a baby. You hate naps and carrots. But some people have babies and go, "I'm going to indirectly or directly teach this baby to hate brown skin or otherwise." And that's fucking weird. Cheers to love. Fuck yeah, she was. And yet she's the fucking villain for not wanting to be beheaded. God forbid. Most of these racist and LGBTQ plus people have an inferiority complex and somehow think that being part of a hate group makes them special. 100%. And a lot of them, I mean, it's so stereotypical to say, or not, maybe stereotypical isn't the word, but so many of them are closeted gay. And like the thought of coming out and finding someone to love, but being ostracized by this social group that you've become a part of, I don't know that. I can't even put myself there. I cannot imagine having a friend that I couldn't be like, yo, so last night I was fucking oozing jizz down my ass cheek, like at the club from previous fuck, while sucking on this chick's titty. Fucking dope. Like, imagine. That might be hard, but imagine. It makes sense to them. And that's what's sad because like, who broke them? Who did that? Because I don't think that's natural. I don't think hate is natural. Like, unless someone, personal hate is, I've felt that, like, when someone very personally attacks you or does something very personally offensive, but to hate on such grand scale and so generally is pretty amazing. I think that's got to be built in at some point, you know? Maybe not like surface racist, but definitely underlying shit. A strain for chronic insomnia with high tolerance. Ooh. I mean, I've said Lilac Diesel is one of my favorites. I'm trying to think. So, for anyone in chat, can anyone recommend a strain for chronic insomnia for someone with high tolerance? Just in case anyone didn't hear that first. I'm thinking. What's some really super dopey strains? Oh, dude, the one I tried yesterday. What was it called? I got you, boo. One sec. I use them as paint containers afterwards. Runts is really good. Runts is actually what I'm smoking right now. This one, however, it's called Empire Apple. Oh fuck, it doesn't say the parent strains though. But I'm sure you're probably smart enough to figure out Empire Apple. We could probably put it together if you had like a list. There's so many strains now. This was some strong shit. It like made me go cross-eyed a bit. It now has gold paint inside, but Empire Apple is pretty dope. Trying to think what other strains. Oh my god, what was this one? Oh fuck. I think it was called Time Machine. Yeah, I think it was called Time Machine. That one fucked me up. Like, cross-eyed, couldn't really stream straight anymore, you know? I love classic GDP, to be honest. And this is why we're friends. Being ostracized by your social group is scary as fuck. Or not group. That it's almost too small. It's more like a community that wraps the entirety of your life. Exactly. It's exactly. I mean, if you put yourself in that, don't think of this community as, you know, a white supremacist group. Think of it as your 5 friends you've played WoW with for 27 years. And if you say you're gay or you say, you know, hey, I don't hate black people, your 27-year friendship is now done and maybe they want to kill you. I've never had this, but I imagine it's alarming. Whatever Snoop Dogg, dude, I'm not even kidding you, Alexis. Snoop Dogg smokes like blunts wrapped in rice paper rolled by Shaolin monks. I might be pronouncing Shaolin wrong because it's, you know, another language and I'm ignorantly white and American. But I'm not kidding you, he does. Because my dispensary sold them for a day and they're $113 a piece. I bought one and I smoked it and it wasn't that dope. I mean, it was good weed, but it wasn't like, oh, that's worth it, you know. Am I pronouncing it correctly? I don't want to be disrespectful. Ooh, yes, Fruity Pebbles. Ooh, Fruity Pebbles is a very good mellow strain. Yes. Thank you, Myron. That's a really good. I haven't seen it forever at my dispensary. Otherwise, I'd get it. That's another one I'd go for every time. But Fruity Pebbles is a good one. Pretty much anything that's like got a fruity name in it or berry name in it is most likely originally an indica plant, and those were the ones that would like lay you out when they actually had CBD in them. And they tend to be just more of the heavy eyelid strains for me personally, but we all know weed affects everyone differently. But those are all pretty high THC strains as well, high percentage. I've been thrown out of a raid group for calling out the leader of it for using racial slurs. I mean, you just filtered your life of a piece of shit, is what it sounds like. I wouldn't want a raid leader that uses racial slurs. I mean, I'm sure you don't either. I'm not accusing, but ew, that sucks. I mean, it's a shitty place to be no matter what, because not only are you being like ostracized from your friend group, now you're like, wow, my friend's a racist piece of shit. What does that say about me? What do I do that's racist that I'm unaware of because I'm ignorantly white? And then you have to like reassess everything. I do it all the time. It's important though. You should always reassess. Wedding and birthday cakes. Wedding and birthday cakes are the best cakes. Did you buy that water pipe online? Oh my god, yes. So, if any of my mods are available, if they could do the Hemper alert, these are from Hemper. This is the XL egg. She made a ding ding. I have a code for Hemper where you can get it's like 5 to 10 to 15% off depending on the season, who the fuck knows, of everything in your cart, which is pretty dope. I did it just for you guys. Don't worry about it. We get like nothing. But it's worth it. Like save your money. Their bongs are pretty decent and they don't cost a shit ton because we all know we fucking break bongs. I can't be the only one that like consistently breaks them. I'm not saying like every day, but like every 6 months one goes down. I can't be the only one, right? I know it's like an unlicensed Yoshi egg with the little. It's got the little one-up mushroom. It's my favorite just because it's got so much space. It holds a shit ton of cold water and air to cool the smoke down. And coming from a medical perspective on the weed topic and smoking things, obviously inhaling anything that isn't pure mountain air that's 21% oxygen is not a great idea. But so insofar as we've looked at marijuana as far as we can literally study it, the most dangerous aspect of smoking is the excessive heat, repeated excessive heat exposure to the mucous membrane of your esophagus, which can lead to esophageal cancer. Not anything to do with THC. What did I do with my bowl? I left it in the ashtray. It's fine. We're back. I'm loading a bowl. Give me a sec. I killed that one. But I will cheers with you. Same cocky, and I haven't named it, knock on wood. Wactus barely lasted a day. All the other bongs, every bong I've ever had, I gave a name because like I don't know what else to refer to it as. My bong. And this one I just refuse. It is the bong. And if anyone asks which one, I go, don't worry about it. I'll get it because I won't name it. And it's lasted. I'm not a superstitious person. I, am ever cheap. And I don't like buying more stuff than I need. So if not naming it can preserve me $60, then sick. No name. A keef bowl? Oh my god, be careful. Those burn so fast. You lost your grinder? You only have one grinder? Who is she? Dude, they have a Babom's bong there. A Babom bong. A bong bong. I know that sounds like so many of the same. I apologize. The Baboms from Mario, they have a bomb. I don't even remember how to say their names anymore. They have them. They're this big and they're super cute. Go check it out. Unlicensed, of course. Fucking A. Cheers. My mouth. Sometimes words, man. They ain't easy. Cheers, beaches. Oh my god. C Madrid, shut the fuck up. How full was it? Oh my god, shut up. It was full. What did you pay for the grinder? Oh my god. $10 for a grinder with a packed keef catch? The dicks I would suck for that, though. Sick. That is fucking sick. You lucky. That happened to me one time, actually. I think it was with this new grinder. Not that I bought one full of keef. I kind of just forgot there was a keef catch. And one day I decided to look at it. It's actually pretty full right now. Those are like mountains. It was so full, it was pushing through the screen. Like no more keef could get through. I just, like for 4 or 5 months, completely forgot it existed. That was a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Oh my god, that's pretty cute, Lizzie. Honestly, I think I had my first grinder too. I don't remember how old I was when I bought it though. I was out of high school. I did not have a grinder in high school. I would use like little embroidery scissors to cut up my weed. Vile, how are you, love? We need Kevin Bacon to save us. Oh god, I don't know what's happened in the news yet today and I don't want to know. I will read about it or whatever. Subject myself to it. Myron, I have in no way not mentioned how much better fucking is high. Because I've talked about how alcohol makes me have numb pussy. Wait a second.
I'm gay.
Kenda 161 tipped $60. Did you say you were missing something? Lol.
So, did I? But I'll buy it. I mean, that's about what an XL bong on Hemper costs. Thank you very much, you generous hoe. For real, this is an XL. I don't think. Do I have a? I don't think I have a bubbler out near me. But Hemper sells them in like 2 sizes. I just don't have a bubbler on my desk. Thank you very much. That was extremely generous. You fucking slut. Ignore me, please. In 8 hours? Fuck yeah, Vile. Are you still taking weekends off, though, to rest? I know I saw you on the weekend, but just making sure you're still taking them off. It turns out losing over 100 pounds in 3 months, fuck yes, makes guys really horny all of a sudden. Oh my god. Well, so here's the thing. This is my theory on that because I've heard this multiple times. So fat cells themselves are very estrogen rich. So not only have you lost over 100 pounds, your body for so many years has been self-adjusting its testosterone to meet those exceeding estrogen levels from the fat levels. Like we're talking fat cells. And what happens is all those fat cells are depleting and dying, but those testosterone levels have not had the same amount of years to like readjust. So your testosterone levels are trying to, compensate for the body you no longer have. I'm surprised you haven't broken a door frame with your cock yet, to be fair. Oh my god, that's so adorable. I used to do the varnish on the bottom of mine too. Now they just get fucked up because I use them to cap off the bowl all the time. It sucks. Losing over 100 pounds in 3 months makes guys really horny. I mean, it's real. My pleasure, that's one I've not been called before and I'm honored. I'm here for you. I'm so awkward with generosity and kindness, but seriously, thank you. It's just, I'm awkward. I'm a, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what to do with it, but I take it and I keep it in my boobs. That's how I get the fake cleavage. It's all an illusion. The U.S. Air Force announced they will transfer people impacted by anti-LGBT. Oh god, I haven't seen the news yet. Oh god. All right, guys, I'm gonna go walk my dogs and fucking subject myself to whatever the fuck happened today, because obviously I need to do that. If I find it's necessary to talk about tomorrow, which I probably will, because I'll probably cry. The feeling I'm getting from what all of you, I will find a way for us to talk about this that isn't doom and gloom, because the world, although it feels doomy and gloomy, it's not all doomy and gloomy, you know? There are little corners of light. We just gotta feed them. I love you, Sarah. My sis, so soon we're gonna be in fucking London. I'm so excited. And you're gonna meet some of my friends, and they're gonna be like, "Which one's which?" Oh shit, you willing to dye your hair blue? Just kidding. Don't do that. It never goes away. But for real, Sarah and I could fuck with people. Man, I don't even know what a Twinkie tastes like. I can't remember if I've even had a Twinkie in my life. Thank you for hanging out with me today, guys. Thank you all for choosing to spend the irreversible hours of your day with me. Seriously, like, I love hanging out every day. Tomorrow, I want to play a new game with you guys, which I'm excited for. I should be live by 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, you know, swing low, sweet chodiot coming. Not at all. I don't want to Google. I'm so unexcited, but it's important to respect what I'm assuming is dead people. And, fuck the world, right? Smoke some pot, wash your hands, brush your teeth, tell people that you love that you fucking love them. Because tomorrow you might not be able to. And that sucks. You know? What comedian is it? Patton Oswalt's wife said this. She's passed away, unfortunately, from, I believe, cancer. Everything is fucking chaos. Be kind. And that is, I honestly think, she said it before COVID. She died before COVID was even a whisper. And she knew. You know what I'm saying? She fucking knew. And I respect that. Bitch knew what was up. But also terrifying. Everything is chaos. Just be kind. It's easy to be kind. And you know, if you find yourself typing out hateful shit, maybe unplug the keyboard and just pretend for a while. Even though I know y'all would never do that. I will see you tomorrow morning. Clean your bong and take your joy. And be good to my friend Alchemy. She hates the love. Bye. I love you, Alchemy. I don't feel bad. Why? Why? Shut up. No. We're trying to read Alchemy and you had to be rude. Shut up! Anybody want a poodle?